Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Gems of War stream. So today, of course, is officially the 6th-year anniversary of the channel. So I figured we'd do a nice, big, beefy stream for it and yeah, have a bunch of fun. Also, why on earth is the thing not working? Oh gosh, you're gonna make me restart it? I hate when it does that. 1 second. I hate when it does. I think it's some kind of confliction with the software sometimes, where it just loves to freeze the entire thing. 1 second, there we go. It doesn't happen too often, but it does indeed happen. Oh, it should be working now. Anyways. So, yeah, we're going to be hunting a bunch of mimics. Today, I ideally want to make the day that we go and get this thing. If we go under unowned, we have the Horde mimic. But, yeah, our main goal is going to be trying to finally obtain this thing. I might do a few other things. Might even go over a few tier lists. I have been wanting to do that class one. I do have everything set up for it, though we could try doing a different one. Because ideally, I do want to do that one for a video. Though we could try thinking of like a smaller tier list to do and just like make it from scratch on stream and just do it on stream. That'd be kind of fun. Figure out something to kind of put some stuff in between. Because otherwise, our main goal is to go into the ends of the earth to try to find this Horde mimic that refuses to drop after, gosh, how long has it been? A month? It's been definitely over a month. But yeah, today is officially the 6th-year anniversary of the channel. We've been covering Gems of War every single Monday. For 6 years now. Normally on Monday anyways. But you know, the weekly video we've been covering for 6 whole years now, as of today. And I do still want to get out the class tier list. Was not able to this morning. I was so tired and just woke up relatively recently. But at least I'm nice and well rested for this stream. But yeah, we will have that other video up pretty soon. I already have the tier list made and everything. I just need to record the actual video itself, which realistically the process would take like 2 or 3 hours. The video itself is probably going to be a bit closer to an hour, a little over. But there is a process to it. But yeah, we could always try making a different tier list on stream. I'm just trying to think of a smaller one that we could end up doing. Or maybe a different version of a class tier list. Like not the main one, but maybe like class tier list for a specific area of the game. Because I already have the thing made up. I believe we could use it for pretty much anything. So we could try doing that and doing like an alternative tier list and then still cover the tier list for the other thing. Because I already have it made. So it's not going to, you know, it's going to be really easy to do at this point. Because it's, the whole like getting all the files and everything, that process is already done for that. Luckily, Terran's World does make it way easier, if nothing else. Without Terran's World, it would be an absolute nightmare to try to make any tier list for this game. But that accumulation of assets is a great asset to actually be able to do so, since file accumulation from there is very quick, or at least very quick compared to what the alternative would be if it did not exist. It's also where we get most of our thumbnail stuff from and everything, too, which is very convenient. But anyways, hello everyone! Hello, Genki, hello Isabel, hello SP Herm, hello, also this is a weird time for us to be doing Gems of War. Normally don't do midday streams for Gems of War these days. Hello September Black, hello Crisp, hello Lucian, hello everyone, welcome, welcome. Just reading through some of the things. You can't stay long? Well, glad you could join. Hope you get some sleep soon though, because I know you do have a bit of a weird sleep schedule. Didn't get to sleep yesterday? Oh gosh, yeah. Definitely get some sleep soon. Luckily I was able to get sleep before the stream, though it did make it so I couldn't cover the other thing earlier. We'll be covering it still, and possibly still something related to it on the stream. You have 23 5x fights and you still don't have it? That is absurdly unlucky, B-Dub. Also, welcome. But, wow. That is pretty frustrating. Like, even if it is 10% chance, you're like double over odds. And if it is 20%, you're like 4 times over odds. Oh, gosh. I have been that unlucky for a few things in some games, but it's very rare to go on that huge of an unlucky streak. That is very unfortunate. Oh, so hello, Clip Bomb. Welcome, welcome. You're about to head to work? Well, I hope you have a good day. Yeah, we will probably be streaming by the time you get back. This stream will be going for, I want to say 9 hours, 10 hours, more or less? No, probably more. I don't know, we'll see. But we're probably going to go until like, normally the time that we would end the nightly stream is around how long we're going to be streaming today. So we're going to be going for at least like 9 hours today, if not longer. But like the minimum time will be like 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, which is, you know, around when we kind of end the other stream. That is the game plan for today. We're also going to be handing out 1 billion codes, and by 1 billion I mean 6, because it's the 6th-year anniversary of the channel. So we're going to hand out 6 codes. So much so, let's hand out one now. Actually, let me go bring up the code section. Yeah, why not start with a code? I don't see why not. Everyone who actually got here on time. And by on time, I mean I started like 15 minutes late. No, it's let's see. Let me go grab, where even is the thing? It was mostly because I was cleaning my glasses. They were so dirty. I hate when to do that. Like, you can put them down, like, you can clean them at night, put them down, and then, like, they're still dirty in the morning. Not, like, super dirty, but, you know, like, they still, like, accumulate dust. So it's kind of pointless to clean them at any point other than in the morning. But anyways, there you guys go. There's the redeem code used on gemsofwar.com. Oh, you guys know by now. But there we go. Enjoy. And definitely feel free to leave a like on a stream. Helps a lot and is greatly, greatly appreciated. Especially since we're going to be doing quite a bit of a longer stream today. Hey, we got a triple Orpheus. Nice. Also, I put down a number for the current number of mimics we found during the stream. I did that mostly so we could keep track of how many total we got this stream. I'm not keeping track of 5 times independently of it, though. But it'll be pretty obvious because we started at 5 times. But that number is just going to be simply total number of mimics found, regardless of 2 times or 5 times. Regardless of their multiplierness. You feel like in Gems of War, you're in the weird state of limbo. Like, you want to progress, but you don't know where to go from here. Like, how do I get gold easily? The easiest way to get gold is generally to multitask it with basically what we're doing now, is the best way to get gold. Oh, yeah, that reminds me, I wanted to go donate a bunch of gold to the guild today. However, yeah, basically running Explore 12 is the best way to get gold in theory. There are quicker methods, but the reason why this is a good way to get gold is because you're multitasking multiple things that you need at once. If you still need Tradestones, you're getting high rarity Tradestones by doing high level Explore. You're also getting a lot of tokens, which are very useful for a lot of things. For one, if you don't already have the triple Nisha, having like double Nisha, triple Nisha are very, very good options to have for your metal setup. They're used quite frequently, particularly the 20% mana start into 8 magic from double Nisha. But also because you use it in endgame to actually upgrade all your troops. And if you don't currently feel like you're doing that yet, you will be at some point pretty soon. As that's a pretty major part of endgame upgrading, is getting those elite levels for the bronze, silver, and gold levels for every troop. Well, not every troop, but you know, the more important ones, and just to get them for kingdom upgrading. Because once you start getting kingdoms to a certain point, they actually start requiring bronze levels, then eventually silver levels, and while currently none require it, at some point they will require gold level troops. I believe the earliest we need that is 26 or 27? I can't remember. I think it's 27. 27 to 30, I think it was, is when you start needing the gold levels for kingdoms. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Explore 12 is probably one of the bigger locations to grind. The other one is any single weekend that is a Vault weekend. Next weekend is a Vault weekend, by the way. So if you want to get your grind on, next weekend is a good time to be doing that. Will LFE make an appearance? Yeah, we'll have LFE make an appearance for the stream, might as well. I don't see why not. Not yet, though. Not yet. But yeah, I did end up making a tier list thingy. Actually, can I actually see it easily? I think the easiest way I would get to it is if I go to, like, Google, then tier maker. So I might mess with this at some point later this stream. I still want to do the correct one where we go over them generally. Let's see, tier maker. You just type in tier maker, right? Tier maker list for everything. How about we search for, I don't know, what do we even do? Just Gems of War, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Wait, is it not published? I thought I published it. Maybe it's buried? Because I know what I used for the thumbnail for it. I don't see it here. Is it when I made the mythic one? Let's see. I don't see the one I made, though. Hold up. That's weird. They do get published immediately, right? Also, ad, can you go away? Because I did make one for all classes, and I used that as the thumbnail, the Gems of War thingy. And that one's not it. That one's not it. Though I did make that one. Oh, maybe it's buried further down? Maybe if I type in Gems of War classes? I can't remember what I named it. It should be like Gems of War classes or something. Gems of War classes. Where is it hiding on me? Gems of War hero classes. Wait, maybe the thumbnail just didn't get updated? Okay, never mind. The thumbnail just didn't get updated. Yeah, there it is. Aha! I have found it. It is the one I made with all the little icons and everything. I already have one completely made up for the actual video thing, but we might cover it in a different angle a little bit later to stream. Like, we might do one and actually record it too, because if I'm not mistaken, this program can stream and record at the same time, and its functionality I haven't really messed around with much. However, a little bit later to stream, we might end up doing an alternative one. We'll have it up, probably uploaded a little bit after we do the major one, though we could cover a few this stream. Though we'd have to do it based on classes, so we might have to cover classes from every angle. The one for the main video will be the general one, just kind of going over them. However, we could start breaking them down based on each parameter. Like, how good are they for Explorer, how good are they for PvP, or Guild Wars more so. Well, quite a few of them have overlap. Obviously, it's a bit different in some situations. So, hello Imperial, hello Mikal, thank you. Yeah, I still can't believe we've been doing this for 6 years. It's been a while now. Still going strong though. How many keys would you farm during a vault weekend? Oh, you were referring to Isabel? I don't feel like I farmed them as much. We probably should this weekend. Or by this weekend, I mean next weekend. This upcoming weekend is what I meant to say. Because 1 week from today is, well, technically 6 days from now is the next Vault event. I feel like I've been kind of slacking on them lately. Though it's also because I have so many resources that I don't feel like we need to grind them as much. Because we're already at a point where we don't need to grind them as much. Because we're already kind of good to go. But who knows? Oh yeah, we might do that some to stream too. We have a lot of vault keys laying around. We could do like an entire hour of just opening vault keys and hand out a code every time we get a power. Because power should be something that we get infrequent enough, even if we were opening just spamming them, that every single one we could probably hand out a code for. Unless we somehow hit 3 very quickly, in which case we should probably stop so we have some codes for the rest of the stream. But I think they're rare enough that we could. It's been a while since I've opened vault keys. We could also track how many we open in an hour. I know approximately what it should come out to, though I've never actually like put up a timer and seen like what the number comes out to. Like, we know realistically it's going to be around 120 or so, give or take, like 30, like anywhere from like 100 to 150. But we never actually did put a timer up to it to see. Oh, the only problem with that though is with how much bigger I made the thing, I actually can't put a timer there. We could always get rid of the current timer though, or the current tracker. Mostly just put that there so we can keep track of how many we get for the stream, but it's pretty obvious that we start at 52.5. So we can always just adjust the numbers based on that. Also, I'm definitely going to need to get a new mouse. I've been noticing this mouse has been doing a lot of weird things lately. You probably even see it when I'm doing like some ultra like misclicks. I think the problem is every mouse I've gotten as my last few mice have all been from Amazon. And I have a feeling that however they're storing them or shipping them is just damaging them. So I might just need to pick them up from a different location like a Best Buy or something. Because all the last few mice I've gotten were all from Amazon. And every single one of them has had problems within a year. Whereas the one I'm still using for the other computer that wasn't from Amazon, it's still going strong. And I even got 2 more of them from Amazon, and those both broke in a year. It's the exact same brand as the other one I've had for like 7 years now, 8 years. Which is as old as the other computer, actually, because I got it at, I believe, the exact same time. I ended up getting that mouse I'm using for the other computer. You got level 2000 hero today. Congrats. Oh gosh, that's a milestone. Yeah, we're definitely not getting that today. We'll be lucky if we get 1,725. Actually, we'll be lucky if we get 1,723. Realistically. Like, that number does not move up that quick. No, it is possible to get multiple levels in a day. You'd have to farm a lot in a given day, though this is one of those days where we will be farming quite a bit in a given day. It is definitely happening. I do find it kind of funny, though, because whenever I know I'm setting out to do a longer stream, I do find it easier to be able to do the initial, like, several hours. Because I noticed that, too, when I did, like, 6-hour streams. Like, even though we did 6-hour streams in 1 hour, you know, and then still, like, a 1 or 2 hour at night, way back when, on, like, Fridays and Saturdays. We don't do that anymore, though. But we used to, like, way back when. Around when we, like, initially started streaming, like, that first year or two. However, like, if we do a 6-hour stream, like, the first, like, 3 to 4 wasn't that bad. But then, like, the last 2 hours, like, was hard to do. And I feel like that's going to be the case here. Where, like, oh, the first, like, several hours is going to be kind of easy. And then by the time it's, like, 6 a.m., it's like, or 6 p.m., it's like, we need to figure out something to spice it up. Oh, let's see, throw that down. Because Gems of War is definitely one of those games where it's not as good if you just sit down and play in it for hours upon hours. It's one of those that's better in, like, smaller bursts. It's not really designed to be played consecutively for absurdly long amount of times. Some people still play it that way. But its design is definitely set up for smaller bursts of play. As comparatively to an average game. Also, can you not completely miss all my mana? That'd be great. I kind of like mana. Mana is very useful. Where is the best place to farm red Tradestones? Suncrest. I mean, not Suncrest. Why did I say Suncrest? I mean Pridelands. Pridelands is a pure red kingdom, so if you're looking for anything red, you get it there. The only exception is Arcanes, because you're only going to get pure red Arcanes there. But if you're looking for any red that isn't the Arcanes, you get them all there. Yeah, I'm still trying to hunt the achievement too. It's the most unobtained achievement in all of Gems of War. And we're likely gonna have a journey event soon. So if you don't have that journey event one, which is the other rarest one, you will be able to do it in 2 months from now. We already know from the roadmap that this June we're getting a new hero class, and I mean a new kingdom. And very soon after we get a new kingdom, we should get a new journey event. And in getting a new journey event, we will have that achievement then. We still don't know how the point system will carry over. One reason why I don't currently have the achievement is I was hoping we could do the journey event through twice at just the normal amount of tiers and then be good to go, instead of having to, like, mass buy it. And I'm not currently sure if that is going to be the case. We're going to find out at the beginning of the next journey event. If the number keeps ticking up from, like, the 10,000 something that we have, because, like, right here, we can actually see how many points we have. Not there. That's the tier maker thing. But if we look over here, we can actually see that it keeps the progress on how much we had on the thing. So right here you can see we have 10,668 points. And the reason why I did this is, assumably, if this achievement will add next journey's points, we would get another 10,000 or so. And in getting another 10,000, that'd be 20,000, obviously. So I'm going to see if this works. If this does not work, and we see this number resets all the way down to, you know, 0 when next event starts, then we know that we're going to have to do 20,000 all in one event, which means we'll get it done then. Well, regardless, we're going to get done next journey event, because we're either going to get like 10,000 points and not have to spend nearly as many gems. I think you spend less than 1,000 to do that, and you get the event done, plus you get the 10,000 points. Or the alternative will be, which would be unfortunate, we have to spend like almost 3,000 or 2,000, whatever it was, in order to go do 20,000 in one singular event. We'll find out exactly what the case is next journey event. We really have no way of knowing. But as it currently shows, it does look like it's tracking the total amount of points we have up to now, which is a little over 10,000. So if we do that again, boom, that'll be 20,000. But we don't know if that'll reset back to 0 when next journey event starts, or if it'll maintain the points we've already accumulated. That will not be a known knowledge until soon. In about 2 months from now, we'll know that. Because the journey event's likely a couple weeks after we're getting the new kingdom. No official date is on it. At least not yet. Probably after next patch we will know. Next patch is coming next month. And after next month we should know the exact date of the journey event, ideally. Because I believe the next patch is actually including everything for the next patch. I mean, for the next kingdom, I mean. like all the assets for it. So we'll know in like Terran's World and stuff like that what all the info is, most likely. That's not guaranteed though, but it's very likely to occur. New Pathfinder Troop? Yes, we're likely getting a new Pathfinder Troop with it, and by likely I mean we definitely will be. Currently there's only one. It definitely seemed like they were going to add more. It almost seemed like they were going to do one for every single kingdom, but then they didn't, and that was weird. It seems like it's going to be something now that will only be for new kingdoms. The problem with that is we're going to have like one journey event every year if that's the case, because new kingdoms come up very exceedingly sporadically, like they almost never exist. You believe Journey is 2 weeks out. Next week is Zolkari and Golvania, and Terrans has a Journey troop for the Golvania week. Really? That's weird. Okay, maybe they will do it for other kingdoms. Like that, I assumed that for a while, because there were some things showing that we were going to be getting more from like existing kingdoms. Like there were things that were showing that we would be getting Journey troops from existing kingdoms, but then they never did. Like it's been months. Like the last Journey event was what, in early December? It has been 5 months, basically. Like, by the time we have it, it would have been 5 months. So I kind of got to the point where I kind of just assumed they would only do it for new kingdoms. I sure hope they do it for all kingdoms, though. Kind of like how they did for, like, everything else. Mostly raids and invasions. Because raids and invasions got one single troop for every single kingdom. But for whatever reason, Journey has only been for Nexus and has never come for anything else yet. Okay, I definitely want to see it come for every kingdom. It's going to take a while for it to cycle, though. Because even if it starts happening, let's say every 6 weeks, if they're going to start doing that, that's going to take over a year to cover every kingdom at a once every 6 week period. Like, we're going to be in 2023, and it's still not going to have one for every kingdom yet. I don't even remember what the first Journey troop does. Wasn't it useless? Like, I know it wasn't completely useless in the context of Journey, but it was completely useless in the sense that you would never use it outside the context of Journey event. Like, in the context of the Journey event, like, it wasn't horrible. But outside the context, it was just never usable. I hope they make the rest of them kind of usable, because there's some raid and invasion troops that are actually usable outside the event. While they are a minority and not the majority, they do exist. There are some out there. I think one of the most noteworthy one is that one Goblin that has Impervious, that one red-blue one. He is so devastating. There's a few others as well. There's also another it's almost all the Goblin ones. There's another Goblin one that actually has auto extra turn on killing bosses. And this is very useful if bosses ever become like ultra meta or like double boss teams. Because he auto extra turns. He's actually the most efficient thing in the entire game for killing raid bosses. It's just there's not teams that are composed of like 2 or 3 of them. Because in the current state, generally a team will have 0 or 1. And if it's 1, it's Zugov. And there's other ways to deal with Zugov that you don't need a troop designated just to kill Zugov. You might have like a rope dart or something else. Like you still have an option normally to deal with Zugov. But you almost would never put a raid slayer into your team just to kill a Zugov or, you know, boss slayer troop. It's something you could do, though it is not necessary to do. But if we ever get to a point where 2 or 3 boss troops are used in the common teams, then boss slaying troops would be very beneficial, because there's more than just Zugov that it can insta-kill. And especially having that extra turn ability would be useful, because he's only particularly useful if there's like 2 bosses to kill, because he can cast, get an extra turn, kill one, then get his mana back from something else casting on your team, and then kill the other one, and then boom, you just double killed very efficiently 2 of the most threatening troops on the opposing team. There's not an equivalence yet to a Zugov, or, you know, a second Zugov underneath boss rarity. The closest thing we have is Hatter Ascendant, I believe it is, the one that does the Doom Skull thing. Hey, we found our first Mimic! Is this the one? Wouldn't that be funny if the first Mimic chest of the stream is the Horde Mimic? Like, that is today's goal. Will we reach it? I have no clue, but today's goal is we will stream until we have the Horde Mimic. And by stream until we get to Horde Mimic, I mean like 9 hours and give up. But ideally, today's goal is we leave with a Horde Mimic in hand. That is the game plan. How successful we will be is questionable. I got a 2x chest. Let's update the numbers. Pretty average 2x chest. At least we got double rainy if nothing else. Let's update the numbers. The good old numbers. What's the quickest way to update them? Can I not actually highlight the field? Okay, apparently I'm going to have to do it this way. That's fine. This number needs to be a 3, and that number needs to be a 1. That's not a 1. That's a 1. Oh yeah, we've streamed way over 9 hours trying to find it. I mean, today we're going to be streaming 9 hours, not the total amount of time that we have streamed it. No, we've streamed, gosh, how much have we done total? That's a big number. We're like at least hundreds of hours in. Like that's definitely measured in hundreds. Have we hit 200 hours, would you say? I'm not sure. We definitely hit over 100 hours, I know that for sure. We definitely haven't hit 1,000, I know that. It's hard to pinpoint down exactly. Because pretty much on average, minimum. We've farmed for an hour every single day since then. However, there were days that we did quite a bit longer than an hour. Like way longer than an hour. But I want to say we're roughly 100,000 hours in to trying to find this thing. Give or take a little. But yeah, do you guys have any ideas for tier lists we should make on stream today? Because I have one set up so we can cover pretty much any angle from the class tier list, though I want to save the general one for the video. Because I already have most of it ready to go for that. But we can do some other ones, like alternative tier lists for given modes, or make one from scratch for something that won't take us long. I'm just trying to think of what else we could make a tier list for that doesn't need as many icons to tier lists for Gems of War. Because if you're saying like the entire troop type, that's going to take way too long to set up on stream. Because there's a lot of troops for any type. Like we wouldn't be able to make the mythic one from scratch. I had before, but it took like 2 hours to set up. Like it will take a while. I still have the shelve, the previous one, but I think it's actually quicker to start it from scratch. Because it's hard to determine which mythics I already added and did not add. And it would actually be quicker just to bring up a list of every mythic, download every single one of them, and then put that in. Rather than updating the one I've already made with the correct list. It is actually quicker just to make a new one from scratch. That's still very time consuming, but it's actually quicker than updating it. Because if we try updating it, it's very easy to miss. Hey, we got an Anu. It's very easy to miss what we might have not included. Or, you know, we're probably going to miss a few mythics. But if we do it completely from scratch, it'll be a lot easier to know, like, okay, we definitively have gotten every single one of them. It's way easier to track that way. Might take a bit longer, but it's it'll make sure I don't miss a single mythic. Tier list for colors and one for troop types. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure how we do icons for troop types, though. There's not really an icon that represents them. Yeah, color tier list is kind of interesting. Oh, that's actually really cool. Wait, how many different color combinations are there in Gems of War? Not counting mythics. Like color combinations for everything, not counting mythics. Does anyone actually know what that number comes out to? Like every color combination of Gems of War minus mythics. Because that's actually kind of interesting. A color tier list? That's an angle I've never actually thought about doing. It's a little bit of a complicated one to cover. Because obviously, let's say like pure red, for example. Like only red, no secondary color. Like there's some okay options, but then some horrible options. Like it's slightly hard in that like the most useful colors are based on their synergy with other stuff that exists within the game. As well as particular troop options, but that could still be done. That'd be a very opinionated one though. Like that one's like a hard one to tell. Though there are some colors that are definitively better than all others. One of the most noteworthy one is green-purple. Green-purple is like S+ tier. The amount of absurdly good... Well, for one, purple in general is probably the strongest singular color in the entire game. Like, hands down. Purple is so strong. To such a degree, you may notice my purple mastery is way higher than every other mastery. The initial reason for this was because the AoE weapons were really good at the time, so I wanted to get them first. And then I just kind of kept putting into purple. However, the other reason is purple is actually kind of broken. Like the typing of purple. There are a lot of really good purple options, hence our team right now, that are like ultra meta and have been like forever. Like there's almost never been a purple oriented team that wasn't broken beyond belief. And things like Thrall and Leprechaun make that even more relevant now, and Zugoff. Like there's just so many things underneath purple synergies that are so good. I wonder what it would be though if I only did single color. Like if you compared the 6 colors, where would you put them? Because that'd be a lot easier than going into multicolors. Because multicolors you start getting into quite a bit of complexity. But if you base it off of just the 6 core colors, that would actually be a fun one to do. I need to go do that. Because that's only 6 icons. Wait, hold up. What's his name actually have a icon for every dual and triple color though? I want to check. I've never actually bothered paying attention if it does. Does Terran's World have a icon image for every single color combination in existence? I feel like it would. Where on earth is... Where's the master document for all the graphics? Am I blind? I've gone here many times before. There it is. Again. Where would this even be? This is a thing I've never actually tried really looking for. Armor, no. Backgrounds, no. Banners, no. Classes, no. Delves, no. Emojis, definitely no. Kingdoms, no. Medals, no. Other? It might be under other. Oh, it is under other. Wait, is that every color combination? Is there that few? There's no way there's this few. No, this can't be every color combination. Yeah, that definitely isn't every color combination. They do have some here, though. Yeah, it's definitely not every color combination. There's no way. Is this? How many color combinations are there total? I forget how math works on that. If you take 6 colors and color combine them into double and triple, how many is that total? Or at least for double anyways. This doesn't seem like it's every color combination. I am pretty confident it is not. Though it's hard to tell. Because I'm actually not even sure what the total amount of color combinations are. But they have all the standard ones here. So there's green. There's purple. There's red. There's yellow. Where's brown? There's brown. And what one did I not mention? Yellow, brown. I found 4 of them. Why is this so hard to figure out where they are? Why aren't they just like next to each other? Yeah, where's blue? It's not a pure blue one here. Oh, it's all the way over there. Why is this set up so weirdly? I'm not sure if this actually is every color. I'm pretty sure it's not. But it has the core 6 colors there. So blue, green, brown, purple, red, yellow. Okay, there's all 6. Yeah, we could do it based on that. Like, that one would be pretty doable. Oh, yeah, you know what else would kind of work? All kingdoms. Doing a tier list for all kingdoms based on where they fall. We might make a bunch of tier lists. I would need to go get all the assets for them. But ones that don't require as many like those isn't too bad to go accumulate. Like, if I wanted to make one for all... Like, if I wanted to make one for the 6 colors, that would take, like, 5 minutes, not even. If I wanted to make one for... as far as, like, you know, getting the list set up, it would take a little longer to explain everything, obviously. But something like the All Kingdoms one, that would take closer to probably 15 minutes. There's quite a bit more assets we need to go load and everything. But yeah, we could try making some of them. That seems like fun. I still want to cover the other class tier list for the actual video thingy, though. Hello, Joni, and hello, George. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. And thank you. Hope all you have a wonderful weekend this weekend. Finally is the weekend. Yeah, today we'll be celebrating the 6-year anniversary of Gems of War. I mean of the channel. And tomorrow we're going to be playing a new game. It's actually one I found about a week ago that oddly enough came out like nearly the exact same day I started to get back into Pokemon, or you know, the other main Pokemon game. It's basically like an indie version of Pokemon. Like as far as IPs that have tried like mimicking it, I'm pretty sure like the most popular one is, you know, Digimon. However, there are indie studios that do their own take on it as well. And I've never actually bothered doing any like the indie studio kind of like ones of it. We'll be doing our first one of that tomorrow. Not sure how long the game is. I'm pretty sure it'll take multiple streams. I highly doubt we'll get it done in one stream. Though the average Pokemon-like game, the main storyline, I'm pretty sure you could do in like 20 hours on average. Give or take. They normally don't take too long. Actually has a graphic style very similar to the 3rd generation of Pokemon. Like where it was still kind of pixely. Because obviously indie studio needs to go with a lower budget. They're not going to do 3D models and all that. But it has a really cool graphical style that reminds me a lot of Gen 3 Pokemon. Even the gameplay reminds me of Gen 3 Pokemon. Did I finish Bounty Hunters in yesterday's stream? Yes. We finished the entirety of Bounty Hunter. Like literally all of it. To such a degree we have none to do left. Yeah, we did it with this team right here. If you didn't see it from last night. It was, where even is Bounty Hunter? I keep forgetting it's not underneath the other thing. Bounty Hunter, fight. Yeah, we did it with this team. Ogress, Tagraki, Soldier of Wrath, and Eagle Owl. And this gives you a 30 times multiplier to let you know that you've gotten the max amount of points. Yeah, this is the team we did it with. The most highest priority is to kill the Devourer. Devourer will destroy you. I would say kill Valraven first if you see a Valraven. Otherwise, kill Devourer first. Because Valraven is never going to be blocked. There's only one yellow and it's in last slot. So there's no situation where a Valraven will ever be blocked on yellow. Because if it's in 4th slot, it'll just replace the yellow with itself. And if it's in any other slot, it's obviously not blocked by yellow. So Valraven escaping is pretty likely. We had it cast only once. But it did not escape luckily from that one. So even if it did, I did have 2 sigils left. So it was actually kind of convenient. We still would have been able to make it yesterday. Even if we lost that one Valraven. But yeah, Devourer's highest priority unless there's a Valraven. In which case, kill Valraven first, then kill Devourer. Because if Valraven escapes, you can't undo that. But if the Devourer devours you once, you can still come back from that. It makes the battle a lot more tedious, but you can still easily win if you get devoured once. If you get devoured twice, that's a bit of a different story. You're probably going to lose. If you get devoured only once, yeah, you can still easily win. Especially if they did not devour Tagraki. If they devour like your 4th or 3rd or 4th slot, it's even easier. Because Tagraki can easily still solo it in like 2 shots, even if it gets devoured. Tagraki does that. 2 shots, basically everything in existence. Which is slow for the main game, but gosh, is it broken for Bounty Hunter. Video idea, Guild War teams to counter the most popular teams. Yeah, Guild War is a really complicated one to cover that. I probably should, again. I'm not sure if I will be going into next week. Because it's like so close already. And I wanted to kind of cover some tier list stuff this weekend. But we definitely need to. Guild Wars is probably the most convoluted thing to ever cover though. Because of how competitive it is. Like, it is by far the hardest area in the entire game to play. The other big issue with Guild Wars is there's generally no alternative. So if I mention a team with like 2 mythics or 3 mythics, and someone asks like, what's an alternative to like X troop, or you know, one of the troops in the team, the answer is normally there is not one. Which is quite a bit weird, because in other game modes you can almost always do another alternative. But in the context of Guild Wars, if you don't have it, you're just kind of out of luck. Because there's very little room for leeway in Guild Wars. Like, very, very little. Compared to, like, at least comparatively to any other area in the game. Like, Guild Wars is super cutthroat. Like, how good your team needs to be for it. It's mostly due to the number of double empowers, as well as how much of a disadvantage you're on as the active player. Because the enemy team can sit there defend to pretty much anything they want. Whereas your offense has to be pure color. Which already sets you at a huge disadvantage. Obviously the AI is quite exploitable at times. But that comes more down to playing rather than the team used. What are the tarot cards for? Most of them are used to craft a specific troop. Like, for example, I already forgot which one it was. I was going to say one of them for Leona's Tower, but I forgot which one Leona's Tower even requires. But, yeah, there's a couple of them that have a purpose. The assumption was all of them will have a purpose. However, they've been going on a very long streak of tarot cards that have no purpose at all. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with them. Because initially, every single tarot card we ever got was used for something. They were used to craft some kind of weapon, or some kind of troop, or something in general. However, a lot of the more recent tarot cards, like the last like half a dozen, maybe even slightly more than the last half a dozen, have all had no direct purpose. Which I'm not quite sure what's up with them. Because we're on quite a streak of every tarot card having a purpose, and then they just magically started to have no purpose at all. Which makes them kind of useless, obviously, because no tarot card is, like, good. The Fool was kind of okay, but you'd pretty much never go out of your way to use it unless you're just messing with it for fun. Like, it's really unrealistic to try to build a team around it, even though you technically could. But yeah, I'm not sure what's up with them. Because, like, the last half a year, maybe even slightly more than half a year, every tarot card we've gotten has pretty much had no purpose, which is just super strange. Because the assumption with how they were initially releasing is that all of them would, you know, be used for something. But as of recently, that is not the case for tarot cards. It was, but now it isn't. Does the Devil card have a purpose? Yes. You need 5 Devils to create the Trick-or-Treat weapon. It is actually one of the most annoying to do if you didn't end up accumulating them during the Halloween event. I'm not sure if they're going to be coming back next Halloween event. But it was something that was really easy to get during the Halloween event, but it is absurdly hard to do, though it's still possible to do. Outside the Halloween event. Yeah, it's used for the trick-or-treat weapon. I would probably not... I would not bother trying to get this thing. Because it's probably going to be really easy to get next Halloween. But yeah, it's used to craft this weapon. It does not consume the 5 Devils, but you do need 5 copies of Devils. And then the rest of the resources is pretty much nothing. But it's a pretty bad weapon. It just inflicts all negative stats effects on something and all positive on yourself. You're better off just using Mirror of Reflection or Essence of Evil. Both of them are better individually than this weapon. Even though this does the effect of both, it has no mana accumulation. So it is actually stronger just to use Essence of Evil. Or Mirror of Reflection. Ideally, Essence of Evil. But you could use either or. Oh, you know what? That would actually be a fun tier list that wouldn't take that long to make. A 35... a tier list for all 35 hero weapons. Ooh! I almost want to do that one. That one's fun. That would take like 15 minutes to set up the thing, though. But that'd be fun. A tier list for all 35 weapons that you get from getting 250 wins on a hero class. Because one thing that's pretty relevant about those is that's a tier of weapon that is actually really easy to get. Well, it might be a little bit tedious to do that for all the hero classes in the entire game. If you wanted to target down one really specific one that you needed or was good, that's really easy to do. Like, you can get that done in a day if you grind long enough, or easily in a week even if you don't grind that much. Because you just have to win 250 battles, which is very doable in a day, while using the hero class. So you could just use like a Rowan build. Rowan build can win approximately 4 times per minute, like 3 to 4. Sometimes even slightly higher than 4, but let's just say 4 times per minute. And at 4 times per minute, you would get, what would that be? That'd be 240 wins. Oh, you could literally do it in, wait, you could do it in an hour? Yeah, I guess you could kind of do it in an hour. Never mind. Wow, that's super quick. That was even quicker than I was expecting. Never mind. Yeah. So yeah, you can target a weapon in almost an hour. Let's say realistically 2 hours, because obviously newer players might be a little bit slower at it if you're at a point where you don't have all the weapons yet. So let's say it takes like 2 hours or 3 hours. Like, that's still not that bad. Even if you farm for like 30 minutes a day, you would get the weapon in a week. Anyone you targeted. It's not even based on how hard the battle is. You could literally just spam Explore 1. A win's a win when it counts for it. What is a good Explore team that doesn't require mythics? Doing a Rowan build with where there's Urskia Shield. So use Urskia Shield. Actually, do I have a team set up? I don't think I do. I think I overwrote it for something earlier this week. But I might as well un-overwrite it. But yeah, this weapon with Urskia Shield allows you to upscale all the way to Explore 12. All you have to do with it is go find where you want to explore. Let's say, I know it doesn't really matter too much. Let's just do it in Golvania. So let's just target down Golvania. We change our team to here. And you'll notice this team works slower than what we've been using. However, it is still really good. You can do it with either Archer or Elementalist or something similar. Elementalist is probably a bit safer earlier on in the game, though. Especially since we're already using it with Mirage Queen. So basically what we want to do here is get Urskia's Shield rolling, throw Urskia's Shield on Rowan, cast Leprechaun again, and then do that again, and then we win. I believe we only need one more Rowan here to finish off. However, if you are in lower stats, you might need another Urskia's Shield. And there we go. And that's how Rowan does Explore 12. Even though it's an Explore 2 to 4 troop team, it does work for Explore 12. It's not quicker than running this, but it is very cheap. Nothing on it is higher than a legend. Well, technically, well, it's a mythic weapon, but the mythic weapon you get from 250 wins. We were just explaining how quick that is. And the legend is a faction legend, which makes it a lot easier to get. It's even easier to get than epics. Honestly, I feel like faction legends are easier to get than any epic in the game, just because of how targetable they are. Because all you have to do is just throw a bunch of chaos shards there. Whereas getting a specific epic out of just random drop peoples can take a while. Like you saw when that one update came out, where they added like, what, 8 troops to the game? Like, we had to go through so many gem keys just to get it. But if it was like an Underworld epic or Underworld Legends, like, you just throw some chaos shards and boom, you get it within like no time at all. Like, it would take literal minutes, not even. Assuming you already had the chaos shards laying around. Similarly, when they actually update next patch to update the Underworld, unless they put some kind of new currency behind it, they're going to be pretty quick to accumulate all the new troops. Because all you have to do is just throw some chaos shards down and boom, you just targeted all of them. Unless they put some kind of weird paywall thing or, you know, some other new resource, or they'll find some way to mess it up. They'll find some creative way to make it more annoying. But hopefully it'll just be straight chaos shards, making it very convenient. Also, speaking of a 35 weapon tier list video, Urskia's Shield. S tier. Maybe even S plus tier. It is so good. Like Urskia's Shield, Essence of Evil. There's a few others. Yeah, we'll definitely need to cover that on this stream. Like, that's one that will 100% cover this stream a little bit later. I would need to go make it first, though. A tier list for all 35 hero weapons. Because I wanted to cover the other thing as its own video thing. Not related to on stream. But something like that I wouldn't mind covering on stream. I might even start doing that on like a weekly, bi-weekly basis. Maybe monthly basis, I'm not sure. Some kind of basis. Cover some tier. I really like making tier lists. Tier lists are a lot of fun. The biggest issue with tier lists is composing them. Like actually creating them. Because if they require a lot of assets, especially if the game does not have a good system for, hey, we got Anisha, for accumulating those assets, it is just so tedious to set up. Because for some things you have to go to like a billion different websites to find them and other things. Luckily for most things in Gems of War, the fact that Terran's World exists makes it absurdly easy to accumulate all assets for anything we'd ever want to do related to that for Gems of War. Because I do notice from other tier lists, a lot of people do tend to cover them on streams. The problem, there's two advantages. There's an advantage and disadvantage with covering a tier list on a stream. The main advantage is it's a lot easier to do. Like from a time perspective, it is way simpler to cover it on a stream than it is to cover it as its own independent thing. However, the main disadvantage is there's no undo button. So if you make some kind of like big mistake, misspeak somewheres or anything of the sort, you can't just like start over or edit or anything. Though I do most of my things in one take anyway, so that's not too big a deal. I feel like that's more relevant for longer tier lists more so. Like if the tier list is going to take like an hour and a half long, I feel like it's better as its own independent video. If your tier list would take under an hour to cover the whole thing, then it probably actually would work for a stream. You just can't do like ultra big ones. Like if we were to cover all of any given troop type, like all mythic, all legend, all anything like that, that would definitely have to be its own thing, separate from a stream. But something smaller, like all weapons, something similar, like that's easier to do on a stream. Because there's not as many factors. Which is better, Gob Truffle or Queen Beatrix? My opinion on that is Gob Truffle. though others would definitely differ on that. Oh no, I personally prefer Gobtruffle. The main thing I hate about Beatrix is her inconsistency with looping. I know she's used more so for her cleanse and her loop capability. And the loop capability is just like an extra overpowered thing that she has. However, I am personally more of a fan of Truffle. I'll catch you later, Clip Bomb. Hope you have a good day at work. So thank you, GJ Ram. Yep, we've been going for 6 years now. So hello, analyst. Welcome, welcome. Are you still using the same weekly event team? Mine started losing. Which one was I using? Let me double check. Because we already got all the rewards, so I've stopped even playing the event thingy already. Let's see. What am I even using? This? Oh, yeah. This is the... Wait, is this the cheaper team? No, this was actually the more expensive team. Yeah, you might need to revamp this. The main thing you'd probably want to do is switch out Archmagus for something tankier. Archmagus is not a tanky class, even though it's in first slot on this team. If you just change it out for something tankier, you'll probably be fine. The main reason I had it like this is because the earlier battles wouldn't really kill you at all. And it would be fine for running that way. But you can still run this team and just run a tankier hero class. Like Elementalist, Sentinel, literally anything with Barrier on Brown. Because Archmagus is pretty squishy. It's pretty much tied as one of the squishiest hero classes in the game. Actually, does it have spell reduction? I can't remember. But I know it doesn't have any score reduction, which is the main thing you would need protection for in first slot. But you'd most likely just want to change the hero class. You can probably change those a couple of troops too if you want to kind of form it a little bit differently. But just a simple hero class change is probably enough. Because the main threat to that team once you get deeper is hero will die in like 2 seconds. But for the earlier battles, that's not a factor because they don't do enough damage. Also, why did I not kill the mythic there? Could have already won. Thank you, Jonian. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to be covering Gems of War in the future. I do want to diversify a bit more, though, going into the future. I feel like we've kind of bottlenecked this channel into just Gems of War. And I do want to spread a little bit more. That doesn't mean we're going to be stopping Gems of War content, though. We're always going to be covering Gems of War. If the servers are up, we shall be covering them. But I do want to spread to more content than just Gems of War. Even if we have to make like a second channel or just post it here or figure out something. Because I definitely want to diversify a bit more. Because for most of that 6 years, while we have covered stuff here and there, like obviously a good majority of it has been Gems of War. And non-Gems of War content does do well. To this day, the amount of money I've made from not Gems of War content outweighs literally everything we've ever done for Gems of War. Even though it only makes up like not even 10% of the content on this channel, the entirety of all non-Gems of War content has made more than all Gems of War content combined. Which from a financial, not running out of money standpoint to survive, is kind of important. So it's something we'll be looking into the future. It's just hard to make it in a lot of games, because a lot of games are already so concentrated, or just don't have a player base looking at it that would want like guide videos. Or if you have like a diverse channel, you might not get as many views compared if you made a channel that was like literally just like focused on something. And then you'd have like too many channels if you have like just a channel focused on each thing. Like if we made the one that was like, let's say for example, only on Pokemon stuff. Like, it'd take forever to get that to grow. Like it's such a saturated genre already. Compared to if we went something a little bit more indie. Like literally a channel that only covered indie games. Which would actually be kind of fun, because then we'd be playing like a different game like almost every day on it. It's a fun concept. But I tend to like sticking with a small number of games. And just covering them thoroughly. Rather than spreading to too many games. Hence the, how many hours do we have in Gems of War right now? Some big number? It actually doesn't show there. Actually, I could probably drag it down to see. Almost 14,000 hours. Actually, if you count everything, it already is way above 14,000 hours in the game. Very big number. Actually, out of anything I've ever had that tracks the total amount of time I've played in something, none of them are higher than Gems of War right now. The one that might start getting higher is, kind of funnily, the thing that we stream off of. Because as of a couple weeks ago, OBS is on Steam. And one funny byproduct of that, well, one very convenient thing, there's two things that basically does. One of them is it tracks how many hours we've used it. So for example, I can click this right here, and I can see since OBS has existed on Steam, I've used it for 146.8 hours. So we can very easily see that. But one other thing that's very convenient, and something you might have noticed with me not really saying it at the beginning of any stream, though it doesn't happen too often, but you may have noticed I've never had to wait for an update on any of the streams in the last like month. And it's not because updates haven't been happening. It's because Steam auto-updates everything. So if you have auto-updates set on Steam, it just auto-updates everything. And this is pretty relevant, because when you have it as a standalone app on your computer, it does not auto-update until you open it. Or, it doesn't do the update thing. Whereas having it on Steam actually allows it to auto-update automatically, obviously. And, yeah, I never have to worry about at the beginning of a stream, like, oh, wait, I gotta wait 5 minutes, the thing is downloading. We don't ever have to wait now, because it would have downloaded at some point prior to the stream starting. Because normally you don't open the recording software until you need to use the recording software. But something like Steam is pretty much always open in the background. So it's just, downloaded pretty much always, which is very convenient. So you never have to wait for the update, which is probably the most convenient thing about using the Steam version, I would say. It's also fun to see the total number streamed up. Because it actually keeps track, Steam keeps 2 numbers tracked. Or technically 3. The number that, the amount of time you've used it in a current session, which I'm not sure you can check that on the thing, but you can on normal things. Like for right now, we can see that we've streamed Gems of War right now for, if I can move this. We can see we streamed Gems of War right now for 55 minutes in current session, and 30 hours for the last week. You can't see current session, I don't believe, on other software like OBS. Though you can easily see it through, how long the little timer thingy shows, so I guess you kind of can indirectly. But what you can see is the past 2 weeks. You can see the number for that. And actually, I forget where you check it. Actually, I think I would have to check it on my profile. So if I check my profile, I can see that I've streamed OBS for... Oh, it doesn't actually say here. Oh, never mind. It tells you how much you've streamed across all games for the last 2 weeks. I don't think I can actually see it for that game, because it's a little bit different with how it works for software. Software's kind of weird. Anyways. Where are we? We have 7.4 million channel views. That's a lot of views. And I think our most viewed video... It's kind of weird. Some of our most viewed videos are some of the worst videos we've ever covered. But just because YouTube algorithm graced it with their luck, combined with an ultra good thumbnail, like they just got a lot of views. I think the funniest thing that has ever happened to this channel is Age of Calamity. Because Age of Calamity was a weird... It's one of those rare instances where no person who normally covers the IP was covering it, which led to anyone who covered it to be the only people covering it. So we almost held a monopoly on, like, people covering content in Age of Calamity for some amount of time there, which is really weird. Because normally for any Nintendo IP, like, any Nintendo IP is going to get, like, a lot of eyes on it. It doesn't even matter what it is. Like, it's just Nintendo. Every game... They could release a game that's literally nothing, and it will probably sell over 1 million copies. But, just because it's Nintendo. But, because of that, there's normally a lot of content creators for any given Nintendo thing. But, for whatever reason, Age of Calamity had, like, no one. Like, every Zelda YouTuber in existence was not covering it. I have no clue why, but they weren't. Because I am pretty sure Age of Calamity, like, pretty much made more that year than, like, everything else we did. Like, the 1 month we covered Age of Calamity, or almost 2 months, made more than the rest of the year combined, which was pretty insane. Yeah, that was a pretty good one, too, when we covered all the weapons. Because no one bothered to do the grind for all weapons. And the hackers didn't bother posting it, which was good. Because that's the biggest issue with a lot of Nintendo games. They are hacked into oblivion before they are even released, let alone when they're finally released. And this makes it hard to cover grind-based stuff, because someone could literally just hack it all in within, like, under an hour. But for whatever reason, hackers weren't really, like, tearing apart Age of Calamity, which allowed people who actually like grinding to cover stuff properly. Because that's an issue with almost every Nintendo game. Like, it's not as big of an issue with indie games, so you can kind of still do the grind stuff for indie games and still cover them pretty well. Like, for example, Gems of War, even though it's not indie, but you know. Like, when it first started, it was a little bit more towards that point, because they weren't bought out by another bigger corporation yet or anything like that. Because they were still an independent company, independent from 505 Games. 505 Games was still a publisher at the time, but they weren't owned by 505 Games. Right now, they're literally a studio for 505 Games. And while 505 Games isn't the biggest corporation out there, they are definitely bigger than what they would have been prior. They basically moved from, like, almost indie to, like, AA studio. Definitely not AAA. They're in, like, a weird in-between, still. Or they're still, like, a smaller studio, but they're also, like, owned by a big corporation. Let's see, what do we take over that down? The Devour Troops wipes out your entire team. Oh yeah, so hello, Presumed. Yeah, the bounty troop that's available right now is so annoying. Or the bounty final battle. I highly advise killing the Devourer first every battle, except when there's a Valraven, in which case focus the Valraven. Yeah, it's a very, very annoying one. It's probably the hardest bounty we've had in months. Actually, even the last year. I think it might be the hardest one in the entire last year. So it is definitely quite difficult. Because normally bounty hunters pretty easy to breeze through. But this one definitely puts up a bit of a challenge if you're not careful. Especially if you have lower stats. Because then you can't rush them down as easily. Oh, so hello Tyrion! Welcome! Hope all's been well. Oh yeah, isn't it community day for that one Stuffle thing in Pokemon Go? Are you grinding that today? The reason I know is because I got a random Pokemon Go shiny when I was doing some random trading last night before bed on Pokemon Go, because you get like 10 of those room trade things. And I was like, oh, random Stuffle, and then I was shiny Stuffle, and I was like, oh yeah, I just remembered now. There's an event for that just started, isn't there? Apparently, I guess it started at midnight or some kind of other time zone, because yeah, they were already like everywhere. I didn't get a bunch of them. I only got one. But I'm pretty sure if I did a bunch of trading for like 10 minutes straight, I would get several more. I just didn't really bother doing it that long. Also, I heard rumor that Pokemon Legends Arceus is supposed to be getting home compatibility soon. I'm kind of curious to see how that will work out, because I feel like I'm going to cover a lot of guides on that. I haven't really covered much on Pokemon Legends Arceus, and the one video I did cover got buried in oblivion. But I still have a few ultra clickbaity stuff for when it gets home compatibility that I have the grind for that I can easily show, that I really want to cover, and I need to cover it, like, quick. Like, I need to have the thumbnails made for it before it even gets home compatibility. Like, I need to make, like, honestly, like, 90% of the effort needs to go in thumbnail. I think that's, like, the main strategy for covering anything that isn't Gems of War, is literally, like, spend hours upon hours, like, crafting the most artisan, clickbaity thumbnail that has ever existed, and you'll be good to go. Like, it doesn't even matter beyond that point. Just get people in the video, and you won, like, 99% the battle. Let's see. What do we need here? I'll take that down. Because for something like Gems of War, we don't need to worry about that. So we don't have to make, like, ultra good thumbnails. Like, our thumbnails aren't bad, or I wouldn't say they're bad, but, you know, they're really formulaic, are the thumbnails we make for Gems of War. Like, I've pretty much been making the same thumbnail for, like, 5 years now. Almost 6 years. Actually, the background I used on the very first video we did 6 years ago is still the primary background I have as my default for the main thing. You might think, like, it's some weird asset that's not used in the game at all. And in the current state of the game, that is true. However, the thumbnail that my current thumbnail is composed of, you know, the generic one with, like, that blue thing at the top and, like, that, like, orangish kind of gold color thing as the rest of that background, those used to be assets within the game. That gold one was used, I believe, as a card kind of background thing. And the blue thing was for a lot of the banners within the game. So for example, you know how it says like Golvania there? That used to have like a really like pastel blue. Well, you see it in the thumbnail of like every single thing we ever cover. Like it has like that blue thing. So it'd say like Golvania there on top of like that blue background thing. It was used in quite a few other areas in the game. It's kind of funny because everything that's composed in my thumbnails actually looks a lot more custom now, because not a single asset is actually even used in the game anymore. Other than the logo of the game. But even that isn't even used anymore. They've actually changed their logo. So whenever you see like that red fire orb Gems of War one that doesn't have that blue sword, the non-blue sword version is actually the older thumbnail, the one that has like, or not the thumbnail, but the older logo for the game. The one that has like that little red orb, and I still do that for most of the videos. Like almost every asset I use for those thumbnails, because it was from like 5 plus years ago, like they're all like not even used in the game anymore. Which is kind of funny. That still works out. Oh, let's see. It is Stuffle Day, so you're going to be grinding it. Oh, good luck on that. Also, Tyrion, feel free to save me one. Because I'm definitely not going to be bothering with them. I might try trading a little bit tonight just to see if I'll randomly get one. I'm not sure I'll ever get into Pokemon Go, though. That's one of the only problem with free-to-play games, is I feel like after a certain point, they're like not worth getting into. Unless you can find a source that is just like really good at catching you up. Like Gems of War, I do feel like is one of those few where if you start from scratch, like literally right now, you'll be fine. Like there's a lot of ways to catch up and everything. I feel like in a lot of other free-to-play games, it is absurdly hard to do without spending a cent. Because Gems of War is very free-to-play friendly. Most other free-to-play games, not so much. Like, you're really going to struggle if you try playing 100% free-to-play in a game that's been out for like 5+ years. Gems of War is definitely manageable. There's one thing I've always liked about the Gems of War model. I still to this day have not seen a better free-to-play model in any game. Because it infinitely allows you to accumulate the premium currency in the game, which is pretty much unheard of in an average free-to-play game. Like literal infinite farm on the premium currency with no restriction to how much you can get. Like there are some things that are time-gated, like, you know, the dailies for it and stuff like that, the guild thing. But as far as like going into treasure hunt and just infinitely farming it, farming a vault event for however long you want, like there's no time gating on that or anything. You can do it as much as you have time for. You can kind of catch up on mythics. On my Switch account, made 3 years ago. This is 3 years ago. But on the Switch account, we had half the mythics in the entire game in a month. We did spend $70 though on that account, though I don't think we would have been that far off if we didn't. Like that did help speed some things along. However, because that wasn't 100% free to play. That was actually the only alternate account we ever did that wasn't 100% free to play. But yeah, we had half the mythics within a month. Of course, that was half the mythics 3 years ago, though that is still half the mythics in the game at the time. Of course, since then, we've gotten like, what, 40, 50 more mythics, but still. But yeah, getting all mythics is definitely a challenge to do as a new player. However, there's a lot of ways to target mythics over time. So getting all the relevant mythics doesn't take that long. Like, you can have every relevant mythic in Gems of War in under a year. Getting every mythic in the game, yes, that's actually kind of challenging for a new player. But you don't necessarily need every mythic. There's a lot of really useless mythics, as you've probably seen from from every single week or every month we go over the new mythic of in Gems of War. Like, I think realistically, we average like 3 to 5 good mythics per year, despite the fact that we get like 12 to 15-ish, or actually probably 12 to 16. Like, of those 12 to 16, you'll be lucky if even like 4 of them or 5 of them are viable. So even though the mythic number is technically high, the number that are actually realistic to own, like, for example, Draculus, he's so useless. Like, the only mythic you really need until you reach that point for Kingdom Stars is, like from Golvania, for example, is the Great King. Like, once you have the Great King, you can basically just ignore Golvania if it exists. Unless you finally get it to the point where you do need another star and then you need another one there. But from, like, a good troop perspective from specifically Golvania, it's like, okay, you get Great King and you're good to go. You don't need to worry about anything else. Like, generally, a newer player would want to focus... Actually, that'd be an interesting video to cover. The best mythic from every kingdom for newer players to focus. That would actually be a fun video. specifically going over the best first mythic from every kingdom. Let's see, we'll take that over. Let's see. Honestly, I should just make a list of like everything we need to cover. I have had some in the past, and we have gone through quite a few of them in the past, so there's still some things I've still never covered. Like, for example, a class tier list. That one that we will be covering later today. And during the stream, I think we'll do like a weapon class tier list. Not on the hero classes themselves, but on the 35 weapons you get from hero classes. We've never actually done a tier list during a stream. I don't know, would that be something you guys would be interested in the future? Actually, let me poll it right now. If we were to cover tier lists, though this might be a little bit biased polling it during a stream. But let me actually go do that real quick. If we were to cover tier lists on a more regular basis, how would you want it covered? Let's see. On stream, then becomes a video. Let's see. Video format only. Oh, what would the alternative be? Those are pretty much the only two. Let's see. Is there an alternative other than that? I'm trying to put something else to kind of explain what it is. Oh no, I'll just put video format only. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a two-letter word that works here. I'm trying to put this. Let's see, video format only to better quality. I'm just going to put there. Or, I don't know. I'll put the number 4 for better quality, because the text of 4 won't fit. Oh no, I'm trying to think of how to do this. If I put the word 4, video formats. Oh, I could just always just do that. Video format for better quality. There we go. Yeah, we'll just put it that way. Oh, I did not mean to add another option. I think that'll work that way. This might be a little biased polling it during a stream, though. There we go. Because the only problem with doing it on a stream is, like, you know, we're not doing as much prep for it. We're, like, it's always going to be in one take with, like, literally no do-overs. So it might be, like, a little more rambly. Not like they weren't already a little rambly. But, you know. But it definitely would work if we did it on stream. It's a lot easier to mass produce them if we do them on stream as well, which is another factor. Because they're a lot more time consuming if they're which is kind of weird, but they're actually more time consuming if you do them completely independent of a stream. Because there's definitely a bit more thought that goes into it and other factors. If we do it on a stream, it's actually pretty easy just to get them out. You wish there was a gifting system in this game? Yeah, the only thing there is you can gift like 25 gems to guildmates, but every method to obtain them is pretty expensive. Like, you can buy them with money, but that's not worth it. You can buy them with gems in-game, but you're literally like converting into a loss because they cost 50 gems and you give someone else 25 gems. So you're literally converting into a loss of gems just to give someone else gems. And the other method, and the only viable method that I actually do, though it requires VIP 6. But if you've spent, I believe, what is that, 190, 180, somewhere around there on the game to have VIP 6, you can actually get them occasionally on your daily offer. So occasionally on the VIP offer, there's a 200 gem offer that allows you to get 3 guildmate gifts and a purple orb. This actually leads to an overall positive value of gems, because it comes out to 215 gem value when you're spending 200 gems. So very occasionally on your offer, you'll get one all the way to the right here that's a purple orb and 3 gifts for your guildmates that you can end up doing, which is pretty convenient. Speaking of which, I meant to go donate a bunch of gold for the guild. Let me go do that. In celebration of the 6-year anniversary, anyone who's currently in our guild, have 1 billion gold. There we go, 10 million. There we go, let's see what we get from our 10 million. Let's see, oh, it's doing all separate tasks. Why didn't they all collapse into one? Let's see, what do we get? 2 treasure maps. Let's see. Hey, we got a truffle. But, let's see, we got 148 glory keys, 54 gem keys, 24 event keys, some souls. Wait, was there a redeem code in there? Whoops. Oh yeah, I didn't claim the redeem code from earlier. Those 2 treasure maps, 200 souls, and 2,500 gold is actually from the treasure map. And one of those gem keys are from the treasure map. That's funny. But ignore those 3, I guess. That was from the code that we handed out earlier. We'll have a couple more. We handed out 1 of these 6 that we plan on doing this stream. I got a bunch of glory, some Tradestones, and a random truffle. There we go. Nothing too good there, unfortunately. But anyways, wait, where were we? Let's keep grinding. Happy stream birthday. Thank you, Anthony. So what you are asking is, do you want more guides or better guides? Kind of. That's kind of what the question is, though not exactly, because you can still do it quality on a stream. It's just realistically, you are exchanging some quality for quantity if we did it on stream. Because the quantity that we can produce is way higher if we did them on streams here and there. Whereas the quality of them would be slightly lower, but you would get a lot more of them. But they wouldn't be like that much lower. Because the way I normally cover most tier lists, like the strategy I would use is pretty much the same. The only main difference is there'd probably be a lot less prep for the ones on stream, as well as the fact that you can't undo it if you make any mistake whatsoever. The mistake would just be in there. Though if nothing else, at least the chat can call me out on any mistakes. Whereas when I do it in a video format, if I make a mistake and I just don't even realize it and then post the video, like I can't undo that then. Whereas chat might actually make me realize a mistake that I wouldn't have realized otherwise. Oh, we didn't get anything good from the chest. Let's go update our numbers. Let's see. 54... 2. Oh wait, was it Jason's birthday? Wait, whose birthday was it? Oh, yesterday was your 47th. Wait, Jason, did we never sing happy birthday to you? Do you want us to sing happy birthday? We'll need to, if you want. But yeah, congratulations on turning, wait, how did you say? 1 second. I saw the number. I didn't actually, like, I looked at the number, but my brain didn't perceive the number. Your 47th birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, we'll definitely have to sing happy birthday for you then. Did I not see it last night? Or were you just not around last night? Probably weren't around. Too busy celebrating that good old birthday. Which is a great way to be spending it. Oh no, the average person on our stream, I am pretty sure the average age of our channel is like 40-something. Like, if I just guess a random number in 40-something, like, I will be, like, correct 60 to 70% of the time. Like, our viewer base is really in, like, the 40th section. Which is one thing that's kind of hard to cover a variety of content as well. Because a lot of alternative games I play that aren't Gems of War, like, I feel like they're targeted to a younger audience. But I'm, like, so bad at retaining a younger audience. Because my style of content doesn't really work that well for a younger audience. Even though I'm, like, completely, like, I never curse or anything like that. Like, I'm definitely very, like, what's the word for it? Family friendly. Like, this is a very family friendly channel, but I feel like a lot of my guides and everything are geared towards not younger people. Oh yes, our 13 to 18 demographic is so low on this channel that it has actually showed up as 0% at times. I believe it's a bit higher now. Like it's like a decimal of a percent. But it was actually once so low that it read as 0%. That is how low our 13 to 18 demographic is. And YouTube doesn't track anything below 13. I think there's like some kind of law where they can't or something. Oh, please don't sing? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Jason doesn't want to sing happy birthday. I only sing it for people who want it. But still, happy birthday, Jason. Hope you had a good day. I always ask before I do, because some people do not want to hear it. I'll catch you later, Terry, and have a good day. Good luck on the Pokemon Go thing. We'll probably still be streaming by the time you get back, realistically. Because the stream's probably going for another 7-8 hours. Probably closer to 8. Stream has pretty much just started. Thank you, Tyrion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to be buried in them. Yeah, I've definitely gotten a lot more into Pokemon recently. Pokemon Legends Arceus like opened my eyes to like, hey, Pokemon's actually not horrible. Like for the longest time, I like didn't bother with it. Oh no, they're kind of getting their act together. Like Gen 9, like next generation, next November will be like the true definitive moment. Like, have they learned from the last like decade of mistakes? And finally made a good mainline game. Because Sword and Shield still has so many problems. When we went back and like played it for a little bit, like, it was fun, but there's still so many glaring issues with the game. And hopefully they learned over time. I guess the other issue too is the time crunch that they have. Because I'm pretty sure a new mainline Pokemon game comes out like every 3 years. And that's a pretty short amount of time to make like a proper game. Even with a bigger studio. Like it's such a forced schedule that they kind of have to keep with. That's probably hard to maintain. Let's see, we'll take that over. Because I can't recall them ever delaying a game. Because they have like so many like moving parts of different series that go with it that they kind of can't delay any one thing. What do we even take here? I'll take that over. Take a purple. Is Zugoff the best doomed troop in the game? Yes. Out of every boss troop in the game, Zugoff is by far the best. There aren't even that many. I was hoping they would add more. It was really weird because as of about a year and a half ago, December of last year, and by last year I mean 2020, not 2021, you know, like past a year ago, but you know, like a year and a half ago, they added a feature where you can get a 1% chance of getting a power orb from every major orb you ever open. Since then, we have actually had no additional purposes to use power orbs on. The assumption was at first, like, oh, they're adding more ways to get power orbs. They're probably going to, you know, increase power orb costs or, you know, add more things that use it at a more frequent basis. However, since then, we have gotten 0 things that have actually used power orbs, which is kind of strange. I'm still hoping that they're going to be adding more things that use power orbs. They do have to be careful with it, though, because it kind of hurts newer players if they add too many things that use power orbs. It'll kind of become a mythic situation, where right now it's kind of realistic for a new player to get all the power orb stuff. That can even be done in like half a year or less. However, if they start adding too many of them, the amount of time that will take will obviously increase, making it quite a bit harder for a new player to access it all. However, it's really weird that they're not adding anything more. Because we've gone quite a long period of time now where power orbs have had no additional purpose, despite them being way more common than what they used to be. Like, they're more common now than they've ever been at any point in the game. But since they were made more common, they have not gotten any additional purposes. We have gotten 2 Doom Troops since then, but those 2 Doom Troops, the Hatter and Scroll forms, they do not actually cost powers. They cost major blues and major oranges, both of which are not a power. You're gonna go Violet upon release? Nice. Yeah, if I was to pick one, I would probably go Violet. I'm actually getting both of them this time around. I've actually never bothered to get both versions of any Pokemon game. However, I plan to go pretty hard on the next version of Pokemon. I'm not sure if we're really gonna cover much on it. Oh no, I've kind of like opened up back to the series, so. The only game, literally Gen 1 Pokemon is the only one I ever had all of them on. Mostly because due to third-hand shops at the time, you know, like GameStop, it was super easy to get them. So it wasn't really that hard at all. But, yeah, red, blue, and yellow version, with yellow version being the alternative. I've actually never played any remake of any Pokemon game, nor will I, except for maybe Gen 5, 6, and 7. Because I only played 1 to 4 and 8, as well as 9 when it comes out later this year. But I never played 5, 6, or 7. So if they ever make a remake of those, I probably will. However, to this point, if you don't count version yellow on Gen 1, I've actually never played a remake of any Pokemon game. I find them to be pretty pointless because you literally already played the game before. So you're pretty much just paying for the entire full price game again, which almost I will never do. There's almost no situation where I do that. Very exceedingly rarely. Like one of them was like that Mario collection thing, where it had like the N64 version and the GameCube version and the GameCube version, or that one Wii version. I mean that one. What's it called? Mario Galaxy. Even though I own the N64 version and the GameCube version, I did not own the Wii version, so I figured paying full price for that wasn't really that bad, because you had it on modern hardware, plus the other one I didn't actually even own, so it was kind of convenient for that purpose. Also, I never did play Galaxy. We played N64 and the other one. I've heard Galaxy's the best one. However, I consider the second one to be the best one, the Mario Sunshine. However, I still to this day have not streamed Galaxy to this channel. Maybe we'll do that at some point. There's actually 2 mainline Mario games that we haven't done. Or actually a lot of them, but the ones I have access to right now. We've never streamed Mario Odyssey, which is the most modern version of a Mario platformer. And I've never streamed Galaxy, which is considered one of the best Mario platformers of all time. And I've actually never played either. The most modern version of it, and the one that's pretty much renowned the most as the best. Well, I need to do that at some point. I have both the games, I just never bothered streaming it. I have such a backlog of games I have not played. Like, the backlog of games I have not played is so long. And a lot of them are more casual ones, which is probably why I haven't bothered playing them. I like super grindy ones. I like really super grindy games with replay value. We still play other games, but this is like my favorite genre of game. Which is why we like Gems of War so much. Because gosh, if you like grinding, there is definitely a lot of grinding to do in Gems of War. A lot of it pretty optional though, which is what I love. That's one thing that they really messed up with on Puzzle Quest 3. A lot of the grinding in Puzzle Quest 3 felt really forced. Where you had to do it, or you were out of luck. A lot of it in Gems of War is super optional. Some of it initially might feel a bit more forced, like for example doing your 3 factions every day and stuff like that. But a lot of it is more towards the optional side, where if you don't do it for like a whole day or a couple weeks or multiple months, like you don't feel like you missed out on much. Which is one of the reasons why coming back to Gems of War actually isn't that hard. Because you could miss like a whole year or 2, come back and catch up probably within a couple months. Whereas quite a few other free-to-play games, you definitely cannot do that. If you leave for a couple years, you will never catch back up. But Gems of War, if you leave for 3 years, you probably catch back up in 3 months. What did we take here? We'll take that over. What is the worst troop in the game? Probably Mummified King, I believe his name is. He basically death marks one of your allies while doing a damage poke that does not even death mark the thing he targets. He's a very, very bad troop that does almost nothing. Like, he's pretty much actively killing your own team while having no benefit more than just like a single poke. But I'd probably say he's the worst thing in the entire game. I've always considered him pretty much the worst. Even since he got rebalanced, he's still really bad. He basically just does a standard damage poke while death marking an ally. Which means he has one of the most underwhelming categories of casting while actively hurting your own team. Like, if it at least death marked the target that he hit, it would make sense. Like, if he death marked an ally and what he hit. Or if he death marked literally everything in play. That would also make sense. Actually, that would be a really good option if that ever came into the game. But he only death marks an ally. Not even any enemies, just literally an ally. Which makes, like, no sense at all. Like, obviously it's used for the thing that came out with it at the time, the priestess thing. So that you can get her skull conversion, because I believe one of your allies need to be death marked for it to do the skull convert. However, it's the only purpose it has, and it's not even a good one. Oh no, Peasant's actually really good. Peasant is an insanely good troop. You just don't normally see me using it, because outside of context of Arena, its stats are just kind of underwhelming for what it does. And the mechanic of what it does is just a bit worse without follow-up outside the context of Arena. But no, Peasant is actually one of the best commons in the game. It's only usable in Arena, though, because the stats are too high outside of Arena. But still really good. Like, if I see Peasant in Arena, we auto-won. Like, we literally won. Like, the rest of our team could be horrible. We just have Peasant, we already won. Just because of how much value he gets when their stats are lower. The problem is when stats go higher and higher, Peasant becomes increasingly less viable. But if they ever made an updated version of like a Mythic Peasant that still had like a similar low mana cost but had like better follow-up, we could have like a usable Peasant. Because I'd really love to see a troop like that, because Peasant's ability is really absurdly good. But he doesn't have follow-up on it, which makes him really bad in higher stats. Because as stats go higher, his ability is worse. Yeah, the treasures are really bad. I don't even think they gain extra stats. They, like, deliberately keep at low stats. But yeah, I'm not even sure why the treasures count as troops. It's so weird that that's even a factor. Like, they're obviously not really troops. They're literally just treasure. But for whatever reason, they added 6 treasures that are troops. And they all have an ability that basically just gives you, what, gold, I believe? Which is absolutely nothing, technically, from a win battle perspective. Their ability is basically do nothing for some amount of mana cost, plus have absurdly low stats, some of the lowest in the entire game. Which I believe they do have definitively the lowest of anything in the game, stat-wise. Because I don't believe they gain any gains from their level-ups, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they still have all your base stats. But last I recall, I don't believe their stats actually go up as you level them. So their stats at level 1 is the same as their stats at 20, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if that's the case. I believe that was, though. Because they did that for some kind of mechanic to make sure people wouldn't set, like, super weak defense. Or, you know, they would have an option if they wanted to. But, so that people wouldn't, like, deliberately keep their stuff unupgraded. So they kind of did it for that reason, I think. That was more of an issue back in the day. That's not really much of an issue now, even if they didn't exist. Because there was a weird mechanic that you could kind of do with it. Now people just set fire bombs, regardless. Let's see. So there's such a thing as lose farming in PvP. Wait, what? Because you see teams that are made to lose. Oh, yes. Lose farming is actually a thing. So Gems of War is a bit weird with how the PvP system is. Not Guild Wars. Guild Wars, you want to win your defend battles. However, specifically in PvP, you actually want to lose your battles. The reason for this is if you want like absolute optimal loot. And the reason you want to lose your battles in PvP is because of the revenge system. So when someone defeats you in PvP, or let's say what you get when you win. So when you defeat someone in PvP, so your PvP defend team wins against someone else, you just get slightly more glory and I believe slightly more gold. And by slightly more, I mean like a few. Like maybe like a few dozen gold and like a few extra glory. So this is a pretty small loot to end up getting just for end up winning on your defend team. However, when you lose a defend battle and then beat the person in a PvP battle, you have a revenge battle that you could do. Those are those red things. I'm not sure if we'll see any here. But yeah, we don't see any here. But they'll see like a red thing that says revenge, and I believe it gives like what, 3, 4, 5 extra glory. I don't remember these days. I don't do PvP much these days, but it gives you more glory. However, there's a hidden mechanic that the game actually doesn't tell you, and that is you actually get double gold as well. So not only are you getting the glory that you likely would have gotten from the defend win, the same amount or possibly even more. Not only are you still getting that, however, you're also getting double gold, which is substantially more gold than you would be getting if you would have taken the defend win. The other third factor to consider is if you have a really weak defend team, people are more likely to face you. So if you have a super weak defend team that's going to deliberately lose, you're going to be attacked more often than if you had like an ultra meta that people never want to face. So you gain more resources basically in 3 different ways. You're getting more glory, because Revenge Battle gives more glory, I'm pretty sure, than just winning it. You get like double the gold compared to if you would have won the defense. Losing it gives you twice as much gold. And you also get attacked more frequently, meaning even if it had no reward benefit whatsoever, even if it was balanced and winning was better than losing, it would still potentially be better to lose because you're going to be attacked more frequently if you have a bad team than if you have a good team. So between those 3 factors, it is actually beneficial to set the worst possible defend team in existence as your PvP defend team. Guild Wars, you still want to set the hardest thing possible, but specifically for PvP, you want to set the weakest thing you could ever imagine. So things like 4 times Firebomb, 3 times Firebomb Sacred Cow, 4 Treasure. You also want to make it somewhat unique, because if you have the exact same as someone else, you're less likely to show up. So for example, if you set 4 times Firebomb, you're going to be a little bit less likely to show up if you're if the other person around you also has 4 times Firebomb. Because if someone takes a 4 times Firebomb battle, they're less likely to find another 4 times Firebomb battle. So you want to set your team to be slightly unique, like 3 Firebombs with like a weird treasure or something similar. Because if you set like just 4 times Firebomb, there's a mechanic that they added a couple years ago, I believe, that makes it less likely, though it can still happen, but it makes it less likely that you'll show up. They did this mostly so there'd be more team diversity. So if there's ever like an ultra meta, you won't see it as often. However, it also has the byproduct of making it, if you set an ultra meta deliberately lose team, you also show up less often. So you kind of want like an in-between where your team is ultra bad, but also uniquely ultra bad. And the easiest way to do that is to use the 6 treasure troops. Not all of them, but you know, some amount of them. Like double Firebomb, Sacred Cow, like 1 treasure is like a good one to just make sure you're never repeating. Or really just any triple one with like a treasure is perfectly fine. It's unique enough that it normally doesn't pair as much. Yes, losing in PvP defend is a good thing, assuming you're actually playing PvP. If you're not really playing PvP that much, then winning's still kind of more beneficial. But if you're like doing PvP on a somewhat regular basis, at least enough to see like a couple of revenges, it is better to lose than to win, specifically on your defense. But if you're not playing PvP at all, it is still technically better to win on them, because you only get the loot from those revenges if you actually take the revenge battles, which requires you to actually, you know, play PvP. So it really depends how much you're playing PvP. Actually, I'm not even sure what my defend team is these days. Like, it doesn't matter. For Guild Wars, it matters a lot. But for whatever you set for this, it doesn't matter. What do I even have set? Apparently, I have 3 Urals and Ocean's Tome as my defend team. Well then, as an Archmage's class, which is a really heavy... Why is this even... What? Why? I have no clue. But yeah, that's my defend team currently. I guess I was messing around with something. I have no clue why on earth that's my defend team right now. Yeah, I kind of just ignored that mechanic even exists. While Guild War defends matter a lot, those are pretty much pointless in the current state of the game. They're a very dated mechanic that has not really been scaled to the current economy of the game. It's something they might rework in the future. However, they mentioned a PvP rework a couple years ago that still has not come to this day. That maybe they'll still get around to at some point, but they still have not bothered to do such a thing. Yeah, I feel like PvP when you're first starting out in the game is definitely a good place to be practicing a lot, because the diversity of what you see in early game PvP is actually really good. PvP is a lot of fun when you're first starting out. The issue that happens with PvP is once you reach a certain point in the game, everyone's running like the ultra ridiculous meta. Well, like, there's only 2 teams that are ran in post-game. Or not post-game, but, you know, like, when you're super deep in the game, there's only 2 teams that exist. A deliberate loss team, which we just went over, and the most ultra meta you've ever seen, to such a degree that, like, almost anything you do will die. Not literally, but, you know, like, things that are so annoying that the second you see them, you just do not want to click on them. Those are the only two teams that exist pretty much in the game. Either auto-lose teams or auto-win teams. There's almost nothing in between. Oh, actually, there is one third in between. Sometimes people set whatever the weekly objective kill is. I believe this week we had to kill, what, 5 Zugofs? So some people who might have a lot of Zugofs might have set like 2, 3, or 4 Zugofs as their defend team. That's the other third category. Because some people switch it to whatever the Monday objective is. So if the objective is, let's say, kill, like this week, 5 Zugofs, someone might set as many Zugofs as they have as their defend team. If next week it's like kill, I don't know, like green troops, they might set like 4 greens as their defend team. Stuff like that. Some people do it based on that to make it easier for people to do. It's normally based on whatever legend or mythic it tells you to kill. Because the easiest way to do it is repick spam PvP until you find someone. And there are quite a few people that will set their team as to help other people out, which is a very good idea. You have all 4 reverse gnomes set. Oh, nice. Too bad they don't actually give their resources. That'd be kind of funny if they did. I find teams like that really funny when they're setting it deliberately as a troll. Because I think the funniest teams are when someone sets a really real-looking team, but one single troop is just a random gnome, like a pet gnome or something else. So initially you might think like, oh, that's a real gnome. But then you realize, oh, there's not a bag next to it, that's a fake gnome. But there's some people who really troll heavily with that, where they set like a perfectly real team, but one random troop is a gnome instead. Just to kind of trick people into thinking, oh, that's an actual gnome. It's a very trolly defend team. They're not super common, but it's probably the trolliest defend team you could ever make. Most people will realize almost immediately that it doesn't have a bag next to it, though. But there's like at least half a second where you might think it's real. I'm pretty sure that's the trolliest team you could ever set on normal PvP defense. A perfectly normal-looking team, but one of them are replaced with some random gnome that can appear there. Like a pet gnome in PvP or something. Or just a normal gnome, or, you know, something there that would commonly show up. Life and Death Weaver team replaced Weaver with pet gnome. Actually, the best way, if you still wanted the team to be strong, would be to replace the 50% mana start. If you replace that one elf and kept the Empower, Life and Death, and then Weaver, and then had your last slot as the gnome, that would still function really well. The other alternative would be to replace your first slot with it, so when it dies, you just get Web Spinner there. So you can go like one of the gnomes in first slot, followed by, you know, Life and Death Weaver, and then either keep the Empower last slot or keep the 50% mana start last slot. Depends which way you want to go. Yeah, actually the first slot method would work a little bit better. But that's a way that you can still keep the team very strong, but also troll people into thinking that it might be a real gnome. This is about one of the stronger compositions you could get out of it. I wonder if anyone's done that in Guild Wars, though. That wouldn't be as convincing, because it's actually impossible to have gnomes appear in Guild Wars. So people who are well aware of that would not be tricked by it. It would still be funny, though. I feel like you'd be able to get away with that at a lower bracket guild. At the higher levels, it would just make you auto-lose every battle, and no one would even fall for it, probably. Because if they were to fall for it, one strategy that they can do is they're going to prioritize killing the gnome first to make sure it doesn't run away a lot of times. And if they actually fall for it, it would force them, or not force them, but, you know, it might trick them into potentially going for the gnome first, rather than prioritizing something else that's important on the team. I'm pretty sure in higher brackets that would never work, but you could probably trick, like, newer players or lower bracket guilds with it. The higher end you would probably never be able to trick, though. It's just too obvious that it doesn't belong. Like, in PvP you probably could, but in Guild Wars you couldn't, because, you know, they can't appear in Guild Wars. It's literally impossible. So anyone who's aware of that would never fall for it. Even though there's a tell in normal PvP, you know, if there's a bag or not next to the troop, like, it's still possible that they can fall for it for, like, a moment. but it's never going to happen in Guild Wars, or at least very uncommonly. Are gnomes good? No. The only good gnome is Cedric Sparklesack. You get him from Vault Keys. Well, actually, all the gnomes are from Vault Keys. But, you know, all of them are pretty useless. Farming them are good, like, you know, trying to hunt them down. Like, we have a Vault weekend next weekend, which is really good for farming every resource within the game, particularly gems, gem keys, other various good loot, glory, souls, gold. There's a lot of loots you can end up getting. However, yeah, we have a Vault weekend next weekend where you can farm that. However, the actual gnomes themselves, the only one that's really useful is Cedric Sparklesack. He gives you a bunch of gold bonus. He's not really that meta in the current state of the game. He used to be quite a bit better than he used to be. However, he is still usable. And there are some, like, Plunder and Peril teams that use it. Plunder or Peril is a weapon that you get from 250 wins on the Corsair hero class. And what it does is you end up doing damage boosted based on how much gold you have. You really need to rework the Guild War defend teams. You see them when you began and just left them. Yeah, I feel like I need to rework mine as well. I feel like I'm never happy with my Guild War defend teams. They're really hard to judge how good they are as well. Because one thing that's always difficult to tell is the team bad? Or is our team that we're using good? Because when you face them, you're obviously going to face them with your pure color team. And one thing that's really hard to determine a lot of times is, are you winning or losing because the team you're using to it, against it, is actually good or bad? Or is it because the actual defend team is good or bad? Because that's something hard to kind of quantify. Because if you're using a good offensive team, then it's harder to determine what a good defend team is. And vice versa. So it's kind of hard to figure out when you're testing, like what works, what doesn't. Because you might be biasing the data by one of them being way too good compared to the other. But what if the defend team is bad because the AI is horrible? You actually do have to build around that some in Guild Wars as well. It's why Double Empower is so popular. Double Empower is, while the AI can mess it up, it is one team type that the AI tends to mess up the least. While they still make some really dumb moves with Double Empower, like when they have a convert on one and not taking it, it is a lot less likely for them to end up messing up compared to quite a few other builds that exist. Probably the most consistent thing for AI to do is infinite loops, and by infinite loop I mean like literally any goblin team in existence. Because they generally use them correctly, or at least pretty close to correctly. When it comes to moving stuff on the board, they tend to not do it correctly. They tend to just do it in whatever priority list they have. Which is quite a bit different than how a player would actually play it. But when it comes to extra turn spam teams, the biggest issue with them is they don't tend to leave mana when they should be leaving mana. However, otherwise, they do play them correctly. It's just they ruin their loop ability a little bit by not playing it correctly. Which is kind of good because then that'd be so annoying if they actually did loop like perfectly infinitely. Like if the AI could play an infinite loop team as good as the player, there'd be no player base in Gems of War. Without them rebalancing a lot of things. Because if the AI was actually as competent at infinite looping as a player, it would be the most annoying thing to ever exist. Like they're already like not horrible at it. But if they were actually as good as a player at it, like, no one would ever face those teams. Like, they would have to rebalance the entire game to just remove any infinite loop. Because the main reason it kind of works now is it's slower than most rushdown teams, but also the AI doesn't use it correctly. But if the AI was to actually, like, properly do an infinite loop team, it would be a complete nightmare. But that's probably one of the teams that they do the best, because there's a lot less room for them to mess it up. The only thing that they really mess up is like if they have a 5 times on the board, they're going to take it even if they're creating that color. Like let's say, for example, a Truffle who's creating a bunch of green and brown. There's a lot of instances where you want to keep a good majority of that green and brown on the board, but the AI will take it immediately most of the time, which is not what you're supposed to do. They can still infinite loop with it, but it's a lot less likely. Same as with like Beatrix and other similar things. Like they can still loop to an annoying degree, but definitely not as much if they were player controlled. I still wish they would have a PvP area in this game that's balanced. Because you really don't... Well, you don't have any real-time PvP in this game. Something I've always wanted. I'm not sure if they're ever going to do. They added co-op in Puzzle Quest 3. But even that was kind of average. But I really wish they would find a way to add PvP to Gems of War. They said way back when, if they ever were to try to do it, it would probably take like an entire year for them to implement it, where almost the entire year would be dedicated to it. And since we already know the roadmap for this year, that's definitely not happening this year, that's for sure. But I don't know, I still wish it would happen at some point. Even if it's only one game mode completely balanced around the fact that it's PvP, we need something. Like, something in real time. It's something this game has been needing for pretty much forever. And they can easily just make a completely new side mode for it, where it doesn't even use anything that you already have. It just uses, you know, specific mode. They can still maybe use your kingdom stats to still encourage, you know, having higher stats and everything like that. They can still use your kingdom upgrades to influence how much stats you have for the mode. But beyond that, it'd be balanced completely around around whatever they end up doing for it. Because there's no way they could make what's currently available in the game as PvP. Because there's just too many broken mechanics. That would not work out in that situation. But if they had like a specific mode with like maybe like, you know, like 50 or 100 troops that you can use or something similar. It'd also be a good way for them to add a lot of troops. Kind of like almost like a bounty hunter roster size of troops. Where they start with like maybe, well, bounty hunter started with only like a dozen or so. But start with like 50-ish troops. And then slowly increase it by like 1 or 2 every single time a new mode comes out. Or, you know, a new event for it. Because I'm pretty sure if they were to add something like that, it would have, it would probably have events. To some degree. Yeah, a PvP arena would work if they made it, to the higher rarity and balanced it around it. Because I don't think it would work as well with the current setup of arena. But they could definitely make an arena that would work for it. I'm still kind of curious what that Legends Reborn patch is. It's not the next patch, but it's the patch we're getting after next patch. The next patch is going to be a Underworld rework. However, the other patch almost sounds like it's going to be a Legendary arena. That or a rework to a lot of the Legends and Mythics in the game. One or the other. But I feel like it could be a Legendary arena finally, which is something I've been wanting for forever. I don't think it's going to be multiplayer related, but it will be likely a Legendary arena. Or maybe you draft from like an Epic, Legend, Mythic, and Hero or something similar. I really wish they would do something multiplayer related with it though. Highly doubt it though. You missed the old arena? Old arena hasn't really changed. Like old arena is still what it is. The only real difference is... Oh, do you mean hero weapon? Yeah, you can't use hero weapon anymore. That's true. But aside from that, and the meta changing drastically as more troops come out, it still plays the same. The only two big differences is there's 1 billion more troops, because when Arena first came out, I think there was a little less than 150 total troops. Now there is 1,150 total troops. There's like a whole 1,000 more troops. Not all of them available in Arena, obviously, but a lot more than before, that's for sure. Like, I think Arena was picking from like less than 100 when it first released. Now it's drafting from like 600, 500, some big number, very big number, but definitely multiple times bigger. And the other thing is you don't use hero weapon in Arena anymore, which would be one nice thing if they made a Legendary arena that was Epic, Legend, Mythic, and hero weapon, because then that would introduce a fix for everyone who really wants hero weapon back while still keeping Arena exactly as is, or you know, the current Arena. Because they can still keep a current arena exactly as is, and then add an arena that does have weapon balance for it. Because hero weapon was kind of broken for normal arena, but if you were drafting epic, legends, and mythics, your hero actually wouldn't be that strong comparatively. Like, it'd still be strong, obviously, as with pretty much every team is ran with hero, but it wouldn't be as strong as comparing it to like commons, rares, ultra rares, stuff like that. It'd be a lot more balanced in a epic, legend, mythic environment. Yeah, Runic Blade, Black Manacle, and Dawnbringer were like really funny options back when weapons were available in Arena. I think the most notorious was Runic Blade. It was pretty much like dubbed the Arena weapon because even though you probably will never use Runic Blade outside the context of Arena, and currently it's not even possible to use in Arena anymore, but at the time it was so good because it was a really high single damage poke that gave you 10 to all stats when you got a kill. and because you were basically always in kill range of everything on the opposing team, you basically got 10 to all stats per time you casted. So not only were you getting a kill per cast, but you were getting 10 to all stats per cast, which outside the context of Arena was pretty low. Obviously, you'd never use it. Like, there's no reason you'd ever use Runic Blade outside that context. However, when it was usable in Arena, there was nothing stronger than it sometimes. Well, Dawnbringer was, but like, of the coloration, there was nothing stronger than it. It was like one of the top few weapons you would ever use in Arena. And pretty much the go-to one if you didn't have Dawnbringer. Alright, so on our poll that we currently have on the stream, it does look like the majority of people would want to see it on stream, potentially. So my next question would kind of be, would you want to see it with the interface or not? I might make another independent poll for it. Like, would you want to see it with this interface or, like, literally nothing? Or, like, a face cam or something? I might have, like, 3 options. Because normally when I cover a video on Gems of War, we have this format right here. You know, like, it's just the game. There's nothing but the game. Whereas obviously on a stream we have a bunch of other stuff all around everywhere. Or would you want like a middle ground of the two? I'm gonna make a poll for it. Because we already have enough data for the one right here, I think. Let me make another poll. Let's see. End poll. So let me go make another one real quick. I just need that one to fully end. Let's make another one. So, if we cover tier lists on stream, what visual format would you want it in? Let's see. On stream, that then becomes a video, I should probably say. On stream, that then is a video. What visual format would you want it in? Let's see. Same as a normal stream. Only face cam. I don't know. What would be the most important thing? Maybe chat? I'm not sure what the in-between would be. Because, I don't know, you'd kind of have to block something. I guess, full screen game, but with, I guess with face cam. I don't know. I guess I could also say, chat. But with, chat plus face. There we go. And then the other option would be just game and audio. There we go. Which is how our normal videos are. Just game, audio, nothing else. As well as how the other guide that I'll be covering will be as well. We're just video or voice and not a single other thing on screen other than the full screen game itself. And us talking about things. Obviously, if it's like a tier list thing, the tier list would also show up, obviously, as it comes up. Because for a lot of the video ones, I actually preemptively make the tier list. Because it's just a lot more convenient that way. Hello, Herberto. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. You were in your guild for 2,500 days, but now you don't play for about 4 months. Many things may have changed, but it's always the same over and over, so you quit. Aww. Yeah, that can make sense. It is a pretty repetitive game. I personally enjoy it, though. Love the grind. I'm glad you could stop by. Thanks for stopping by. Who knows? Maybe in a couple years from now, enough content would have changed. Because they do. They actually posted a roadmap. Not sure if you saw it yet, but they actually posted a roadmap for the first time of everything they're doing this year. They posted it on the forum the other day. We covered it on the Monday video this week, if you haven't already seen it. But yeah, I ended up quitting Puzzle Quest 1 a couple months ago. I still want that game to do good, but I'm definitely not actively playing it anymore. The daily system was just too time consuming. I don't mind it for Gems of War though. Gems of War is daily. If you do like really minimal daily system for Gems of War, it doesn't take that long at all. Like, I think you can get it done in like, what, 10 minutes? Obviously, there's other things that you can be doing during that time as well. But, like, the really basic one, I don't mind as much. Because you can get it down to like a really short amount of time. How many troops that rotate through the Soul Forge take 8 white power orbs? 2. There's none that rotate. Every single thing that requires power orbs in Soul Forge does not ever rotate. They're always accessible in the Soul Forge. The only ones that rotate are 4 specific mythics that are based on the kingdom. However, those are always the 4,000 diamonds ones. The ones that require power orbs are always in Soul Forge. Of the ones that exist, there's only 2, and it is Zugoff and Enraged Karandera. Of those 2, the only one that is useful is Zugoff. It's on our team right now. But Zugoff is pretty much the only power orb troop that exists. Even though there's one other one, it is just way superior of an option. Enraged Karandera definitely does not feel like it's worth the rarity. Like, it's not a completely useless troop, but normal Karandera is actually better than Enraged Karandera in most situations. So you tend to just go Zugoff instead. Oh, wait, is there a third? Wait, what's the third? Wait, am I forgetting one? What's the third? There's not a third. Like, Xenos is around always, but it doesn't cost powers, it costs something else. Because there's Zugoff, there's Enraged Karandera, and then there's nothing else. There's other boss troops, but there's no other boss troops that cost power orbs. Oh, you meant 3 with Puzzle Quest. Oh, did I say I quit Puzzle Quest 1? I meant Puzzle Quest 3. Actually, you know what? One thing we never did finish? I never finished the HD remake of Puzzle Quest 1. I never did finish that playthrough. I'm not sure if we ever will at this point. But we never did end up getting around to that, did we? It was a pretty good game. Like, Puzzle Quest 1 is what Puzzle Quest 3 should have been. What would you take on having craftable pets? I really wish they would. I've suggested, I believe, during one of the betas as well. It never happened, obviously. But I would love to have a rotatable, craftable pet system, either based on whatever the kingdom is, or have it like rotating one single color from each one per week. So like one random red pet, one random blue pet, so on and so forth. Though the other easiest way is just make it based on what the kingdom is. So for example, it's a Carecroft week, so they could have craftable pets this week. And so on and so forth every single week. That would be pretty nice if they end up doing it that way. It's a feature I've always wanted since we've had pets. However, it is not a feature that currently exists. Even if they made it cost some amount of curse runes, that could be a good way to balance it. So that people can't just like auto max every pet. It would actually cost curse runes. Like, that'd be a nice middle ground. Because it would add the feature, but it wouldn't be like, you know, it would still keep the other ways of obtaining pets intact without just instantly being able to max like all of them. Because curse runes would actually be a pretty good bottleneck for it, while still allowing you to craft pretty much any pet when they rotate around. Do I have drinks with you? Yes, I just have not been drinking much. Actually, I haven't opened this water yet. Probably should. We're 2 hours in and haven't. Though I did finish a whole bottle before we started the stream. Hydration break. Let's keep going. But the stream's already flying by. It felt like we just started, we're already 2 hours in. I'm not sure why, but when I know a stream is going to be longer, I find it easier to stream for longer. I find this relevant for like any game we ever do. Even for Gems of War still to this day. Like, if I know the stream itself is going to be longer, like the initial several hours are actually easier to do. Like, if I know I'm going to do, like, let's say a 2-hour stream, like, it's, like, if I'm planning on doing, like, let's say, like, a 6 to 10 hour stream, the first few hours are easier than if we did that as, like, the total time of a stream. Like, if I went into a stream knowing we're only doing 2 hours, then it's harder to do a 2-hour stream than if we were to do like going in with a mindset like we're do this for 6 hours, and then it's like we do the first 2 hours. It's like, oh, that already flew by. Oh, there we go. There's the stream. No. But I don't know. It's like a weird mechanic. Like if you know you're doing something for longer, it's easier to do the initial percent of what you have to do. So you just have to think about everything like it's going to take like 100 hours, and then boom. Well, you can't make it too big of a number because then it seems too intimidating. But if you like perceive everything as taking a longer amount of time, even if it is going to be a shorter amount of time, it actually makes it easier to do. As long as you don't get to too big of a number, because then it starts getting to the inverse effect, where it seems like too intimidating to even bother with. Let's see. What do we take here? But that can be applied to pretty much everything, though. You just can't make ever too big of a number. Like if you had like a 12-hour shift and you're like, I'm going to be there for days. That might be too big of a number to perceive. But you could probably perceive like an 8-hour workday as like a 12-hour workday. And it'll make it when you finally hit like the 8-hour mark, it's like, oh yeah, that was actually easy. Because your perception of it's a bit different. Gems of War is one of those games where consecutively I don't tend to grind as much, like in a chain, as much as we used to for sure. I think the main thing with it is mostly our resource stacks, because that's applicable to almost any game. Like once you've done almost most of the things that you can end up doing, there's less of a need to go for those additional resources. There's actually some games where I found I haven't really had that much of an effect on yet, though the amount of time I have in it hasn't even hit 1,000 hours yet, so maybe that's why. Like things like Pokemon Legends Arceus, for example. Like that game hasn't really hit that quite yet, even though I haven't played it for a couple weeks now, actually. I have not even opened Pokemon Legends Arceus for like 2 or 3 weeks. Like the last stream we did on it was the last time I actually played it. So maybe I did actually get burned out on it, I guess, a little bit. But that's mostly because it ran out of storage, which was a reason that I really hated, or one thing that made me kind of stop covering content for Age of Calamity. The storage system just became way too boggled down to deal with. And that is currently the issue with Pokemon Legends Arceus, because there's not enough inventory to actually hold all your shiny Pokemon and everything like that. So it is to a point where it's just too annoying to deal with all the management on it because there's not enough space. And I really hate games that have a limited storage like that. That's one nice thing about Gems of War as well. There's no capped storage on anything. You can have infinite resource of literally any resource in the game. You never run out of storage space for anything. A lot of games have to have some kind of storage, obviously, because they can't just store infinite data when you have like physical items like that. However, luckily Gems of War does it on a number-based system, so it kind of can. Because it doesn't need to remember, like, if you have 10,000 copies of a troop, it doesn't have to remember 10,000 individual things. It's just remembering one troop that you have specifically 10,000 of, rather than 10,000 individual, you know, somethings, which makes it a lot easier to track. But a lot of games that do track it individually, like each individual asset that you have, they have to have a limited number. But this makes them very annoying when they are set up like that. It leads to less customization, because then every single copy of what you have, like, so if you have 1,000 copies of something, they all have to be the same, which leads to less customization in that regard. However, it does make it so you don't have to worry about the storage issue, which is one nice trade-off. Like, you trade off customizability for the fact that you don't have to deal with an annoying storage system. Which, for some games, it's worth the trade-off. For others, not as much. For Gems of War, it's definitely worth the trade-off. Or, yes, we might not be able to make... Like, my Zugoff might almost be the exact same as your Zugoff. So we have less customizability that way for, like, building a team and stuff like that. However, it makes it so if you get, like, 3,000 of a troop, you don't have to worry about, like, oh, is this one, like, has the right, like, stats or anything like that. Like, they're all the same. You don't have to worry about each individual one, and the game doesn't have to worry about realizing each one as an individual asset. It just realizes them all as the same asset. That's a trade-off that's worth it for some games. See if we get our first 5 times chest. We still haven't gotten one this stream. Yes, here it is! Right here, right now. This is when we get the Horde Mimic. It's time. Also, let's hand out a redeem code. Regardless of what we get here, we're handing out a redeem code after this. Also, we're how many redeem codes did I say we'll get on the day we get the Horde Mimic? Because I don't have enough codes to give an additional on top of the 6 that we're already doing. So, oh wait, I just realized I'm using the wrong team for this battle. Although luckily they don't have 65% reduction anymore, or whatever it was. They now have 25% reduction, so it's fine for Zugaf to deal with. Also, he's already dead. It doesn't look like it. Oh, never mind, he wasn't dead. I thought that was the visual glitch. Never mind, he was just not dead. Never mind. Alright, let's see if we get it. Come on, Horde Mimic time. Alright, let's see what we get. Our first Mythic chest of the stream. Let me go update the number. The suspense. Let me go update the number real quick. So that's 6, and then, let me go do like a 3-1 here or something. Because that'll be able to tell us what we've actually gotten. 3 plus 1. There we go. Actually, let me center it now. There we go. 3 plus 1. The plus 1, of course, is the 5 times. Anyways, let's go see our disappointment in here. Come on, Horde Mimic. Horde Mimic. Nisha. Anu. Ooh, okay. So far, so bad. However, we could still get the troop. No! Well, another one down, another not drop. The hunt continues. Okay, let's go hand out a code. The hunt continues. Here you guys go. How many codes do I have left? That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can hand out 4 more codes this stream. Here's the second code of the stream. We handed out one near the beginning. Here's our second. And I have no clue when we're handing out the next one, but we'll have 4 more of the stream. At some point over the next 7 hours. 6, 7 hours, probably closer to 7. Realistically, we're streaming till about 9 p.m. Like, when our normal stream ends, is when we pretty much ending the stream. So our normal, like, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream, we're just streaming all the way up to that point, and when that one would normally end is about when we're going to be ending this stream. So we're still going for, like, another 7 hours or so. Anyways, there you guys go. Enjoy. Well, the hunt continues. But we found another one. Oh, yeah, people... Wait. I've gotten conflicting things because people say it pops up with the picture, but then other people who've said they've found it like multiple times say it doesn't appear there, which is something I'm always confused by because some people say it doesn't and some people say it does show up on the chest menu. Like, I've had people who have gotten it before say that they have, and people who have gotten it before that say that it hasn't. So I have no clue what it is because people have said both things, and it always confuses me. My assumption is it does not appear on that screen until you click again to actually see like the numbers that you got. That is my assumption and what I've understood to be the case. However, I have had people say that that's not the case. It actually appears when you click the initial chest thing and see what tokens you actually got initially before it shows you the numbers. But I've had people mention both things, and I'm very confused as to which one's actually correct. Because multiple times, both sides have been said before by multiple people who have gotten it, which is very confusing, unless it's different per platform or something. Yeah, yours came with the tokens. That's how I assume it works, but I keep having people say that that's not the case, which always confuses me. And it's not even one person. There's always people saying that. But there's also a majority of people. Like, more people are saying that it works the way I think it does, but then there's always people that are saying it doesn't work that way, which always confuses me. Because the way I understand it is you click the 5 times chest, you then see the tokens, but you do not see the mythic even if you got it. And then you go into a page where it then shows you the number that you got of each, as well as if you got the mythic or not. But some people say that you can see the mythic check on the, when you see the tokens. But that's not how it works to my understanding, but people keep saying that it does. Or some amount of people. Which makes me very confused. Because to my understanding, that's not how it works. Let's see. I'll take that over. Throw that down. And I don't have any way to know because I've never actually gotten it. Okay, you've gotten 2 of them and it's never been in the open animation. Okay. That's the consensus that I'm understanding. And what the way I think it is as well. So I'm not sure why people keep saying otherwise. Maybe they just don't understand the question, maybe? I'm not sure. You saw all 3? Okay. Well, we'll find out when we finally get one. We'll finally know once we have the Horde Mimic how it goes down. I know. I'll let you guys know 100% based on whatever our game does. Hopefully when we get it later today. Still hope. We still got another 7 hours. We can still find this thing. He's out there somewhere. Every single one of these could be the one. He's out there somewhere. At some point this stream, I do want to go make a tier list thing. We've kind of been doing polls on it. So currently it seems like the consensus is the same as on a normal stream. Seems to be the overwhelming consensus by 50%. With the other two kind of splitting the vote. However, one of them's kind of similar to it, where it's full screen but still has like the face cam and everything. If nothing else, it's a lot easier to do it in a normal format. Because if we're already streaming, we wouldn't even need to change the format at all. Not like it's that long. Like I could literally click this, boom, we switch format, boom, we switch back. Because it doesn't take that long to do. That's still technically more convenient that way, I guess. If nothing else, it makes the viewing experience more coherent on the stream. Even if it is for a video thing. Because it would still be the same format the whole time. Though it would make it a lot more obvious when we're actually recording something, though. Like, if the format of the stream looks different, it's like, oh yeah, we're recording at a given time. Like, it'd be a very easy tell at a given time in a stream, like, oh, we're recording a video. I've noticed quite a few channels do that pretty frequently. Where they record a video, like, as a streamer, you know, as part of the stream. It's something I've never really done. I think we've done it, like, once or twice. It's actually really easy to do. Because the software I have right now is capable of, or most of the recording software can, where it can simultaneously both stream and record at the same time. Meaning I could click the record button right now, and then for however long I start talking or doing stuff, it would become its own video. Meaning you don't even need to rip it from the stream itself. You can simply just record for the amount of time that you're actually doing during the stream. And not only will you guys see the stream, but the video will also be recorded as an independent file. Which is super, super convenient. And a feature I've only used a couple times in the past. Though it's a feature we might use a lot more into the future. Because it makes it a lot easier to cover more content. It is technically possible that you get one drop. It depends what chess you're doing. Because you can technically see as many as 4 drops and as few as 1. Because it depends what explore difficulty you're doing, since the lower difficulties would give you less drops, whereas the higher difficulty would give you more. So theoretically, you can see 4 drops, 3 different tokens, and a mythic when you open up a chest, if you're doing Explore 12. But if you're doing a low-level Explorer, you can actually see as low as 1 drop, which is no mythic plus 5 of a single token. It really depends what mode you're doing. But yeah, it is possible to see anywhere from 1 to 4 drops within the Explore 12 chest. On the chest we're doing right now, 2 is the lowest, and 4 is the highest. When we're doing a 5 times chest. Because 2 are guaranteed, the 3rd is RNG rolled, and the 4th is super RNG rolled. On if we have to get that mythic or not. If nothing else, one thing that this patch was really good at doing is making us actually want to farm Explore 12. Like, I was still farming Explore 12, but it felt like we had, like, very little incentive to try to, like, power grind it. But one thing that the patch definitely did do is give us a very good incentive to want to grind it to at least a certain point, and that certain point is finding this mythic. Oh, look at this. Oh, let me go look at the thing. Oh, wait, is this a video of someone actually getting it? Oh, wait, it says video not found. I'm not sure why it does that sometimes. Let me copy it instead. I clicked on the link. Let me see what happens if I copy the link instead. I'm not sure why it does that sometimes. Link not found. Oh, no, never mind. It worked that time. Let's see. Currently has an ad. 1 second. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. They open the 5x chest. Oh! It does appear. Hold up. Wait, this is on console, though. Does anyone have it on a... That's interesting. Oh, wait, that's super weird. It showed 3 icons, but it had 4 drops. That's even more confusing. I guess it overwrit the other one, like visually. That's super weird. But it is on a console version, though. It could be that everyone who keeps saying it is on a different version. Because, that's specifically on PlayStation. So it could be that the people on PC Mobile, it functions differently than on a console version. Because that might be why we're getting 2 different groups of people saying different things. Because it could be that the Xbox and PlayStation works one way. Does the Switch even have it? Yeah, I don't even remember. Maybe Switch as well. But it could be that the console versions are working one way, but the PC Mobile version is working a different way. Which would explain why we're getting 2 different groups of people saying completely different things. Because it could be that on PC Mobile, it doesn't show it to you until you get to the thing, but on console it does. Because that would explain why we keep getting, like, everyone saying 2 different things. Because on console it's correct that it would show up that way, but on PC Mobile it probably doesn't. It doesn't show up until the actual loot. Which is how our game would work then, if that is the case. Because we're on PC right now. That reminds me, before I forget, I should probably go send Kafka a message on if I need barcodes. Actually, I might as well just do it on my phone. I'm gonna do that right now. I forgot, we're gonna almost run out of codes on this stream. I'm so bad at typing on phones, though. Would allow us to multitask here, though. Let's see. If it would ever want to function. Come on, phone. I might at some point get a better phone. Let's see. Gosh, this thing is slow sometimes. I don't use it for much, but like it's still trying to load Discord. There it goes. It's in. Let's see. Where even is Kafka? She's probably buried in other messages. Because I tend to only message her like, what, once a month? For more codes. She's very buried right now. Gosh, where on earth? Gosh, even Genki was above that. Simpleman as well. Gosh, how long has it been since we... Gosh, it's been forever. Simpleman's birthday was it before I've asked for more codes in the last month. Let's see. That was a while ago. Could I get more codes when you get the chance? There we go. Thank you. There we go. The message has been sent. She probably will not get around to it for like another week or two. But I've remembered to send the message of remindering. And I will message her again tomorrow night. And again Monday night. And maybe even go find her on the forum. Actually, does she have a social media? I've never bothered messaging her like Twitter or something. I'm not sure she checks it. That'd probably be a good place to check though. Hey, we got an Anu there. I thought I didn't want to pay a cell phone bill at all. No, I just changed my service to a cheaper one. I just use a really cheap Mint Mobile plan. I forget exactly how much it is per month. I want to say 20 or 30. So it's basically like $1 a day. It might be slightly cheaper than $1 a day. I actually completely forgot off the top of my head. But I believe it effectively comes out to $1 per day. Which, relative to how much I use it, is still kind of expensive. Like, it's not a lot of money. But relative to how much I use my phone, is a lot of money. I don't understand having a really expensive phone plan, though. Like, very expensive internet kind of makes sense, because then you can also run your phone off it. You can run, you know, everything. Obviously, it's used for a lot of things. However, I don't know. I don't really understand. Unless you're traveling a lot, like, a really expensive phone plan just doesn't seem worth it. Like, anything over, like, I want to say $50 a month. Though, especially if you're paying over $100. Aren't there plans that go over that? Like, unless you really need it for, like, international calling and, like, additional stuff like that, and you're, like, constantly traveling. It's, like, one of the only situations I could think for it. Let's see. I'll take that down. Oh wait, did they actually get an ad with Deadpool? That's kind of funny. I never did see the other movies. I only saw the first one. Didn't they make like 3 movies for Deadpool? He was a good fourth wall character. Or he's probably the most well-known fourth wall character. Like, it's definitely a genre of character, but I'm pretty sure none are more well-known than Deadpool. It's also one of the only few superhero-like characters that I actually like. Like, I'm generally not a fan of like superhero movies, but his angle is actually kind of good. Like, it doesn't feel like a superhero kind of thing. It's more of just like a really weird character, but it works. Oh, the actor does the ads. Oh, okay, I see. I see what you mean now. The actor that does the ads for Mint Mobile is the actor for, yeah, I don't know who actors are, so I would never know that. Like, you could show me, like, Deadpool, like, you could show me a clip of Deadpool with the voice, and it could be the same voice to the thing, and then show me an ad of the actor, and I'm like, wait, who are either of those? Also, thank you, Heinrich. Yep, 6 years. Wait, he owns Mint Mobile? Wait. Really? Wait. The actor for Deadpool owns Mint Mobile. That is news to me. I've been using it for like over a year now, and I've actually never known that. You're saying the actor for Mint Mobile, I mean the actor of Deadpool is the owner of Mint Mobile. That's... I never knew that. That is news to me. That's kind of interesting. Gosh, how much must he be worth these days? Because he's probably getting millions every time he ever has to do a Deadpool roll. Plus like hundreds of thousands every time like an ad is related to him. Plus he owns Mint Mobile. He's raking in the millions. Probably even billions. Gosh, how much is he worth? Actually, I kind of want to know now. Hold up. Let's see. Ryan Reynolds net worth. There he is. Oh, he's even the first one that comes up. Ryan Reynolds net worth. 150 million. Really? Only? I would expect it more. I know. Is he a billionaire? That's what my question would be. Really? Only 150 million? That's weird. I'd expect that number to be way higher. I was expecting like slightly over a billion. I wasn't expecting like too many billions, but I was expecting at least a billion. Because he's definitely profiting from Mint Mobile. Like they're pretty cheap, but they're definitely still functioning from a profit. Though the profit margin is probably way less than other mobile companies. Oh, what do we need here? Take purple for now. You like Deadpool until the last scene when he decides to kill someone that doesn't need killing. Played it like it was funny. Not funny. I don't remember what scene that was. I do not remember the scene. I do need to go see all the movies though at some point. Honestly, I haven't really been watching like any amount of movies in the last like multiple years. Like I think it's been like 3 to 4 years since I've actually like properly seen a movie. There also hasn't really been that many good ones lately. There's nothing really within my interests. I'm not sure if my taste has just changed or the quality of movies have gone down. I feel like it's a combination of both, but I still feel like more so that the quality of movies have just gone down. That or my expectations for what a movie would be have gone up, so I'm not sure. Something has changed. You like the ones with I Am Groot? I have actually never seen any of the Galaxy ones yet. I am aware of the characters, though. The Baby Groot one was pretty funny. They were literally just trying to monopolize on like the Baby Yoda memes at the time. And I'm pretty sure it worked. Let's see. Because around the time when that movie came out, that was kind of huge, the whole Baby Yoda thing. So they probably tried shoehorning that in as quickly as they possibly could into the movie's plot. For money. Why is there no green on this board? There's a specific lack of green. When our only mana accumulator is green. Well, only one we had at the time, obviously Thrall's not green. Well, you know, not green based. Because Leprechaun with 0 green on the board is very bad. Though it wouldn't be the first time I ever clicked his ability when there was literally no green there. Oh no, you have a game crashing issue? Oh no. That's not good. Oh, Ryan Reynolds has his own YouTube channel as well. Nice. Yeah, there are some celebrities that do that. I'm not sure of a full list, but I know, gosh, what's his name? Jack Black had like an interesting gaming one that he ended up doing for some time. I'm not sure if he's still doing it. I watched it a bit initially and then kind of stopped. But I know he made his own gaming channel that he did with like his family and stuff here and there. Also, didn't Jack Black get cast as Bowser for that one Mario movie that's supposed to come out later this year? I'm really curious how that's gonna go. Also, how was the Sonic movie? Didn't that come out already? I didn't bother watching it. I always like video game adaptations of IPs. Was the Sonic one any good? I still never watched the first or second one. I know the first one was decent, or at least people said it was. I still never saw either, though. I was going to see the first, but I never ended up going out for it. Because that was around, like, right at the beginning of when the pandemic started. So I never actually got to see it. Because that was, like, right at the beginning of peak pandemic. Oh, what do we need here? I'll take that one down. Also, even though it's not a Vault weekend, we actually haven't been getting that bad of a rate on gnomes. Like, obviously not as good as if it was a Vault weekend, we'd see so many more. But, I don't know, they've still been trickling in at a decent rate. Haven't been getting unlucky on them, at least. No verse gnomes, or curse gnomes. Actually, that's probably a good sign that we're not getting too many then. A single cursor or verse one. Because if it was a Vault weekend, you'd be seeing like at least like dozens of them per hour. Well, not dozens, but you know, like you can easily get like 8 to 10 or 8 to a dozen verses per hour, plus maybe one curse gnome. Also, I find it funny that the number of viewers we're going to have during the stream is going to fluctuate all over the place. I think the funniest thing is it's probably going to spike up around 8 p.m. of all the people who normally watch this at the nightly time. Because I wonder how many people would kind of forget or didn't watch last night or the other hints throughout the week that we'd be streaming today. Which means they would come at the normal time. Because I'm pretty sure that will happen. I know it's happened on other days where we've done day-long streams or almost day-long streams. Or because we always do content at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day. Like, even if we were streaming all day, the number always spikes around then. Which I just always find funny. Because even though we've consecutively been doing it the entire time, people still come around the normal time we always do it every single day. Regardless if we've been streaming for hours prior. Oh, Josh Whedon got canceled. What did he get canceled for? Twitter does some really weird things sometimes. How many legendary tasks did we do today? 10 of them. I threw down 10 million gold. We did that, I think, at about the hour mark. We didn't get anything good, though. It was just a bunch of various keys and stuff. It's pretty underwhelming loot. We did get a random truffle, though. Not like that really matters much, but it was actually the only non-loot related thing we got. Or, you know, like, not resource related. Yeah, how much more gold have I been getting as well? We only gotten like 2 million gold this stream so far. Let's see, how many do we have just sitting here? Oh, someone gave us a gift. Hey, thank you, Loco. I want to go give him some back. Let's go claim all this. Oh, yeah, there's a redeem code from earlier too. Let's see if we get anything here. Any mythics? Anythings? No mythic. Just a single legend again. When I did mine earlier too, we only got one legend of a truffle. I had a good number of keys. There we go. Alright, let's give one to El Loco. How do I check again? Guild. I'll give him his 25 gems back. Roster. Gosh, Isabel has done a lot of trophies this week. Here, let me do it by trophies. I'm gonna give like the highest 3 some things. Alright, there we go. We'll give you 3. So I'll give one to you, which is also giving it back to you. Give one to Isabel. I'll give one to SP Herm. Yeah, we'll give some helpfuls. I think everyone already has this max, to who I'm giving it to. But we'll give some helpfuls. There we go. Anyways, where are we? Let's go and continue to grind. Actually, what's in our mail? Oh, even more. Gosh, everyone's dropping the legendary tasks. Got a Mount North. Dropping a bunch as well. There we go. Anyways, let's keep grinding. You're starting to think it's your computer, just like Tacit's is getting closer to 10 years old. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, any computer that's reaching that time, unless you've been doing like constant upgrading maintenance, which personally I'm not really too aware of. Like, even though I've used computers like all my life, I'm still like pretty bad at all the technical stuff with it. So I generally don't make a lot of like maintenance upgrades to my builds. I generally just have what I have and then use it until it like completely burns out. Like, I don't make like gradual upgrades over time normally. I just kind of let it do its thing until it's literally unfunctionable. But yeah, mine's getting up there in age, and I haven't really done much maintenance to it as far as like replacing anything out. Most everything still works though on it. Like, the keyboard is like demolished beyond belief because it's a laptop. Like, almost all those keys do not function anymore. Like, it might as well not even have a keyboard. It literally is unfunctionable. But aside from that, like pretty much everything with it's still fine. It's just very slow. Really slow compared to like a good computer. Like, if you compare my newer laptop to the older laptop, like this thing's like 5 times quicker at almost everything, if not more. Oh, we got another mimic. What is this? The 5th mimic of the stream. The hunt continues. Who knows? Maybe it's over. Maybe this one will be the one. Every single chest we ever get to could be the one. This could be the one. Are you the one? You're not the one. You're not even anything good in you. Another number for the stack of disappointments. I'm gonna go update the number. Where even is it? Let's see. That's number 56. So we're at 56.6. And we're at 4-1. 4 normal ones, or by 2 times I mean by that, and 1 5 times. So we found 5 total so far. Oh wait, I can just take that. There we go. Henrik, thank you. Yeah, it gets confused sometimes. Normally, whenever anyone uses multiple different names at other locations, I sometimes forget what they are. But thank you greatly for the contribution. Oh, so we'll take that over. Grab our extra turn from there. Why does this battle feel like it's taking so long? There we go. It's not giving me my final little poke I need. Is that you? Yeah, I normally get all my computers pre-built. It's just not really worth the effort otherwise these days. Unless you want like a really, really custom build. Which for my purposes I don't really need. Like, even though literally everything we do is on computers. Like, there's so many, like, pre-made ones that are perfectly fine. Unless you care about having, like, the best of everything. Because there's only two really realistic things you would really need to ever upgrade to modern ones, and that is processing power and graphics. However, I generally don't care about graphics, and most of the things I need processing power for, standard builds are perfectly adequate enough. Like, I don't do anything so intense that I would need, like, the most optimal processors. Like, anything that's above average is still fine. Like, I don't need, like, the newest, shiniest one that just came out, like, probably a month ago. The latest Intel chip, I said chimp. I knew it was chip, but somehow I said chimp. The latest Intel chip runs super hot, so you could save money on your heating bill. Actually, I always make sure my room's a little bit cooler. It was actually an issue when we first started the channel, because we didn't have like a proper air conditioning system for this house. And one thing that actually was an issue with my older computer was it would overheat because the room was already hot and it wasn't as good at cooling. So we actually had an issue where like it would lose like so much functionality because it was kept getting way too hot for what it should be. Luckily, the cooling system on the new laptop I have is way better than the old one I had. However, it's still somewhat an issue with the other one, which is why sometimes we have streams where it's like above average slow. And it's normally just days that are like way hotter, where the AC might not be cranked as high. Because it overheats pretty easily. is one of the things that actually contributes to the lag that it does sometimes. Because right now it's actually not too laggy. That's also because the air conditioner is actually on pretty high right now. Actually, it's literally on right now. I could feel it coming up from the thing. Let's see. I'll throw that down. Oh, so hello, Katrine. Welcome. Yeah, I'm pretty bad with names. So thank you for posting the pronunciation, because that makes it a lot easier. Katrine. Hopefully I'm still not butchering it based on that. That's a pretty cool name. I've actually never heard that name before. Actually, is it Katrine? Wait, it might be Katrine. Actually, I probably would have said that one correctly, because I'm looking at it and it does look like Katrine. Though I might have said Katrine. Because I wouldn't know how to pronounce double I. Yeah, the next Pokemon thing we're doing is actually not even Pokemon related. We're going to be playing Koromon tomorrow, which is like an indie version of Pokemon. It reminds me a lot of Gen 3. We'll be starting that tomorrow. Probably around the same time we started today. Maybe closer to 10 a.m. It depends. Gosh, is that a spider? Looked like a web. Could have just been a piece of hair, though it can't be my hair. My hair is like not even an inch long. Like there was something white and stringy looking. And if my hair was longer, I would think it was a piece of hair. But my hair is way too short for that to be my hair. If it was a piece of hair. Absolutely hate spiders. The more insects are too annoying for their own good. I still don't understand how society hasn't like completely like isolated insects from the modern world. Because that'd be very convenient. Like obviously that would also be an issue for some species. But you could also, you know, like move those species as well. Just move like everything. I guess some of them are kind of needed though, like worms and stuff for the ground and stuff like that. If you get rid of some, then you have problems with others, and then you have like a whole like echoing effect across everything. Which I guess is one reason for it. But gosh, there are like too many annoying bugs that exist. Like the ratio of annoying bugs to the ratio of bugs that are kind of needed for the ecosystem is definitely not proportional. Like you can get rid of like 90% of the insects from a given area, and you might have to get rid of a couple species as well that might live around. But you could probably get rid of 90% of the insects from a given area, species-wise, and still be fine. You like spiders because they eat other bugs? They do so in such an annoying way, though. And there are animals for that as well. Like, frogs are pretty good at that. I know my other house that had a lot of frogs, we didn't have as much of a bug problem, though mosquitoes was still a really huge issue. Because I don't think the frogs liked mosquitoes as much. But, like, every other bug type wasn't that big a deal. The only two that were kind of still a big deal were bees and mosquitoes. But bees you kind of need for pollination. I guess the bats kind of ate the mosquitoes, but definitely not at a good enough rate. Like, the bat to mosquito ratio was definitely not proportional. Like, I'm not sure how those bats would fly with how many mosquitoes there were relative to how many bats there were. Like, they'd be so bloated with mosquitoes if they just ate all of them. Yeah, spiders are a weird, like, subcategory. I still always consider them insects, though. It's kind of like one of those things where, like, theoretically birds are dinosaurs, but also they're kind of not. It's kind of like one of those kind of things, where spiders are technically not insects, but, like, for all intents and purposes, like, almost everyone refers to them as insects. Whereas birds are kind of the inverse. Where theoretically they're actually dinosaurs, but, you know, they're just under the category of birds. Because it's way easier to denote older dinosaurs that way. Otherwise it would get kind of confusing. Spiders are kind of the inverse, where they're just referred to as insects for simplicity's sake. Same way as birds are referred to as birds. Because it's easier to talk about, like, what you're specifically referring to by mentioning by their other subtyping. Yeah, the whole arachnids family. Aren't all spiders arachnids, though? Like, there aren't any spiders that aren't arachnids. Like, it's not one of those subcategories where it includes other things. Because, for example, birds can go under the avian category. But if I'm not mistaken, avians also include, like, you know, bats and stuff. And bats are not birds. They're mammals. Because it depends what subcategory you do. Oh yeah, scorpions would be under that category. Because that's basically like the same thing as like avians compared to birds. Because there's a lot of things that aren't birds that are considered avians. Hey, we got mail. I assume it's people in our guild doing legendary tasks. We seem to be getting a lot of them all of a sudden. We started a chain reaction by donating 10 million gold. And now everyone's donating. Let's see, what did we get? What did we get? Looks like Wolfman did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gosh, another 10 as well. You know what? We'll give one to him as well. Why not? He was our 4th highest trophies. Now I'll feel bad if I don't do the 5th highest one now. Let's see, who is our 5th? I don't know, maybe we'll just do top 4. Let's see, who is our 5th right now? Actually, it's almost us. Actually, that'll be everyone who has more than us right now. That seems fair. Every person who has farmed more than us at this exact moment in time. So the only 2 other ones is Wolfman and the Boz. There we go. Alright, so every single person who at this exact moment in time has farmed more trophies than us, we've given one to. Because we gave those other 3 earlier. There we go. Anyways, where are we? Let's keep grinding. What do we need here? I guess we'll take the skull and hope we don't die to death mark. And we did not. Good evening, Exos. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Nope. Oh, we got an Anu though. Nice, nice. Wait, how many tokens are we sitting on these days? I could look at a troop upgrade. Because I feel like this is the easiest way to see them all. We got a decent handful right now. Oh, so that's funny. We have exactly 33 and 33. Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. I was looking at them together. I forgot. This gets converted into that, not into that. So we're almost at 33, 33 there. A lot of Anus. I haven't been using much Anu lately. Also, I have enough to almost upgrade 2 mythics. We're actually almost at the point where we can get 2 mythic upgrades. We've gotten so many niches lately. No wonder why. We got like a 1 week ago, we got a 5 nisha drop. And then this week, we got a 2 nisha drop. On top of the few niches we got in here and there as single drops. So within the last week, we've gotten a whole niche of metal. Between everything. Yeah, 12 of them. How many would we need? You need 13. So we're actually only 1 niche of metal away from an upgrade. Or, you know, from being able to upgrade 2 mythics. That's interesting. Now they just need to add 2 mythics worth upgrading. Also, 134 medals of Orpheus. That's a lot of Orpheuses. As someone's watching this with 1,000. But, you know, it's decently a lot. There's someone out there with a stack of over 1,000 though. They exist somewheres. And they probably have like 3 copies of the mythic already. Actually, I wonder if there is a single person with 4 copies. Like, that is either an insanely lucky person or they've been grinding for like 10 plus hours per day since the patch. One or the other. Like, someone definitely has 4 copies of it. It might only be like a few people, maybe less than 3. But at least one person has 3 or 4 copies. So thank you, Ian! But yeah, we're going to be having a bunch more redeem codes during the stream. We're going to have another 4. We ended up 2 so far. So far, we've mostly just been doing it for the super big moments of bigger drops. One of them we'll do before we do the tier list as well. Actually, maybe I'll hold it hostage and do it after the tier list. Keep the viewer count slightly higher while we do the thing. Because I do want to cover a tier list this stream. It's not the main one I wanted to cover, but I will be covering one. I'm going to be doing all weapons. The tiers for all 35 weapons, hero weapons in the game. I need to go make it and everything sometime to stream though. Probably do that in like an hour or 2, we'll see. Like at the midway point in the stream. Because what would be the midpoint at this point? The midpoint would pretty much be in 1 hour from now. Like hour and a half is the midpoint of the stream. Also, I forgot what it's like to do a Saturday stream like this. We used to do this back in the day. Friday and Saturday, we used to do a 6-hour stream. Then eventually it became like 4 hours. Then we started doing it only on Friday. And at this point, we pretty much just don't do them at all. It reminds me a lot of when we used to do it. Because we used to talk a lot about like random everything. Also grinding a bunch and, you know, all that good stuff. It's something I haven't really done much in the current state of the game. Though, you know what, I kind of do miss doing it some. Obviously, we still stream other stuff generally on those days. Just not necessarily Gems of War. It feels really nostalgic to do it for Gems of War again on one of those days. Either on a Friday or Saturday. I don't think we'd ever make it a regularly scheduled thing, but who knows, maybe I'll start throwing it out here or there. I definitely would not start doing it on a regular, like, every week schedule kind of thing, though. But maybe occasionally. Check your mail, there's a mythic. Oh, we got a mythic. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Oh, hello, Gem God DS. Welcome, welcome. You've seen 4 with 3. Not aware of any with 4. I don't think I've seen 3. I've seen double. I've seen someone with double. I haven't seen 3 or 4 yet. I know they're out there. Anyways, or at least 3 for sure. I'm not sure about anyone with 4. Okay, let's see. Oh, we got, we could already see it. Oh, we got Tesla too. Tesla's actually pretty good. But there he is, Tanya. Which, they end up buffing him. He's still kind of useless. Like, he's a stunning mythic that is outclassed by other stunning mythics. Like, he's a weird in-between troop, where he's kind of like a in-between of what Obsidious does and what Ketris the Bull does. except he's weaker than both. Like, Ketris does what he does better, and Obsidius does what he does better. Like, obviously, he does them both together in a different way, but there's pretty much no point in using him due to Obsidius and Ketris just covering what he does better. Because normally you just go all in on one mechanic and just do it that way, rather than do a mix of both. He does have Jinx, but Jinx is increasingly less relevant in the game as more power gems come into the game. He also gets to steal some magic from the first enemy at the start of his turn, while also having that boost ratio based on attack difference. Which is kind of weird that he doesn't gain attack as well. Like, you would think he would steal like 3 magic and 3 attack or something. Because I believe he does double if his if the target of what he's targeting is greater attack, or if you have greater attack. I believe it only checks the one that you target, not the adjacents, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it definitely needs a bit of rework to be viable. Ah, there we go. I got him. How many copies does that make? I assume he's our 3rd or 4th. I'm pretty sure I didn't only have 1. Oh no, I did only have 1. Okay, well, we have a 2nd copy now. Cool. There's one of the mythics we only had 1. Honestly, I should go try to make sure we have 2 of every mythic in the game. There are still a good handful of mythics I only have 1 copy of. Tanya not being one of them anymore. It's normally the more useless mythics, though some of the good mythics I actually don't have 2 copies of. We easily could if we just pay attention to Soul Forge over the course of multiple months. By the end of this year, I could easily have 2 of every mythic, because we have enough diamonds to do so very easily. It just seems kind of pointless too in most situations, because I'm still holding out in case they do ever add another purpose to use diamonds. And you know for sure if we spend the next several months trying to get 2 copies of every mythic, or you know, to have 2 plus total, you know for sure they're going to do something in a patch that will make diamonds actually relevant again, as I've just spent all my diamonds to go get 2 of every mythic. Also, that's a good way to show that it is definitely possible to do if we just go and get every mythic 2 times over. Some are going to be really annoying to do, like Xenos and stuff like that. Actually, does Xenos cost a lot of resources? I actually can't remember now. Zugoff we already did. That's one of the more annoying ones. And Rage Carandero we'd have to do. That's another 8 power orbs. I wonder what that number would even be. Because if it's actually not too high, we definitely could consider it. I think it's like 30 something. If it's under 30, I could see me doing it. If the number is like over 40 or 50, I definitely probably wouldn't. Well, let me double check. If I go to base rarity, let's do like a quick number. So how many do I only have 1 copy of? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I only have 1 furnace? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Really only 1 Sword of Slaughter? 36, 37. Only 1 Roadbreakers too. 38, 39. 1 Ubistet. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's a little bit too many to do them all for. But yeah, there are 45 mythics I only have 1 copy of. How many diamonds is that? What's 45 times 4,000? I think I could guesstimate it, but I really don't want to do it wrong. Oh, that's not a calculator. Because I do need an exact number here. 45 times 4,000. So that's 180,000 diamonds. Let's see how many diamonds I have. Ooh! I actually wouldn't have enough diamonds to do such a thing. Really? Interesting. So I have 15,030 plus that. Which, how many diamonds short am I then? Let's see, 15,030 plus 111,278, which comes out to a total of 126,308. And if we subtract that from the other number, that's how many we are short. So if we subtract that from that other number, let's see, what was that number again? There we go. So that means I am 53,692 diamonds short of having 2 of every mythic. Interesting. I'm actually surprised we were short. I thought we might have, like... I thought it would use all my diamonds, but still have a little bit left over. But no, I actually don't even have enough diamonds to do that. That's actually kind of surprising. It's a little bit more than I was expecting. So there are other ways to get those. They don't all have to be from diamonds. We could do keys and other things if we really wanted to go after it. Because that's under the assumption that we would diamond craft every single one. Which I guess that kind of makes sense, because the mythics rate that comes into the game, if you base it only on diamonds, the rate at which you get diamonds is slower than the rate that mythics come into the game. So I guess that kind of makes sense, that it's actually that high. Because that's not considering any other factor. That's not considering gem keys, event keys, any other key. It's not considering any other means of accumulating mythics. But based on diamonds alone, I am basically 54,000 diamonds short of having a second copy of every mythic in the game. Which actually isn't too bad. And obviously, if we really tried to do that, though, I don't think I will be. But if I, like, actively tried to have a second copy of every mythic in the game, we're obviously going to accumulate quite a few of them from non-diamond means. Because it wouldn't make sense to do all of them through diamonds when there are other ways to get them. Most notably event keys. Though they did buff VIP keys if we wanted to do general thing first. I have not opened VIP keys in years in this game. It's been like 3-4 years, I want to say, since we've opened VIP keys. Also, I just realized our rate of mimics this stream actually isn't that bad. We actually had 5 mimics in 3 hours. Which, compared to our average rate lately, is actually kind of good. Like, anything above 1 per hour, I'm kind of happy with at this point. As long as we're not going, like, 2-3 hours without one, I'm perfectly happy with that rate. Because that was one thing I was concerned with a longer stream like this, is if we went, like, 3 hours, like, if we went this whole stream and still had 0 mimics, you know how discouraging that would be to keep going? But the fact that we're actually getting a good rate makes it, more exciting to keep trucking on. Even though our rate isn't actually any different, the motivation behind it is different. Oh, you didn't have that mythic? Nice. Is Draculus good? No, he used to be. He's still usable. If he's one of your only few mythics, yeah, you can still get away with using him. But he's definitely fallen off the meta. Like 5 years ago, he was like one of the best things in the game. Like him with Crimson Bat were like insane. But they're not really that good anymore. If you're looking for a good true damage option early on in the game, you normally want to use something like Tesla. Actually, it's kind of funny, I actually got one from the guild as well there. But when we got that mythic, oddly enough, it's actually stronger than that mythic. But Tesla is insanely good if you ever randomly get her. Unfortunately, there's this event recently for her, so she'll be a little bit hard if you don't already have. You're just going to have to get her from random drops. But she's a really, really good true damage option that scales based on how much armor is in play. I just realized something. Can I actually remove this? I want to hide it. Ooh, I can. Oh, there's something in my interface that you guys can't see. Let's see. Oh, that's huge. Video capture device. Oh, yeah, I think that's the Nintendo Switch. That would be what the video capture device is. Okay, I'll keep that one there. But for whatever reason, those little animation things I have for some of the things actually had a sound file attached to them. It's a completely non-existent sound. But for whatever reason, even though it's a animation loop, it somehow, for whatever reason, wants to try to make the non-existent sound. I believe one of them was a GIF as well, or GIF, however you say it. But for whatever reason, it still had a sound file underneath my sound fields. Which is one of the reasons why the other day when the mic was really loud. Which was that for Gems of War stream or something else? No, I think it was for Triangle Strategy. At the beginning of Triangle Strategy stream, our mic was very loud. But I fixed it now so I can actually see the mic immediately. So the first two things I see is desktop audio, which of course right now is doing Gems of War sounds, and the normal mic. Because it's very easy to tell when the normal mic is being weird because it has like all red because it's like blaring loud. Whereas right now it's staying in the green and yellow area, which is where you want it to be. It also makes it easier to tell where I need to balance a given game. Like if we're playing a brand new game that we haven't played yet, makes it easier to tell where we need to balance the audio relative to our voice. Or at least give us a better measurement of it. Honestly, we've been using this new program for about a month now. Well, not really new. I've been using it for the videos always, but I've been using it to stream for the first time last month. And honestly, I prefer it so much more. It's been a great experience switching over. I also find it funny because now Steam will be keeping track of how many total hours we have. So like years from now, we'll be able to see like the multiple thousand of hours we have streamed total, which is kind of funny. Like obviously there are already things that kind of track that, like YouTube and stuff, but something about seeing it on Steam is just kind of funny. Because our second most played game on Steam is going to be OBS. OBS Studio, my second most used Steam game. It isn't currently, but by the end of this year it probably would be based on how much we stream. Or maybe not. I'm trying to think. What is my second most played game on Steam? I think it's Dota 2. Which I think is at like 2,500 hours or something. Also, I still need to sell a bunch of Dota 2 inventory. I still have some items from way back when that are either worth a lot or nothing. One or the other. I'm not sure which. But I'm pretty sure if most of it retained its value, I still have like a few thousand I need to sell. I mean thousands is kind of flipping stuff way back when. It's actually what initially made me download Steam, because I played Warcraft 3 a lot back in the day, before they ruined it, like a year or two ago. I still can't believe they did that. I'm so glad Blizzard got bought out, because maybe they'll be able to finally fix Warcraft 3. Because doesn't Microsoft own Blizzard now, or something? Didn't that happen like a couple months ago? I'm not sure they've really been doing much with it, but obviously it takes time for all that transition. Because that was among one of my favorite games of all time. And then like 2 years ago, they completely ruined it. In a way that it actually forced all the old people to have to use the new version. Which is basically just a worse version of what already existed for like 2 decades. Is ferocity good in your opinion? Which one's ferocity again? Why do I completely forget what it is? I can't remember what category. I know it's one of the Guardian troops. I can't remember which category it is. That's also not how you spell ferocity. Let's see. Oh yeah, ferocity is good. It's used sometimes for Red Guild War Defend. It's also the only thing other than Ketris that scales based on all stats that is not, like, useless. Yeah, it's pretty good. You mostly only use it to counter pure red teams, though. It is very rarely used outside that context. But in the context of a pure red team, it's pretty good. It's normally used with Shaman Hero class as well, due to the synergy with Taurus, because it gains a bonus for its final trait. Yeah, most of the Guardian troops are pretty good. The older ones are a little bit less usable ever since they changed how gem spawning works in the game, though. But all the like the more newer 6 that are basically like Guild War counters, like those are pretty decent for Guild War, especially when you're earlier on in the game and don't have many other options. They make for good alternatives to make a pure like an anti Guild War team, color team for like next week, because next week is Guild Wars. So like for example, you can set him on your red defend team as your first slot, and he's pretty strong, especially if you have him fully traded. But even not, he's still pretty good. Also because his ability hits really hard on red enemies. Does Zeddicus come to my channel anymore? I've seen him ever so occasionally. He's definitely not a regular anymore. But I'm pretty sure I saw him like a month or 2 ago. Like, he still stops in ever so occasionally. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Barbara. There's like some people who were here a lot in the past that show up ever so occasionally or almost not at all anymore. Which I miss some of them. Actually, most of them. Let's see. I'm not really sure what happened to a good majority of them. Not sure what happened with Teknai either. He was like one of the most grinded people in Gems of War at one point as well. Like as far as how much grind he had in the game. And he was in our chat like pretty often, because you know, as he was grinding, like I'm pretty sure as most of you probably do, like so quite a few of you probably are like grinding Gems of War in the background, or doing something in the background. Because I know he used to watch a stream while he would grind like almost 24/7, not literally 24/7, but definitely a lot. Like when I mentioned those people who grind for like 10+ hours a day, if not more, like he was in that category of people. Which means whenever we would be streaming, he would normally be watching. Because he was likely grinding the game as well. I believe he was the first person to hit level 2000, wasn't he? I know he was pretty close, if not like literal first. Because there was a level cap for a while where level 1000 was the highest level. And then they eventually raised it, and if I'm not mistaken, he was actually the first person to hit 2,000. The person who first hit 1,000 actually doesn't play anymore. I think he quit like 2 years ago or so. Maybe 3 years ago. Maybe 4, I don't remember. Although he really power grind. I think he just burnt himself out on the game. Because he really went all out. I believe he was also the first person to hit 1 billion gold. Which, to this day, like, just to, like, put into perspective how much he probably burned himself out on the game, I don't even have... I've been in this guild for over 2,000 days, which is, what, 5 years? Almost 6 years. In a couple months, it'll be 6 years. And I have not even donated, I think, 500,000, I want to say. Yet he did 1 billion, like, a year or two after launch. That is how much he burned himself out on the game. He was the first to hit level 1000, and he was the first to ever hit 1 billion gold. Like, physically, that number being 1 billion, right there. And that was when gold farming was slower than what it is now. Let's see what I'm looking for. How do I get to guild? Wait, how much gold have I done total? Like, he hit, like, 1 billion within a year or two. We are at not even 1 billion after, like, 2,000-something days. Like, we're just barely past 500,000. I mean, 500 million, I mean. But he hit it within, like, under 2 years. But yeah, wait, how do I check my, Yeah, that's after 2,109 days. He did it in under 2 years. He hit 1 billion total. So he really went all out. Just to put into perspective how much he grinded. Like, he did in 2 years what we haven't even done halfway in, like, 6 years. Or, like, barely halfway. And that was when gold farming was slower. Though it was a bit different than it is now. So maybe not necessarily slower. Like, we didn't have gain speed and a few other things, so the method for gaining gold was a bit wacky. Because that was around the time when you could get, like, the full amount of gold from, like, fighting someone in a PvP. And there was a bit of an exploit that you can kind of do to farm a lot of gold from it very quickly. So gold farming might actually been slightly quicker there if you used the exploit. Because I think you could have hit, like 1 million or 1.5 million, maybe even 2 million per hour. So maybe that's not as unrealistic then. Because there was like a really weird exploit method. I'm not sure how efficient he was at doing it though. Because it wasn't 100% consistent. But basically what used to happen back in the day, and they actually ended up changing it a few patches after the fact. Probably because it was being exploited like crazy by some people. Possibly him as well. But there's basically a mechanic where you would steal all the gold from a person that they have not claimed from tribute. This was removed after, not even a year after the fact, I think. But basically, if they had like 10,000 gold sitting around, you would take all 10,000 of their gold. But I think there was a weird glitch where it kept giving out that gold. So you could keep stealing the 10,000 over and over again and stuff like that. So basically, you could just find some people that were like glitched out and constantly keep giving out that gold. And then you just keep fighting them over and over again. and repicking until you find it. I'm pretty sure PvP repicking existed at the time. That wasn't always a feature, but I'm pretty sure it existed by that point. There's a really weird method. It doesn't exist anymore, though. Like, if someone attacks your thing, you still keep all your gold. It's just a static amount now. Let's see what I would take there. We'll take that. Grab a destroy over there. Come on, where are the mimics at? Hey, we got an Anu though. Still good. But not exactly what we're looking for. It's still kind of funny that this new mimic system almost makes me not like Anus. Like, it's still good, and generally even better than the average 2x chess. However, it doesn't seem the same anymore. Like, the Anu just doesn't have the same impact. Nisha still does. But I feel like Anu specifically doesn't have the same impact it used to. Like, I'm not sure why, but like a bad 2x I almost find more exciting than a Anu now. Even though the Anu is worth more than a bad 2x. Even an average 2x. Like, double Arania is worse than like double Arania with double Orpheus, which is a pretty average, slightly above average 2x drop. That is still worse than a Anu. It almost seems like it's better. I guess because the extra RNG drop makes it more exciting, even though it's actually worse of a drop. Probably some kind of gambling fallacy there. Like those near misses on slot machines, where it like makes it seem like you're getting close to it, but you're actually like, you know, you're still getting the payout of nothing or something way worse. It almost somewhat seems like that, because technically a 2x chess is like, oh, we could get a 5x, ooh, we could get something like double Nisha or something else. And then when we get something worse, like we had the perception that we would have gotten something better, but we didn't actually get it. So, but we still had the perception that we would have. So we have like a mental state where it's like, oh, we could have gotten something good, but we just happened to not. Even though it's technically worse than just straight out getting the Anu, which is just a better drop. But the other one seems better because you had the chance to get something better, but you missed. It's the same thing that slot machines do. Let's see, let's throw that down. Also, I'm glad I don't have a gambling issue. I definitely have like a get addicted to thing issue. Because I can very easily like drop like everything and get super addicted to something for a long period of time. Luckily, I do not do any drugs either, which is probably why. Because I would probably be dead if I ever did. Because I get way too addicted to some things. However, where is I going with this tangent? But yeah, good thing I'm not a gambler. Let's see. Take that over. I still don't understand the point of gambling, though. Like, if let's say I was to gamble, and I went somewheres, and let's say I spent like $300, and let's say I left there with 0. I would never do that again. Like, if I did that, I would then proceed to never do that ever again in my entire life. Like, I don't understand the mental process that would do that, and they'd be like, I should do that again. I don't know, maybe if you're doing it for a social thing, or if you have so much money that 300 isn't anything. But generally people who get addicted to that, like 300's a lot to them, or however much they're spending. Like, they'll do it with like almost every last penny they have that's spare, or even that isn't spare. Like, if that happened to me even once and I got burnt, literally never again. Let's see. Yeah, it could be seen as an entertainment thing. But there are so many more efficient ways you can spend the amount of people gamble with for entertainment. Like, the ratio of entertainment you would get from it relative to other alternatives, this doesn't seem adequate. Let's see what to get over. I was like, hello, Outlander. After 4 times Mimics battles, instead of Mimic Chest, got another supporting 4 times Hard Mimic battle. But the reward was Horde Mimic, just another tokens. Are you sure? It should be a 5 times multiplier. The way it works is there's about a 10% chance when you open a normal chest, that'll be the Mimic battle that you just mentioned. And then after that, you'll either get the 2 times loot, or it'll go into another 4 times battle, and then it'll give you 5 times the loot. If you got a second Mimic battle, but it gave you 2 times loot, then that shouldn't be happening. It should be giving you 5 times. But no, that is a mechanic where you get like double of them. We've seen it once this entire stream and 6 times total, but it does occur. But it should be giving you 5 times the amount. How long has Isabel been in the guild? I actually do not know. I want to say 4 years? I actually don't know off the top of my head. There's an easy way to check though. Guild roster. I don't think she's ever been kicked for any reason. You proof. Oh, kicked. No, just kidding. Let's see. 841 days, which would be. Oh, really? Only 2.5 years? I always thought that number was higher. Gosh, Isabel has been. Feels like she's been around for forever. Maybe it's been 2.5 years. Almost 3 years. How does one join my guild? Whenever we have a slot open, we normally recruit for it. Requirement's pretty high, though. Well, high compared to an average guild. Not high compared to an average endgame guild, though. But we have a 2 million gold requirement. Everything else is just guild participation in weekly events, which is pretty easy. Like, we don't really have much of a requirement beyond 2 million gold per week. 2 million gold per week can be hard for some people, though. Though once you reach a certain point in the game, that's actually not that hard to do for the most part. But earlier on, it's kind of hard. I'm not sure what the highest gold requirement is for any guild. I want to say 5 million, though I'm actually not sure what it is. I assume some of the bigger guilds would have around a 5 million, though. Actually, I don't even play enough in a given week to hit a 5 million, though. Maybe it's like closer to 3 million. Because 5 million is like really hard. Like, unless you're like one of the biggest guilds in the entire game, 5 million is really high to have as a minimum requirement. Like, maybe like an encouraged requirement that isn't necessarily forced. Like, have a 3 million, but encourage like 5 million. But, I don't know, 5 million as like a hard limit, like you don't do it, you get kicked. That'd be like such a hard requirement. Did I say 2 million? Yes. 2 million? I think on average, I probably get close to 3 million per week, I would say, on an average week. Like, I'd have to go out of my way to get more than that on a week. Yes, to get a 5 times chest, basically what has to happen is you click on that final chest. There's a 10% chance it's a 2 times chest. Then you get a 4 times mimic fight before that 2 times chest. Then after that 4 times mimic fight, you'll have that 2 times chest there and you can claim it. When you click on that chest, there's an additional 10% that'll be another 4 times mimic fight with bigger mimics. That will then give you 5 times loot. And then that's as far as it goes. But yeah, it's possible to get a double mimic fight. And after the double mimic fight, you'll have a 5 times chest. And it's rolled based on when you click on this chest over here, all the way at the right. The first time it rolls to become a 2 times, and then the next time it rolls to be a 5 times, then it doesn't go any higher than that. Wait, there's a 2,000 trophy requirement guild? Gosh. But then again, is that high? I feel like on an average week, I probably do hit 2,000. Like, if we check our trophies right now, I'm pretty sure we're pretty much, like, right at 2,000. And where we are right now is about how much I would farm on an average week. So let me see. Because I'd probably farm for about 1 more hour than how much we've currently farmed up to this point on a given week. So if I'm already at 2,000 trophies actually isn't that bad. Let me see. Where's roster? Yeah, we're already past 2,000. Yeah, 2,000 is not that bad. I was like, how many people in my guild are above it? Not that many, though. Oh, wait, I didn't actually order it based on trophy. There we go. Yeah, there's actually not that many people in my guild. I think like 5 people have done it. 6 people have done 2,000 or more. But I think on an average week, I normally hit 2,000 easily. Without even trying. Or paying attention to it. Unless I'm on like vacation or something. I think our requirement's like 200 or 300 or something. Something like absurdly low. As long as people do the gold requirement, I don't really mind how they get the gold. Which is why we don't have a trophy requirement specifically. Because as long as you can do the gold, I don't really care how the gold gets accumulated. So for people that do things that don't give as many trophies, or literally none at all, like treasure hunt or something, they can still get it that way. Or if they're just taking a tribute a lot more, instead of like playing the game. Like, I'm fine with that. As long as the gold gets in. Because trophies don't really have much of a purpose other than like guild ranking. Like they're a very pointless resource. Generally, having more trophies means you accumulate more gold. But aside from like this leaderboard here, like trophies mean pretty much nothing. They also unlock little different backgrounds that you can have for your guild, but that's also pretty much nothing. Like right now we have that cool little shop one. It's one of my favorite backgrounds in the game that we have right now. You can see it on the sides there. Hard to see like a full screenshot of it though. You can kind of see it like slightly in the loading screen there. But it's very brief. Anyways. We're currently top 20 on PC mobile. I think we were as high as top 10 at one point. But we have gone down since then. Also because we don't really care too much about the trophy rate, more so about the gold rate. Because I don't even think... I can't even remember the last time I kicked someone over trophies. I can't recall it even happening in the last couple years. Because it's such a pointless resource. Though in all fairness, it was pretty much never a useful resource. There was almost no point in the game where trophies were for anything other than where your guild ranking was. Which is mostly just helps you recruit for the guild. Because like if we wanted to recruit for the guild, like we could say, hey, we're a top 20 guild on PC Mobile. Which makes it slightly easier to get recruits to fill up the guild. But aside from that, it has pretty much no purpose. What do we need here? I'll take that for now. Has anyone left the guild before? Yeah, over time. Either people, you know, going to other guilds or quitting the game or any other reasons. Maybe going to a lower requirement guild. Sometimes to a higher requirement guild. Really just depends. Mana surge. Mana surge. I feel like more people have actually left us to go to a lower requirement guild, though. While 2 million isn't a lot for a lot of active players, it can be a little bit much for some people that don't play as much. Like, if you do the bare minimum of dailies, you're probably getting closer to only 1 million per week, rather than 2 million or more. Oh yeah, we actually got rid of our guild war requirements. My guild used to have a guild war requirement. But we ended up getting rid of it. I think we had like a 50,000 plus requirement at one point, which I think left leeway for 3 losses if I'm not mistaken or something like that. Whereas like 4 or 5 would be kind of sketchy territory. I have since removed any guild war requirement though. Like I still want people to participate in it and obviously do decent. But we don't have any specific requirement for it. Like, I don't think I've ever kicked anyone for low Guild War performance lately. Like, even if they score like 30-something thousand, which is really low. But we don't even kick for that. Oh, is it 40k now? I mean, we do have a requirement now. So anything below, yeah, if you're hitting like the 30-ish thousand range, that is kind of low. Because I think that leaves leeway for like 7 losses or 8 losses or something. Or actually, is it close to 9 or 10? I'm not even sure. It's leeway for a lot of losses. Like, some people have a bad week, and we obviously wouldn't ever kick for that. But yeah, hitting like 30-something thousand is kind of low when you're in like max point rate. Like, obviously earlier on in the game when your guild isn't max, you do get less points naturally. Or maybe someone forgets to use a pure color team or something. Like, there's always factors to it. Are we in the top 1 guild? No, we're in top 20. Though we have won Guild War before in number 1. Actually, the very first Guild War ever that happened, we got first place. It's probably the biggest achievement of our guild. Is the very first Guild War to ever exist, we made first place. We were in chat like multiple hours a day, making sure everyone had a good team for it and everything. Will I play anything else? Oh yeah, we stream a lot of other games. Or we're going to definitely be. Like, I haven't been doing as much lately, but I definitely plan to do a lot more other content into the future. We're always all good to be covering Gems of War, though. But I do plan on branching out more and more as time goes on. Kind of slowly been doing it. It's just really hard to get into any game, like, very... Like, as far as, like, the community of any game. Like, it takes time. Unless you get really lucky YouTube algorithm. But it does take quite a bit of time. Oh, you mean this stream? Will I be doing anything else? No. I think we'll stick mostly to Gems of War. Honestly, I've actually been enjoying this so far. I thought I would get a little bit more tired of this a little bit earlier during the stream. Or, you know, by this point. But, I don't know. I've still been enjoying this pretty much the full amount. Like, I haven't gotten tired of farming, which is kind of weird because on some nightly streams, though, it could just be because I'm more tired on nightly streams. Like, after like an hour, 2 hours, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, need bed now. But it could just be that it's like nighttime, kind of contributing to that. But no, I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit right now. Like, I could still go and do this for like probably another like 4 hours and be fine. Another 4 or 5. Probably gonna throw like a tier list in there or something though, at some point during the stream. Then go back to the grind. But no, I don't think we're going to switch to any other game. I was like somewhat thinking we might. I'm not sure what I would switch to though. Because tomorrow we're going to be doing the other game I mentioned, the Koromon thing. So I want to save that for a fresh playthrough. So I don't want to like start that now. I'm going to start it from scratch tomorrow. Thank you, Hung. I highly doubt we'll hit 100 likes, but more likes would definitely be greatly appreciated. It's kind of funny because the like number has actually been higher than our viewer number at some points of stream, which I find very funny about longer streams, because almost every longer stream is like that, where the like number exceeds the viewer count. You would generally have to stream for at least like 3 or 4 hours for that to occur, though. It's always kind of funny when that occurs, because I notice I look at some other people's streams too sometimes, and the viewer count will be like substantially lower than the amount of likes, which I always find confusing sometimes too, because I don't understand how some people do it, because some people will have like 4 viewers, yet their like count is like over 100. I'm like, wait, how? How does that work? Like, I don't think they're botting or anything, but like, how do you have people coming in at such a turnover rate that you have like 4 viewers but 100 likes? Like, they'll have single-digit viewers, but have triple-digit likes. Like, my mind doesn't comprehend how that's possible. Let's see, we'll take that over. Hit our Azuga. Because generally for longer streams, the stream gets more exposure over time as the stream goes on. Because YouTube likes to prioritize streams that have more likes and everything. And if the stream has been going for longer, it obviously would prioritize that one. Because it likely has accumulated more over the time. Stream Among Us, we actually did like once or twice. I'm generally not a fan of social games, though I did have a lot of fun when we did it. We had one really, really funny play that I will remember forever. Because it was like the best fake out we could have probably ever done. And I'm just gonna remember that memory and never play it ever again. Because we're never getting a better moment than that. We could have 1,000 hours in that game, and I'm pretty sure I will never have a better moment than that in that game. Let's see, what do we need here? Take that down. At least we have no dislikes, I know, right? Every video we have posted in the last, since YouTube has removed dislikes, has 0 dislikes. Amazing. Now that people can't dislike, they all have 0. They don't actually have 0. Some of them actually do have dislikes, though we generally have always had a very low amount of dislikes even before they removed that. Actually, I'm kind of curious, when is the last? Actually, I kind of already know. The Monday video almost always gets at least 1 dislike. I'm not sure why. Also, the Mythic video almost always does as well. Actually, it's probably the most disliked video type I have, even though you can't see dislikes anymore. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because sometimes I say a Mythic is bad when some people think it's good. Or I say it's good, then they get it, then they hate it, and then they dislike the video. Or maybe my teams just aren't good enough because I make them generally pretty quickly for those. And sometimes if we have more time to think about it and not cover it like immediately, we'd, you know, have more time to think about stuff. But normally I cover it the day of. So sometimes the teams aren't as good. But out of every video type we do, the most disliked are definitely the legendary, or when we cover a new mythic. They're not by much. And when I say like dislike the most, I mean like 10% dislike ratio. So if we get like 50 likes, there'll be like maybe 4 or 5 dislikes. But they are the most disliked videos we generally ever make. And I'm still not sure why. Like, I know a couple reasons I just mentioned, but I'm not sure, like, definitively the reason why. I assume one of the ones I just mentioned are. Do the tier list? I probably will be soon. Once we feel like we need a break, I probably will. The only problem with doing it is, I still need to go set it up, so it might take like 15 minutes of us doing almost nothing on stream to go set it up. Which I guess would make for a good lunch break. Which I'll probably eat after the stream. I'm actually not that hungry right now. I ate breakfast for once this morning, so that's not as big of a factor. If you use Chrome, you can see dislikes again. I use Chrome and I don't see dislikes. I'm pretty sure you need like some kind of extension or something for it. Also, did I ever remember to add one more Mimic to the Mimic we got earlier? I don't even remember. Yeah, there's quite a few tools that you can use with YouTube. I don't currently use any third-party tools anymore. I did for like about a year around when I first started. But nowadays I actually don't use any third-party resource in that regard for that. Yeah, the average... Well, I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier to stream too. But I would say, even though we get like 15, 16 or so mythics per year these days, probably closer to 16 or 17 actually. But even though we get roughly like 16 mythics per year now, like 3 of them per year are probably viable. Which is like, what, 25% around there? Not even 20%? Like only a fraction of the mythics we get in a given year are actually good. Like the one we're getting next month, I believe is bad. The one we get at the end of the season is bad. Like the next 2 or 3 mythics we're getting are bad. Where they might be used in some kind of weird team, but they're not like something you'd use a lot. Like they might be used for one really weird gimmicky team, but nothing beyond that. Also, one thing that's kind of weird about the stream, because we haven't done it that way for a while, but normally I'm so used to it for doing a daytime stream. Like, oh yeah, we need to go stop for Gems of War later today. But now that we're actually doing Gems of War as the morning stream, it's like, oh yeah, duh, we could just keep going. We could just keep doing Gems of War. Because I'm not actually going to be dividing this stream. Like, when we hit 4 hours from now for the normal nightly stream, I'm not making another stream. We're just continuing this one. Because, well, you know, we're already doing pretty much what we'd be doing anyways. So it's not going to be a divided stream. It's just a continuation of what we're already doing. Because obviously if we're streaming something else, we have to divide it so it gets, you know, so it doesn't, like, mix together. But since we are playing the game that it normally would be, we don't actually have to change it. Just off the top of your head, what are the last 3 meta mythics? Oh gosh, depends about how meta you want them to be. I can't even remember. That is how long it's been since we've had a good mythic. I can't even remember what the most recent 3 good ones are. Like, I want to say Ironhawk is one of them, but that was a year and a half ago, so I assume there was more before then. Like, when I think of recent good mythic, like, the first thing that comes to mind is Ironhawk, but that was a year and a half ago. Actually, it's almost 2 years at this point, isn't it? It's been out for a while. Was it last? Wait, was Ironhawk last year? It might have been last year, actually. Which means it's been 1 year and 3 months. I believe it came out January or February of last year. Oh wait, my Zugaf just died to the thing. Oh no! I actually gotta retreat because it's gonna be too slow otherwise. That's very rare that that happens, but the Raid Slayer sometimes kills your Zugaf. The Carmella. Every guild or every explorer has one, so there's not a single location you can go to that would avoid that. It's also why you generally want to aim your Zugaf at it first if you can remember to. Oh, Great King was a while ago. I wouldn't say that one is within the more recent ones. Great King was like, what, almost 2-3 years ago? Mistralis was also ages upon ages ago. Like, when I think of, like, recent mythics, I would think in, like, the last 2 years. And both Great King and the other one are in the last 2 years. Mistralis and Great King were, like, 3+ years ago. Ironhawk was, I believe, a year and a half, like a year and a couple months ago. Or was it 2 years and a couple months ago? I actually don't remember. The pandemic has made me lose all sense of time in that regard. I'm actually not sure which. I'm pretty sure it was last year, though. It was like January or February last year. Have you tried the Zugaf team for farming? And compared speed to the one you're using now? Wait, which one? Have you tried the Zulagan team? Wait, what's Zulagan team? Not sure which one you're referring to. I tried a couple different speed builds. I found some that are like similar to this. However, I like the play style of this one so much more. Like, we've done this one so much that even if there is a slightly quicker team than this, we'd probably play this one more efficiently. Because we just have so much playtime with it. I have tried other ones, and I've just never really cared for them. They're either slower because I'm not used to using them as much, even if they are about the same speed. Or even if they seem like ever so slightly quicker, they have lower inconsistency. So their max speed is higher, but their like speed per hour is still like slightly slower. Oh, is it Turrigan with Zugaf? That could technically work. There's a lot of weird other troops or other mythics as well that you can synergize with Zugaf to kind of make it try to go quicker. I think the funniest one is Lord of Slaughter. It just doesn't get rolling quick enough normally. Which is a problem with a lot of alternative Zugov teams. Like, teams that try to still use Zugov. Because right now, our team is pretty much bottlenecked to need this much mana accumulation. If we want to get, like, a nice smooth Zugov. Because if we get rid of Thrall, we got a lot less mana accumulation. If we get rid of Leprechaun, we'll go glacially slow. If we get rid of Hero, we don't have triple damage anymore. You know, it won't be a Zugov team anymore if we don't have Zugov. Of course, you could make it a non-Zugov team, but Zugov's generally the way to go. Like, the only ones you could really replace is, like, Thrall or Leprechaun. Hero and Zugov kind of have to stay unless you're building, like, a really different archetype of team. Oh, I don't have a drop for that, so let's destroy everything. Let's see, what team is that? Let's see, why can I not collapse this? 1 second. I'm not sure why this doesn't want to move. There it goes. Oh, wait, it's not showing up. Oh, duh. Now I can see it. I forgot. I can see it on my end, but it doesn't show up in the chat thingy. Wait, why is my second chat not showing it? I'm going to copy paste it from the one here, but it won't let me. I can't. There it is. Okay. Took a little while for it to show up. Let me copy that. Copy, copy, copy. Paste, paste, paste. Essence of Evil. Oh, yeah, it's a Centurion one. I've ran this team before. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not a fan of it, though. But yeah, it is really good. Honestly, Centurion, when it first came out, seemed very broken. Still is very broken. I hate using it. I honestly really hate using Centurion. Like, it's so good, but I just don't like using it. Like, it's arguably, like, in the list of 20 strongest troops in the entire game. And initially, I kind of liked it, because, you know, it is a good troop. It was one of the best glory troops we got all last year. But, as well as the best wildcard option by far, not even close. But, I don't know, I just don't like using it. I always find it really clunky, because it is a troop made for skull spam teams that denies every skull on the board. Which was a concept that does work because of how much mana accumulation it does, but it always seemed very weird to me. Because it's quite literally a troop that's supposed to be used with skull spam teams that actively denies every skull you have. Which leads to some weird play sometimes if its ability does not work out that well. Of course, you know in advance what it's going to do, but sometimes you feel like you have to cast it just to get it off. Which can lead to some weird situations if you don't get enough mana. Because the most awkward situation to be with Centurion is you cast it, you don't get enough mana to cast really much follow-up, and now you're stuck with a skull-less board on a skull spam team that doesn't have the mana it needs to function. Like, that's a situation that is rare, but when it does happen, it feels so crippling to the team. Like, that's only going to happen, like, once every, like, maybe 50 battles. But every time it happens, it feels so bad. Like, probably once you get used to using the team a lot more, it wouldn't happen, like barely at all, if ever. But it's such a high liability to have to consider. This thing basically never runs out of mana. At least in theory, anyways. Which leads to much higher consistency. Because you're never, or you're almost never really, like, looking out for, like, where's the next mana going to come for? Because if you have both Thrall and Leprechaun, you're basically at the point where you perpetually, for the rest of the battle, have full mana. It's more so about just pressuring the damage. Come on, where are all those mimics at? We're almost down to 1 per hour. We were doing so good. Why don't I use Essence of Evil for hero? It's a pretty good weapon. It's among one of the better ones. Actually, that's probably what we're going to be going over when we do the tier list soon, too. Because we're going to do one for all 35 hero weapons. But yeah, Essence of Evil is one of the best weapons in the game. Actually, I might even rank it as the absolute best. It's so good. But yeah, it probably is. Like, of the 35 hero weapons, I think it actually is the strongest in the entire game. Because Urskia's shield, while also an S tier weapon, I feel like it's a bit lower than where you would place Essence of Evil. Essence of Evil is just so good for what it does. It applies every negative stats effect, which means over time, if we ever get more negative stats effects, it even becomes stronger without ever really getting nerfed. Though theoretically, Lycanthropy did technically nerf it, though not by much. But that was a negative effect that technically made Essence of Evil worse, not better. Which, if there was any reason to make Essence of Evil not the best weapon in the game, the argument would be because of Lycanthropy. Because that is the only thing that has ever happened that have actually actively made Essence of Evil worse, not better. Not much worse, but technically worse. Because Lycanthropy is one of the many effects that exists. How many mimics so far? We're currently at 5. That's what the current number is all the way to the right. I didn't really have enough room to put more words there. So it just says current. We found 4 normal ones and 1 5 times. So 5 total. Oh, sorry, Hung, I didn't see your question when you asked it earlier. Yeah, the number all the way to the right is the our current number of mimics. It currently just says current instead of current mimics, though. I could have made the text bigger and adjusted it, but well. Currently just says current. I was going to put the text of this stream, but it was too big. Yeah, that's what I do for quite a few other games. Like when we shiny hunt in like Pokemon, or at least in Legends Arceus, where you're getting literally number per hour rather than hours per shiny. We would put up like a number of current shinies. And I think I even said like this stream is, and then like a little bracket thing. Hey, we got an Anu there. Because I think this stream is a little bit more obvious than saying current. Is Zugaf the best troop in the game? Kind of. I would say no. With a big asterisk. Like, there's some builds or some battles that Zugaf isn't too good in. I'm not sure I would say he's the absolute. It really depends what you're looking at. Like, if you're isolating and saying what's the best option for Explore 12, yes. And a few other things, like what's the best option for factions, like him with Iron Gut, yes. However, he's a lot worse in PvP situations. He's still very usable in PvP situations, and is still within the meta for it. But if you're comparing him based on his PvP performance, you definitely would not say he's the best troop in the game. But if you're basing him on can he like demolish Explore 12 and Explore? I mean, Explore 12 and factions, I mean. Then yeah, he probably is the best. Though he's a little bit less good for factions because of the backfiring capability. Like if I had to choose an Iron Gut or Zugaf and only choose one, I'd probably prefer going in Iron Gut for Underworld. What is the best one cash troop? I almost want to say Thrall. Honestly, I almost want to say Thrall or Leprechaun. Like, in theory, they're not the best troop in the game. But their capability of making any troop not useless is insane. And I'm really not sure between the two of them which one is value. Because that's the thing you have to consider, too. is it's hard to pinpoint like a one best troop. Because if you had like a best troop and a second best troop, they're both likely doing completely different things. Because one of them is probably like the best mana accumulator, and the other one's the best damage source or something similar. Like, what's the most efficient one cast you could possibly do? I guess it would be something that would cover most of your grounds. The problem is there isn't one cast that excels perfectly at absolutely everything. Essence of Evil is pretty close to it. But then you have to deal with teams that have like that full immunity to status effects, which you can't really use it on. So it still backfires there. Word Breaker on paper seems like it does everything, but it's hard countered by Submerge and also has way too high of a mana cost. I'm trying to think. Like, Zuko's pretty high up there for like overall value from a single cast. And Furnace for the longest time was actually in that category. I don't feel like in the current meta of the game he is. But Infernus is one of those troops that does basically everything you would ever want a troop to do. It does a high amount of damage, is not countered by Submerge, is the best for applying a specific status effect, particularly Burn, which is less relevant because of Zukoff, but it's still relevant. Ends up creating a Storm for his primary color, has Explosion to mana accumulate, has Board Clear, has like literally every function you'd almost want in a single troop. And for the longest time, I would consider him like the best well-rounded, like if you were to go for one cast, one troop kind of thing to put on your team, he'd be the best. Though the problem is we keep getting such good and more additional, like really focused mythics that are good at doing one really particular thing, that Infernus keeps getting weaker and weaker. Not because the value of having a very diverse troop that does everything has gone down, but more so because as we keep getting more options, each one of those options becomes more focused on a really particular thing, and each one of those particular focuses are better than each individual thing that Infernus does. So even though Infernus still has a wide range of coverage, it lacks in being the best at any one of them, because he's not even the best burner anymore. Zugoff does that. Ever since they removed the one-time cast on Zugoff, it is now more viable to use Zugoff as a burner than it is to use Infernus. Because for the longest time, Infernus was kind of the go-to option, but in Zugoff, you could cast infinite times in one battle. And then Zugoff became the better burn option because you get skull spam and everything else with it. It was already pretty good when you could cast it once, but it being able to be cast multiple times made it so even resummons could be dealt with. It also made it so you could use them as your primary damage source. Whereas before you had to worry about having another secondary one on your team somewheres. Like right here, we wouldn't in the past be able to cast Zugoff a second time, but now you can. Cast it as many times as you need. But there was a point where it was one cast only. That was removed a couple years ago, and he's been insane ever since. Yeah, Gorgolfa is pretty good. He used to be a lot better. He's another one like Infernus, where he used to be like used in every team, but now is like not as good. He's still good though. Like if you're looking for can this troop mana accumulate while having a tank up front, like it's one of the best options other than running an exploding weapon on hero. The biggest issue with it is ever since heroes started getting coverage for every color, it is normally more efficient to run a barrier on brown hero class in first slot with one of the explodey weapons that has resummon, rather than using a Gorgolfa. Like in almost every situation, unless you specifically need hero for a really particular weapon, it is actually more efficient just to run tank hero as your Gorgolfa instead of running a natural Gorgolfa. If your team doesn't really specifically need a weapon, a really particular weapon, it is normally more efficient to just run hero as your mana accumulator rather than Gorgolfa. You also have to compare it to things like Essence of Evil while running a hero class and other stuff like that, where the Essence of Evil gets way more value than a Gorgolfa cast. The main thing that Gorgolfa has going for it, though, is its 75% score reduction combined with a cleanse on cast, while doing obviously a lot of mana accumulation. Like, that's pretty good. That actually makes him better than every single tank mythic in the entire game. There are, like, several of them, including the Horde Mimic, oddly enough, and all of them are worse than Gorgolfa. Every single one of them. Even though Gorgolfa is a legend and the other ones are mythics. Also, thank you, Stode. Yep, 6 years. Today is officially the 6-year mark of the channel, since we've been covering the weekly videos. Question, destroy or explode gems, which is better? Destroy. Explode has been nerfed multiple times. It used to be 100% of mana accumulated, then it was changed to 70%, now it's changed to 50%. And that's how it's been for, I think, like 2 or 3 years now. It's been a while. But yes, Explodes only give you 50% of the total amount of mana accumulation. The main reason why Leprechaun is so high up there, even though he's an exploding option that doesn't even full board clear, is he has Empower, and that's pretty huge. But generally, Exploders are not as good to use as Destroy. Because as time goes on, Destroys have more and more magic destroy. And eventually we'll have like a Thrall and other similar things, unless they nerf it by then, that can quite literally destroy the whole board. It's already possible in things like factions. But once that's also doable outside of factions, it's going to be so broken. It already is pretty broken as is. But as magic keeps going higher, it keeps becoming increasingly better. But yeah, generally speaking, if you can destroy more than half the board, like if you can destroy 33 gems or more, it is more efficient to destroy than to explode. So hello, Garuda. What was your comment? Did you know you can use the event medal to upgrade troops? Yes. And still get the season medal next week? Wait, what? Wait. Does it? That can't be a mechanic. I've never actually tried doing it. I have used it before, but I never noticed you would get it back. There's no way that's what it does, though. That is so broken. Is that really a thing? How long has that been a thing? The entire time? Wait, has that really always been a thing? Because that's kind of broken beyond belief. I have done that before, but I never noticed I would get it back. I don't think I've ever seen you get it back. I'm pretty sure it just consumes it. Like, that's what it's supposed to do. Unless it's a recent glitch. Oh, it'd be more than one for Urania. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way that still works. I have spent them before. I never recalled getting them back, though. Because I have spent the ones from the event, but I never recalled actually getting it back from the thing. Yeah, because there were weeks we used them. Oh no, I could try it and see, I guess. Because I don't need it anymore. We already finished the thing for it. See if we randomly get one next week. I don't know, what do we want to upgrade that's underneath the epic category? Or an ultra rare that we could use it for the last upgrade? Let's just do an ultra rare. Let's see. I don't know, what's completely not useless underneath ultra rare these days? That we haven't already upgraded. To the ultra rares. Let's see. Anything here that looks interesting? Let's see. Useless troops, useless, useless. Come on, give us something good. Golems, I guess, not completely useless. You're like ever so situationally used for some really weird teams. Oh, Dragonian Monk. I never gave Dragonian Monk his upgrade. How did I never give Dragonian Monk his upgrade? He even gained some okay stats too. Does he gain magic though? Oh, that's why. Hold up, never mind. Oh, that's why I never upgraded him. Never mind, I forgot. That's the one that gives 4 magic. I thought that was like a skull magic mix. That's why I never upgraded him. He only gets 4 durability for being upgraded. Or sorry, 8 durability. Because 4 of it is useless magic he does not use. Hey, I see why I haven't upgraded him yet. That makes sense. Oh well, we're upgrading him. There we go, we've used our medal. Let's see what happens with it. Oh no, I've used it before and I don't recall ever getting the medals back. Alright, there we go. Anyways, let's keep grinding. Is Thrall the best common troop? Yes. By like a mile. Like there's a few pretty good utility commons. Like Peasant, Leshy, a few other things. But when it comes to like pure value, Thrall's just like one of the best things in the entire game. As well as the best common. Like it's probably top 10 best troop in existence. Yet it's only common rarity. Inside Arena, he's useless though. And if you get him in early game, you probably don't understand why he's good because the magic is way lower in early game. But as you progress way later into the game and actually have some magic to use on him, he becomes exponentially broken. Like, once you get to the point where you can get 33 or more destroys on him, is the point where he becomes broken beyond belief. If you're doing like 32 or less destroy, he probably seems kind of average, or even below average. But once you hit that point where he's doing 33 or more destroy, he starts to get really broken. And the higher it goes, up to 64, the more broken he becomes. Obviously, he doesn't gain any benefit beyond 64. So if you have like 70 while doing it in a faction, he doesn't gain any additional benefit beyond that point. Yeah, it's only 6 mana cost too. And the downside is really small. This used to be more relevant that he would do 2 damage to himself. Though in the current state of the game, that's like nothing. For them to balance that to the current state of the game, they would have to make it do like 33% of his max HP. Even then, he'd still be pretty broken. Because realistically, you're not really casting him more than 3 times. Like, even if they made it 50%, you could still heal slightly, and then cast them 3 times. In most games, you could probably win by just casting them twice anyways. Even if it was 50%. Or even if it was like 75% to make sure that you couldn't like heal out of it. Even if it was 1 cast only, he might still be used. Like, if Thrall could only be cast 1 time and every other destroy in the entire game was also rebalanced, there's a chance he would still be used. Like, if both Marilith, Thrall, and every similar option was like a 1-time use only troop, they'd probably still be used if they kept the same amount of mana accumulation. The teams they would be used in would be slightly different, though, if they were 1 cast only. Leprechaun's also in that category. There's a lot of times you do only cast them each once. Not always. Sometimes you need them twice, or even a 3rd time if you're really falling behind. But most battles can be won by casting them once. Also, it would technically help a Zugov team if he was only a 1-time cast only. It would actually make this team stronger, not weaker. The reason for this is Thrall's 6 mana cost would not block you, which means that 6 mana is going straight into Zugov instead of into himself. So theoretically, this team would actually be stronger if Thrall could only cast once. You would have some situations where you'd be in a bad time, but on average, this team would actually be stronger because you'd be blocking Zugov by 6 less mana after you do your first cast. Because normally he's blocking it, but normally you want double Zugov, not necessarily him to have that mana. But he still takes the 6 mana from what would have been Zugov mana. So there actually are compositions where if he was 1-time only, he would actually be stronger, not weaker, which is kind of funny. It'd be one of those situations where it would be a buff nerf. They've done a lot of that in the past, where they tried nerfing a character, but in nerfing it, they actually made it stronger. Thrall or Leprechaun being 1 cast only would actually make them stronger in some team builds. Not all builds. But some builds, they would become stronger, because no longer would they mana block, and they'd be able to be used in 1st and 2nd slot a lot more often and a lot more effectively than how they're used now, due to them no longer mana blocking after casting once. Which is a mechanic not used too much, because there's very few viable 1-cast only troops. It's a mechanic that used to be a lot more relevant when gosh, what's that one devouring troop? The Great Maul. When the Great Maul was like literally the entire meta of the game, that was a lot more relevant of a mechanic. Great Maul used to be a 100% Devour troop that had Devour on Skull, that had a glitch that if you hit enough skulls, you would 4 times Devour the entire enemy team at once. It was very funny. We have a clip of it. I don't think I had audio or anything though. But it was literally a clip of a 4 times Devour Great Maul, where we just took a bunch of skulls and then we instantly devoured the entire team. I'd actually go show it real quick. I'm pretty sure we could find it on our channel if we go to it. If I go to, let's see, let's go to YouTube. I'm pretty sure I could find it. YouTube. If I go to, what do we even type in here? I guess, Gems of War Great Maul. Might just be able to find it here. Let me just search on the channel, I guess. Great Maul. Let's see. Is this the one? Yeah, there it is. Devouring everything in 1 second. I don't think this one has audio, so me not having audio here wouldn't matter. Get off of the screen. Let me see. Skip. Let me see. Also, this is what the game used to look like, by the way. Oh yeah, what patch number were we in? Hold up. What number was this? Was it 1.09? Yeah, look how much different this is. Wait, let me look at a couple things. This is the matchmaking. Then we can see like the current invasions and the revenges. As well as your streak and everything for it. This is what the other battle screen looked like. Oh yeah, they did still have repick. Oh yeah, normal PvP you could repick for only 10 gold. It didn't used to cost a gem. The other one cost 50 gold. But normal PvP you could actually reroll for 10 gold back in the day. I don't think it cost a gem or anything. Oh yeah, goblins were also really meta. And it is like, we're in version 1.09. But yeah, the good old Great Maul. Also, Mercy used to be like the only Empower converter in the game at one point. So it was pretty good. Oh, I skipped them because they were goblins. Goblins were still annoying even back then. Let's see. Let's just move forward some. We're up against some team. We're up against a... Oh yeah, also, there was one point where Bone Dragon was very broken beyond belief. Let's see, let's get to the point where it happens. Let's see. So we get Devour on there. Oh, it's only a triple Devour. Was this not a quad Devour? I don't think this was a quad Devourer. It was a nice triple one, though. Because we do this, and then they all die instantly. Because it multi-triggers it. And then it leads to situations like this. Obviously, that's not how it works. Also, he no longer has that trait. It was actually given to that one red-green troop. I forget its name now. It was also made way lower chance. Like, it was as high as like 15%. It was nerfed to 10 and then like moved to something else on 5%. But yeah, he could just like entire Devourer team. It was pretty funny. It literally just Devour wipes the whole team if you got lucky enough rolls. That's not possible anymore though. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Honestly, it was probably one of the most broken things to ever exist. Great Maul Bone Dragon. Like, there's never been a better skull spam team than when Great Maul Bone Dragon existed. What Bone Dragon used to do is it had no limit on how much armor it could tier, so it tiered all armor and created skulls based on it. Meaning if you were fighting something with enough armor, you would fill the entire board with skulls. Like, literally the entire board. Not like some of it, like literally the entire board. Which is actually bad when that happened because the calculation for it was a little bit worse. You actually wanted to do slightly less than the entire board. But the armor values at the time were actually perfectly fine to do exactly that. So it was very devastating. Because if you filled the entirety of the board, it would actually do less damage than if you filled most of the board. Because it calculated out a little weirdly. So like creating something like 40 skulls was actually more damage than creating like 64. Due to how the math worked on it. Also, thank you, Supernova. Yep. 6-year anniversary of the channel. So we'll take that one over. Grab ourselves some purple. Get a nice big destroy. I wish I handed out another code soon. How many have we handed out? Actually, there's an easy way to check. Because I'll have one left over after we finish them all. So let's go hand out another code soon. Because that would be the third one. Then we'll probably hand one out after we make that tier list thing. And then the other two we'll do probably around the 8-ish PM time. Because that will be around when people will be coming in for the other stream. Or, you know, the time we normally stream. Because we're probably going for about another 4 or 5 hours, I would say. So we're pretty much halfway there. Is Great Maul good anymore? No. Great Maul is pretty underwhelming. Like, it's not a bad troop. But it's also not really a particularly good troop. Like, ever since Iron Gut existed, there's basically no situation where you would ever use a Great Maul. It's basically just weaker Iron Gut. It's basically what Iron Gut would be if he was balanced. Is what the Great Maul does. It's basically a balanced Iron Gut, and for that reason he's useless. Because Iron Gut is an unbalanced Iron Gut. So there's no point in using a balanced version when you can just use the one that auto wins very quickly. Oh, you sent me a donation through PayPal, thank you. Yeah, I still don't have the on-screen thingy thing. But thank you for that so much. Let me go read the thing as well. Let's see. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad I could help. And if anyone still has any questions anyone want to go over, do let me know. But thank you so much for the donation. Let me just go check that real quick, if you mentioned anything else with it. But yeah, I still need to fix that. Even though we've gone like a couple weeks with this new format, since we switched over the format, I still haven't switched over the alert system thing. I've been meaning to do that. Because absolutely none of it works now. Like, it already kind of wasn't working. But now it, like, really... Like, I still get the donations and everything. But, like, the actual, like, alert system behind it is, very much non-existent. Because I don't even use the previous thing anymore. But the donations still go through. Let's see. Did I even type PayPal correctly? I did. Is my other computer even set up to check PayPal? Is it going to tell me, oh, you're logging in from a different device. Go check like a billion things. Let's see. Hey, it actually didn't. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Though I'm pretty sure that device is already recognized as a valid device. But thank you so much, Steve, for the, I think that's a $20 donation? Yeah, in Canadian or something. And it converted over. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, no. What currency was it in? It was a very weird number. Oh, I think it was 15, but they just took their cut, I think. Yeah, I think that was just PayPal taking their cut thing or something. But thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. I was just wondering what the weird number was for, but I think it was because it took the cut of the transaction thingy. Which is weird, because sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. Which always confuses me when I see a number. Because sometimes I'll see something like a solid 10 number. But then you'll also see like a weird like 9 and then like some decimal thingy. It's like, oh yeah, they took the cut thing from it already. But sometimes it doesn't show it with it already taken out, which is always confusing. Because it's hard to figure out what the base value of it is, but thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it as always. Do you know anyone medaled every non-mythic troop yet? No. I don't think anyone has. I'm pretty sure there are people who are close. And I'm pretty sure at least someone has. Though I'm not really aware of any. Do I know of anyone medal? Oh, never mind, I already answered that. But I'm pretty sure at least some person has by now. There's definitely isn't that many, that's for sure. Because that takes a long while. Even doing just all legends. Like, that's a lot easier than all mythics, obviously. Like, substantially easier, but that's still a really hard feat to do. Like, the amount of grind you would still need on is really high. Like, I don't even think I'm 1/10 the way through upgrading all legends. Like, the percent that we have completed into all legends is a single-digit percent. Is like the number I actually have done of all legends. Okay, maybe it's a little bit higher than that. I don't know, maybe it is. It's hard to tell. How many legends are there these days? Because I'm pretty sure I have like not even double-digit number of legends even upgraded. So if there's over 100, it's definitely a single-digit percent. And I believe there is over 100 legends these days. Or at least pretty close to it if it's not actually over 100. Oh yeah, the link I have in the description, I believe it automatically takes out the transaction thingy. Because you're supposed to have it set up for stuff like that. Has the Horde Mimic dropped for you yet? Yes, we've gotten 5. Oh no, you mean the troop itself? No. We got 1 5x chest this stream though, but it did not have the Mimic in it. Okay, we found 5 total chests, 4 normal, 1 5x. And the 1 5x did not have the mythic in it, unfortunately. But at least we got one. That would have been kind of disappointing if we got 0 all day. But at least we got one. Actually, we got it pretty early, too. We got it like 2 hours ago. Pretty sure we got it within like the first 2 hours or so. But yeah, if you guys ever have video suggestions or anything else too, feel free to leave them. I've been kind of slacking on guides lately. Though earlier this year, that was mostly because of the construction people. I'm also not really sure what on earth they're doing at this point. Because they haven't actually done anything for like a little over a week now. So I'm not sure what on earth the whole ordeal with that is. Because they're not done yet, I know that. But they also haven't been doing anything for like the last week and a half. So I'm not really sure what on earth is up with that. I know initially there was a shipment issue, so I assume that's still ongoing. Oh yeah, I know, gosh, what's his name? I know Defiant has always been wanting me to do Fall Guys again. The problem is Fall Guys has been doing like no updates. They had some kind of event right now, but I think it took like 1 hour. Like, I generally barely even play it, but that one, like, you know, I saw there was an event thingy, so I was like, oh, let me go get it down. I believe I have gotten every cosmetic they've ever had from those, like, timed events. Most of them are pretty easy. Like, you only have to win, like, twice in one of the weird show thingies, and every other objective you would have hit by then. So it doesn't take that long. Most of them are pretty quick, but they haven't really been doing any updates. Like, I'm not sure where the next patch thing is. I find it funny, because Gems of War is on Season 9, and for a while, Fall Guys and Gems of War were actually following a very similar like season path, as in they were pretty much getting a patch around the same time. And right now, Gems of War is on Season 9, kind of almost like halfway through to Season 10. Yet Fall Guys, I think, is on Season 6 right now. Which means we've gone like 3.5 further seasons in Gems of War than Fall Guys have been moving. Which is just to show like how stagnant they've been lately. Because if you think Gems of War doesn't get content quick enough, a company that made like multiple millions at launch has been like 50% slower in doing anything. I'm not sure why they've gone so dry on content lately. Like, I don't think they did an update all year yet. Like, it is 4.5 months into the year, and I'm pretty sure they've done 0 updates. Though they did add one new mode, like some kind of invisible thing. Though they only had an event for it for a few days, and I never got to stream it because I was busy those few days. I would stream it again if it comes back, though. Like, that's the only thing that I would play Fall Guys for if we were to stream it again prior to next season. Would be if they have that show up again. Because I wasn't able to stream it at the time. Thank you, Daniel. Yes, we started to stream 4.5 hours ago. We're probably going for about another 4.5 hours. We're going pretty much until when our normal nightly stream would end. That's pretty much the game plan for today. So we're going for at least another 4 hours or so. Which I probably will end it around that time because I need to eat food at some point. And that'd probably be a good time, the time we normally end our nightly stream. So probably around 9. Which is 4 hours and 15 minutes more. Yeah, we're probably going to be doing Gems of War the whole time. We didn't really make this a variety stream. I was like somewhat considering doing a bit of variety in it. I don't know, we still could. If people are interested. I feel like more people would want to see us do Gems of War than switch to something else though. I wouldn't mind to switch to something else though. But honestly, I have not gotten as bored as this as I thought I would though. Like, I'm still like as efficient at this as I was like on hour 1. Which is weird because normally I like doing this in shorter bursts when I do farm this. But this stream actually hasn't been that bad. Yeah, the only problem with doing a different game is like getting something that like most of chat would agree with. Because that's kind of hard to do. Though we will be doing that Coromon stream tomorrow, if nothing else. Which is like an indie version of Pokemon. I kind of want to see what a spin-off game does for the core mechanics of Pokemon. Like what their interpretation of it is. Because there's so many issues with the main actual series that they do quality of life fix over time. But I hope next gen really fixes a lot of. But it's kind of interesting to see what you know, independent IPs do with such a mechanic. Also, I've technically never played a spin-off game like that before, even though many of them exist. Don't stop until we have the mythic. I wish. I was almost going to do that the night he came out. Like, I was almost considering we'd keep farming until we found the mimic. Little did I know how impossible that task would have been. Could you imagine? We'd still be streaming. That would be like a 1,000 plus hour stream. If we were streaming every second since the thing came out. Obviously, we'd probably have a lot more chance to get the mimic and probably would have by then. But you know. Like, that would be a very long stream. Because let's see, how much we've streamed, or we've farmed the mimic at least 100 hours. So if we were to try to have done it, it would be over a 4-hour straight, or 4-day long stream with no bricks. Would have been if we tried getting the mimic non-stop since it launched. It would be 4 days of playing, no bricks. Would have been the amount of time. Probably even longer than that, almost 5 days of playing, no bricks. Like, pretty much a whole week. With like maybe a few hours of sleep in between. Would have been how long we would have had to have played to be at the same point of still not having the mimic. How many hours of sleep would that be? It's 7 times 24. And then I would say we farmed for probably about 120 hours, let's say. So it's minus 120 hours. So that's 48 hours of free time across 7 days, which means you'd have about 6 to... Oh, you know what? That's actually doable. To have reached the amount of farm we have right now, you would have to have played for about 16 hours or 17 hours every day for an entire week. Would put us at about the same amount of farm we've done up to this point, which would give you about 6 to 7 hours per night to sleep and eat and do other things that aren't play Gems of War. But to reach the amount of time that we have farmed so far, which still did not yield us the mythic, you would have had to have farmed for about 17 hours per day. And you still would be empty-handed on the mimic. Though you also would have reached that point within 1 week. Instead of 1 month. And you're here seeing 3 horde mimics in defend, I know, right? His sleep is for the week. You should definitely get some amount of sleep. It's healthy for you. I know, we're getting a lot of passive gold. Actually, we can kind of already tell. Because we were at about 10 million at one point to stream because we donated all of our gold that was basically above 10 million. And we're already at 2.2 million to stream. Which means we're getting about roughly 500,000 per hour, which we kind of already know. It's around 400,000, 500-ish. I think it's closer to 400,000, actually. I never did go out to dailies. I should probably go do that. Because it doesn't really matter if we do it on a nightly stream. This basically is the nightly stream. Just an earlier part of the nightly stream. Because the stream's not dividing once we hit the 8 mark. We're just going to keep the stream going. Because it's not like we're switching content. It's still Gems of War the whole time. Yeah, as the numbers keep going higher, they should be more similar. Like, people's results as they go higher should be more similar to each other as time goes on. So you'll have a bigger data pool. Which makes every outlier less likely. Yeah, there were some people that got it on day 1. Like, some people had it within the first hour of the patch going out. Which made me think, oh, maybe it's possible to actually go farm it during the stream. And then I soon realized what the actual rates were, and it's like, oh yeah, that's never happening. But there were people that within the first hour of it got it. It was also kind of funny because I ended up getting the Mimic off my very first chest I opened, which gave a very false sense of how common they were. Though I kind of realized that it wasn't that common when someone said, was like going crazy that we got it on the first try when they weren't like 13 straight and still didn't get one. Because they opened like 13 normal chests and got 0 2x chests. But we opened our very first one, it was a 2x chest. If only they were all that lucky, or that quick. Might as well clear out dungeons before I forget. What will next week's event kingdom be? Next week's event kingdom will be the kingdom of... I don't know off the top of my head. That's not a T. Okay, troops. It is the troop, or Golvania. No, sorry, Zolkari. Never mind, it's Zolkari. Zolkari is the event week for next week. We're getting whatever on earth that thing is. It's some kind of mech spider. Which makes sense. The kingdom is spider. Not quite mech, but makes sense given what the word event is. Okay, we're getting a mech spider for Zolkari. I wonder if that actually counts as a spider. I wonder if those eggs that randomly summon spider will summon that spider. Spider is an invisible typing within the game. Similar to Null and those Lopunny things. Or not Lopunny. Why do I keep calling them Lopunny? That's the name of a Pokemon that also looks like a bunny. What's it called? The, whatever this thing is called. This thing with bunny ears. It has a proper name in this game and I can't remember what it's called now. But those things are also another typing. It's those, Nulls, and spiders. I believe they're main three. There might be another one too. But they're basically invisible typings in the game that are used for like one really particular thing. Like the thing that randomly summons Null, the thing that randomly summons spider, so on and so forth. But spider is one of those categories. You cannot actually look at a troop and know if it's a spider or not. It's an invisible typing that for whatever reason is not displayed in the game by any means. Yeah, Lapina, that's the one. I knew it started with Lap. I always keep saying Lopunny though. They both kind of start the same way. They're based on like the same bunny term, which is why they both sound somewhat similar. So I might as well take out this one. It'll bother me if it's not fully complete. Alright, there we go. Alright, next. Not that. Get rid of that. Mail. Grab all... Wow, gosh, we're getting so many tasks. Thank you everyone who's been donating from the guild. Look at those numbers. Did we get a mythic? Any mythic? Nah. Oh, we got, what's his name though? I'm not sure if I even had more copies of him. Probably at some point. He's in the drop table by now, so we probably got more. This was the guy who was added 4 months ago. He was added on Christmas Day. So almost exactly 4 months ago. This is one of the more recent legends added to the game. His most noteworthy thing is he does triple damage to entangle. He's not actually bad. He's impervious with a score reduction with triple damage to entangle. It's just very situational that you'd use him compared to other triple damage options. But he's not bad. I just don't feel like he's really been used in anything. But yeah, look at all those keys. We're gonna have so many for next guild. I mean, for next mythic in another week or two. Actually, it's 2 weeks from now. Not next Friday, but the following Friday. Next Friday is Vault Event weekend, though. So we got that to look forward to. Anyways, let's keep going. That's not the team I want, though. So let's go hand out a third code. Might as well. Let's go hand out the third one. We'll have 3 more this stream. So we're only halfway through the codes, which makes sense because we're halfway through the stream, pretty much. Because we're probably going for about another 4 hours. But let me go hand out this code, and then we'll have another 3 a little bit later. At least one of those is going to be more towards when we normally do our stream, though. The other one will probably be after we cover the tier list thing, because I still kind of want to do that. Like, the other tier list I want to do, the bigger one, like, that I'll be doing as its own independent video. I kind of want to do that smaller one that's just going over the weapons on stream, and then probably post it on Tuesday. Even though anyone who watches this stream would have seen it early. Let's see. Well, there you guys go. There's the redeem code. Use on gems. You guys know by now. Not gonna explain it 6 times this stream. You guys know. If anyone doesn't, they'll ask. I'd enjoy, and definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Also, one of the few streams where we actually have more likes than viewers. I'm pretty sure there's some of you who still didn't like, so if you wouldn't mind, it would be greatly appreciated. It does help out a lot. And I'll actually let people know that we're streaming at this weird time, because we normally don't stream around this time of day. Or at least Gems of War anyways. Let's see. Take that down. What do we want? I want Zugov, but we can't get Zugov with this board. There we go. Why are the codes the same? They're not the same. Well, all the codes rewards are the same. They just give you a bit of loot. But the codes themselves say something different. But the actual loot's the same each time. It's 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, 2,500 gold. The main loot in it is the 1 gem key, which people normally save for when a new mythic comes out. That'll be 2 Fridays from now, not this Friday, but the following Friday. I believe next mythic's kind of bad, though. Last I recall. Actually, I believe every mythic we were getting this season is bad. Like all 3 of them that we're getting. Like the 2 from the normal Friday ones and the 1 from the campaign itself. Like all of them during that duration are kind of bad. Yeah, I actually forgot what the next mythic does. I just remember that it was so bad that it wasn't worth remembering what it does. Like, I can't remember what it does off the top of my head, but I do recall it specifically being bad enough for me to not care to remember what it was. Like, if it's, like, something really good, it'll be like, okay, yeah, that's relevant. Should probably know, like, everything about it. When they're, like, a bad one, especially a bad one that hasn't been released, because you don't know if it's going to get changed or not. Like, my brain just completely shuts down on it these days. Which is why I forget some troops even exist in the game occasionally these days. Well, then, the numbers starting to get so big. But also because they're such a irrelevant option that you see them, like, maybe once every few months. And then it's like, oh yeah, I forgot, that exists. Yeah, it's been a little while since we've had a good mythic. Like, someone was asking earlier, actually I think it was Lucian, was asking, like, what was, like, the most recent few mythics that were actually good. And I couldn't think of a single one. Like, the most recent thing I could think of was Ironhawk. Even though I think we've gotten some okay mythics since then. But, like, I literally can't think of anything more recent than Ironhawk. Well, Ironhawk set a pretty high bar. Like, it's not fair to compare things to Ironhawk. Like, if we make an updated mythic tier list that I still need to cover soon at some point, he's literally #1. Like, at least from a should you get it perspective. The answer is as immediately as possible. Because double Ironhawk is basically the new double Ferrous Raw. It's like one of those things where if you want to farm something properly, just get it. Ferrous Raw is a lot less relevant now, though. But that's mostly because he got replaced by double Ironhawk. It's mostly because Ironhawk is so much better. Yeah, Piskia is kind of good. I personally hate Piskia, though I notice like every other team anyone ever recommends me to use is Piskia. Though I think that's mostly because I underestimate him so much, so everyone wants to like prove me wrong on that thing. But I don't know, Piskia, like, he's good, but he's under the category of good troops I hate using. He's not, like, insanely good. He's still really luck-based, but he's pretty solid. But yeah, there are a few mythics that were kind of pretty decent that I just hate using. I'm pretty sure the most noteworthy one that has ever existed that's kind of in that category is Possessed King. I'm not a fan of ever using Possessed King. But it's actually insanely good. There's another one of those like RNG-based ones though. His ability, his final trait isn't luck-based, but his cast is. He has the most amount of transform in the game at 3, though not a single one of them is guaranteed. And he also has a lot of mana accumulation, 2 explodes per extra turn, which is really good on skull spam builds, particularly Doom skull spam builds. There's a very specific type of team that is really insanely good with them. Do I consider Zugaf a mythic? Yes, even the game kind of considers it. Like, the boss troops that exist are technically just mythics with a different color border that are slightly harder to obtain. Well, some of them are slightly harder. The Hatcher and Scroll 2-1s are actually kind of easier to get than a normal mythic, oddly enough. Even though they still have the red border. But yeah, I would consider pretty much all the boss rarity troops to kind of still be under the mythic category. Even the game kind of considers it too. Like, if I go sort by base rarity, the first ones that pop up are not the red borders. Like, if we do it by base rarity right here, you'll notice, like, the first thing that doesn't pop up isn't Zugaf. He's all the way down at Z in the mythic category. He's literally the last one that shows up underneath mythics because he's all the way at Z. Obviously, the other one's, like, right in the middle there. But yeah, they're just considered in the mythic category even though they have a different border. There's like a weird in-between. Like, Zugaf's the only red border troop that feels like a red border troop. Like, every other thing that has a red border just feels like a standard mythic. Zugaf's the only one that feels strong enough to actually kind of be its own category. Even though it's technically not its own category. Even though it technically also still is because of the red border. I don't know, Zugaf's in a really weird position. Where he's strong enough to technically be a rarity above mythic, and even have a border kind of indicating such and stuff like that. Yet every other thing with a red border just does not even remotely seem like anything other than just a standard mythic. Zugaf's the only really standout one. Is Enraged Karandera good? No. The biggest issue with Enraged Karandera is, oddly enough, normal Karandera is better. Which seems kind of dumb. But normal Karandera is actually better than Enraged Karandera. Like, the one that's literally easier to obtain is actually stronger. Which I guess from a new player perspective and a making the game accessible perspective, that's technically a good thing. But literally the lower rarity thing is stronger than the higher rarity thing. Which is kind of funny. And the main reason for that is because of its spammability. It checks for curse, 4 times curse, every extra turn you do, at a 50% rate. Whereas the other one, I believe, is like 40%. Enraged Karandera, I believe, is 40% at the start of every turn. So unless you get really lucky and hit it on like turn 1 or turn 2, particularly turn 1, you're better off just using the one where you can extra turn spam for it. The only good thing about it is Enraged Karandera is better if you fall behind. It has a better way to come back. But normal Karandera, if you already have a lead, is just stronger. Like, if you get any amount of momentum on turn 1 or 2, normal Karandera is stronger than Enrage. Enraged Karandera is only particularly better if you get a really bad start. And generally, you're not banking on getting a bad start. Oh, hello, Inflame! Welcome and thank you! Yep, 6 years. Decided to grind with me? Nice. Well, we'll be around for a while. We're going to be around for like another 4 hours or so. So we'll be around for it. You just got a Mimic chest? Nice. With 2 Anus? Nice. Wait, what's the best drop we got in this stream? We got Anisha, some Anus here. I can't think of anything good we got from the Mimics, though. They've all been kind of underwhelming. The closest we got was a 5 times chest where we got like 5 Arania. Like, that was a pretty good drop. Although not as good as it could have been. Oh, hello, Genki! Did you just get here? Or have you been lurking? Or were you sleeping and you just woke up now? That's a really short sleep if so. I sure hope you went to sleep. Because if you've been up this whole time, you probably need sleep. Oh, we would take care. I'll take that over. Hey, Jinky, I always miss almost all your streams. Like, sometimes I'll see them, like, activated. Like, when you start. And normally I don't say hi because I'll have to say bye, like, nearly immediately. Because there are at times where, like, I wouldn't be able to watch. Like, generally, they keep falling in either a time where I should be sleeping, or, like, I'm just, like, too out of it to bother doing anything. Because it's either, like, right when I wake up, and I'm, like, still, like, way too out of it, or, like, literally when I should be sleeping. Normally more so that. I wish I could stop by more often, though. I think the main thing that makes it hard for me to catch people, though, is I believe most people don't have a daily schedule. I think we're one of the only, if not the only, people who stream Gems of War that streams literally every day. Because most other people have a schedule, and I don't have every single person's schedule memorized. But it's not every single day. So you can't just, like, check at a certain time every day, and it's like, oh, they're streaming. Of course, obviously, that's hard to do every single day. As someone who's done it every single day for upwards of almost 6 years now, because we technically started streaming a little bit later than that, as far as when we do that. So it was like about 5.5 years now. But as someone who for like over 5 years have done it at the same exact time every day, it is actually a lot harder than it seems. To like consistently every single day do a stream at the exact same time. Like on paper, that doesn't sound that hard. And to a degree it doesn't, because it literally becomes a part of your schedule in a way. But, I don't know. It's hard to do exactly at the same time. That is for sure. Like, it's a lot more complicated than if it was to be at a, like, any time of the day. And we just sporadically changed it, but we always make sure it's kind of the same time so people know. What do we take here? Take that one over. Yeah, for America times, it's kind of weird. For you, it probably works out nicely, though. Which is how my nightly streams are for, like, most of Europe. Like, my nightly stream falls at, like, the worst time possible, so hopefully we can actually see some of you guys here. I don't know, how many of you are from Europe, or from other similar areas? Because I know my normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream is, like, in the dead of night for you guys. It's pretty much when Gen Key streams in my time zone, which makes it really hard to normally catch. Is there a mini patch before the Delve patch? No. The next patch is the Delve patch, and it's coming sometime in May. If I had to guess at this point, it's probably mid-May. I know they've been beta testing it for almost a month now, so it should be pretty soon. I don't feel like it's going to be the first week, though. Like, if I had to guess, it's probably like 2 weeks from now. Which actually would be early May, wouldn't it? But no, the next there's no mini patch before next patch. It's just simply the faction patch. There is likely a mini patch before the summer patch, though, because that's likely when we're getting the new kingdom, which will actually be a pretty beefy mini patch, because one of the main things in it will likely be the new kingdom, as well as what other small adjustments they might make. But there's likely to be a patch between the faction patch and whatever is after the faction patch, which will be a mini patch that'll make sure the kingdom's good to go and whatever else they do with it. If we could poll the Europe question, we've already polled so many things this stream. I can actually technically check off my demographics, because every stream has the demographic spread. I don't think I could check it as the stream is going, but it's something very easily I could check after the fact. Actually, I wonder if I could check it after during. I don't think I can. I'm pretty sure you cannot check the analytics of something that is currently ongoing. Though honestly, I've never tried. At least to that degree. Let me see. If I go to my channel, if I click here, click on your channel. Actually, let me click on YouTube Studio. Let me check this way. Can I actually check the literal live demographics of this? I'm pretty sure it doesn't fully render until after the fact. So if I go to my content, is there a thing that shows the current live stream? If I click live, does it have one ongoing currently? Yes. If I click on options, monetize, analytics, if I click on analytics, can I actually get my answer without even needing to do a poll? I think I can. New combined age, gender details, close, no. I'm looking for engagement, I think. Let's see. End screen click rate. How can there even be an end stream click rate? There's literally no... It hasn't ended yet. Oh, that's why it says 0%. I was gonna say, how can there be any end screen click rate if the stream hasn't actually even ended? Which makes sense. It's currently showing 0 because it's an ongoing stream. Interesting. I can't find the analytic I'm looking for. Which... Oh, maybe it's under reach. Let's see. 64.4% found us through their browse feature. 13.3 for suggested video. 6.4 for the notification. Traffic external. 40% through... Wait, through Google. 20% through Discord. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's just breaking down. Oh, there's 1.3% that found it through different means. And of those, 40% found... Wait, people found me through Google? Did people just like Google Gems of War and then just like randomly find me during the stream? That's kind of funny. Some from the Discord. Apparently some others. Some comparisons to some other things. Come on, give me the info I actually want. I have no clue where it is. But I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. Buried in all of these. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do the full analytics though while you're streaming, which might be why I can't find it. I'm pretty sure it is not existent. Not enough geography data to show this report. Okay, that's why I can't find it. Yeah, it can't show it while you're doing a live stream, I see. We'd have to wait till after the live stream. It doesn't want to fully render it. Because that's one of the data points that it's not showing while the stream is ongoing. I see how it is. Yeah, there's several data points there that it won't show you while it's ongoing, apparently. Which kind of makes sense. Yeah, Gen-Key probably is old enough to be my mom. Because I'm only 28... 27? 28? Why do I forget that number? You know you're starting to get too old if you forget your age. Am I 27 or 28? I think it's 27. Yeah, I'm 27. I'll be 28 this year, which is what was confusing me, because my birthday hasn't happened yet this year. But yeah, I'll be 28 this year, but I'm 27 currently. I know, I said that you are. Oh gosh, I'm the same age as your oldest son. Oh, I should take it out of him first, whoops. Yeah, it's kind of funny. When I started this channel, the demographic of people that were around my age was like 3% or something. I think that has gone up a little bit more. But it's kind of funny because it was actually among one of the lowest demographics, was the actual age that I was. Was one of the lowest that was actually from this channel. I wonder what those values are, because those I could still check while we're doing this stream. It's just the one that the tracks for the stream itself don't function yet because it's still ongoing. How do you even check that these days? YouTube's backend is like one of the most convoluted, overly convoluted things ever. Like, it is way more non-user friendly than it needs to be. Let's see. Analytics. I actually do kind of want to check this, because I haven't checked the age spread in such a long time. The only problem is I have no clue where to find it. Maybe reach? Maybe research? Why is there a research tab? Let's see. Oddly enough, even though Gems of War is the main way people find us, it actually only makes up a pretty small percent. That's just a revenue breakdown, which has been a bit lower lately. Let's see, audience. It was also because we haven't been covering as much. Oh, it actually shows you other other people who my channel watches, which are things like Cynical, Gen-Key. Cynical, we like almost never see Cynical in our streams. But in all fairness, I also never really see his streams that often. I used to. Out of like any person who streams the game, it's definitely Gen-Key. But yeah, I didn't even realize it actually shows you other channels that your channel watches. That's pretty cool. I didn't even realize that was a feature. Oh, it also gives you recommendations for when you should post videos. For whatever reason, it says I should post videos at noon. I'm not sure why. It says I should post videos at noon and do streams at 3 p.m. except on Fridays, where it thinks I should both post a video and stream at noon for whatever reason. That's weird. That's kind of strange. Not sure how it expects me to do both simultaneously. But that makes sense because peak gaming hours is around that time, like the 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which makes sense that it would try recommending me to like do stuff during that time, because any gaming channel would almost always get the recommendation to do it during that time. Also interesting, obviously United States is our highest demographic, but United Kingdom's at 8% and Germany's at 5.4%, then Canada at 4%, France at 2%, which is actually kind of interesting because I actually know a couple people from France. And out of like every country that isn't United States, I think I actually know the most people from France, oddly enough. Bit of a weird one to know people from. But yeah, that's actually another top 5 viewed. Nice. Also, that demographic that everyone mentions on how many people are subscribed, our number is actually really healthy. 94.4% of people who watch our channel subscribe, or subscribed, which means only 40.6% don't. Honestly, if you have over 50%, you have a really good number. And ours is almost 60%. So thank you, everyone, for being subscribed. We're 94% male. So if you're in the 6% female, let's see. Can we even name our full 6% of female? Though then again, oh no. I feel like based on how many people watch our streams, like 6% female demographic doesn't sound correct. Because the ratio of people who watch our streams is definitely at least like 10 to 15% female, if not 20%. But for whatever reason, across the entire channel, it says it's only 6% female. Which is curious. Oh, here's the age demographic I was trying to look for. Yeah, you remember the 13 to 17 demographic that I said in the past was so low that it registered as 0% because it wasn't even enough to go to 0.1? It is actually 0.3 now, which means I have improved by 0.3%. But yeah, that is why whenever we cover anything Nintendo, we are at the complete mercy of the algorithm. Because one of the best demographics you need to have to cover like anything Nintendo is like the 13 to 17 and the 18 to 24. And my 13 to 17 is 0.3%. At one point it was so low it literally registered as 0%, even though it wasn't literally 0. But it's at least high enough that it does not register as 0%, even though obviously it wasn't actually 0%. But it still registers as 0.3. That's kind of funny. And the other one that I mentioned is at 14.6, the 18 to 24. Which, oddly enough, the age demographic that I am is actually one of our most viewed now that I've actually gone up, and that becomes a bigger spread. The 25 to 34 is 31.8, though the 35 to 44 is still the highest. So I can still hey, we got a Nisha. So I can still statistically say someone's probably around 40 years old if they're watching us. Because if you average out all the ages, the average age of someone watching our channel is roughly 30 to 45. Like somewhere around there. Give or take. Which makes sense. Also, no one in the 65 plus category. Pretty sure there's at least someone there. But that's another one that's registering is so low that it says 0%. Though in all fairness, I highly doubt there are too many people that old playing video games. Though, if they are playing a video game, Gems of War is definitely one of the ones they might be playing. Like someone over 65, if I was to see them playing a video game, Gems of War statistically the more likely game they would be playing compared to every game in existence. Let's see, I'll take that over. The 0.3% is the entirety of you. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Like, I know we've had some people around that demographic, and I'm pretty sure that demographic is also inflated from its 0% due to us doing Legends Arceus and a few other things that has a generally lower age demographic. Because the demographics I was just going over is across the entire channel, not just this one video, or not this one stream. Yeah, this game is really good for jumping in and out. Like, you can easily play just a few rounds, put it back down. It's my favorite airport game. And if you're doing like a lot of like small traveling, I could see this being a really, really optimal game as well. Like, it's a really good game if you just need to like play it, like put it down immediately without having to worry about your turn like being messed up or anything, and then come right back. Like, it's really good for just like ultra short bursts of play, even though we're streaming it for 5 hours straight. It is a game primarily made for short play. which is why we normally don't do super long streams. They can be played for super long if you really want to, but it's really good for short bursts. Yeah, always make sure to be family friendly on the channel. I naturally don't curse or anything, so even though our lower age demographic is like super low, like, you know, like the percent for it is super low, I'm still like a very family friendly channel. That's mostly because I don't really like naturally curse or anything. I start swearing? No. I just naturally don't. Like, it's not even like I could slip up, I just naturally never do. Like, the only time we've ever sworn on a on this channel was games that literally have the word in it that I didn't realize, and I would sometimes still be reading the dialogue for them, so it'd still come out through it. I can't remember the last time that's happened. I think Deltarune had one, if I'm not mistaken. I think it had like one line in it. Deltarune Chapter 2, that is. I wonder if he's ever going to finish Chapter 3. It's like a solo developer trying to make like a whole game. And while he's still... Hey, another Nisha. And while he's still getting some other people to help with other various things for the game. Like, he's taken on like way too ambitious of an option. Like, he's trying to make a game that's going to take him like a decade. Like, it's already been in development for I think like 4 or 5 years. And he's in Chapter 2 of 7. Though there's rumor that Chapter 3 is around the corner. But that's after like 5 years of development. Yeah, you gotta love the casual Nishas. But in the last week, we've definitely gotten a whole medal. Probably more than a whole medal, like a medal and a half probably by now after this stream. Oh no, the only stream I think I might be doing soon that we might have like an age rating on, I think might be Bayonetta 3. I've never actually played into Bayonetta games. However, I know thematically like what they're like, kind of. And I have a feeling I should put 18 plus restriction on it. Like, there's no nudity scene or anything like that. But it's definitely like more mature. And we might even bring up more mature topics while doing the stream as well. Because generally I don't stream anything of that scope. But it's definitely a lot more of a suggestive game. That is for sure. To put it lightly. Which is actually kind of funny that it's released only on Nintendo. It's basically Devil May Cry, but with a female, pretty much. I've never actually played any of the Devil May Cry games. Nor any of the Bayonetta games. So I will be playing the next Bayonetta one, just to kind of see what it's like. I've never actually even seen gameplay of the first two. I know, like, generally what the game is like, though. It's just a genre I generally don't play. If I did figure I'd finally try it. Like, if there was any game to play, that would be probably the first one we'd want to try. It's supposed to come out this year unless it gets delayed. We don't have an official date yet, though. $18 plus for Skay's stream of Gems of War would be funny. I don't know, maybe we would at some point. I would definitely make sure to age restrict anything we ever did related to that, though, if we ever did. YouTube does have an option for it. I feel like no one ever really uses it, but it does have an option. And I'm pretty sure most people who are under 18 just like bypass it anyways. Because most kids are smart enough to get past it. Oh, what do we even take here? We'll take that over. You can't even imagine Tacit being risque. Do I know what a blue waffle is? Yes. Because we never talk about things on the channel doesn't mean I don't know what things are. Oh no, it'd be a fun topic to mention on one stream though. Not right now though. Oh, what do we need? We'll throw that down. Because I feel like there's quite a few things you guys don't know about me. That on a normal stream I'd probably never bring up. Oh, what even take here? We'll throw that down. The topic of the box. The box is a really funny one. That's definitely not the first topic we would start on. Although I almost want to keep it a mystery forever because it's almost funnier it being a mystery than what's actually in it. Because I feel like I overhyped the box so much that like it would almost ruin the experience if I actually say what's in it. It's like the Five Nights at Freddy box. It'll forever remain closed because it just works better that way. Because that one's notorious for having like a mystery box in it that has never been solved. You got a 5 times, you got 5 Orpheus, 5 Yasmin, and you're sad. Yeah, that hurts. There are 5 times, I think. Wasn't there 5 times a 5 Arania, 5 Guard? Which at least it was 5 Arania, otherwise that would have been like a complete miss. Schrodinger's cats of boxes, pretty much. Did I actually look it up? No, I would highly advise not Googling it. I know what it is, though. They're still waiting for the 10 times guard. That would be very painful. Have we gotten it yet? I can't even remember. I feel like I have, but I also don't recall it actually happening. So I'm actually not sure if one of our 6 chests have been a 10 times guard. Yeah, that's the worst you could possibly get. You did, and you wish you hadn't. Yeah, there's a lot of weird slang in that regard. Which I'm always concerned, like, especially when we're doing that one Scrabble game that we're still going to be doing. It actually has a July release. That one, Words Can Kill game. But I'm always, like, concerned when I randomly Google something, especially on stream when it's, like, visible. It's like, will this actually be some kind of weird term I'm not aware about? Like, I know most of them, but I'm always, like, cautious or, like, thinking in the back of my head when I, like, search something. It's like, wait, is there something here that could be something really bad with this term? For most things, there isn't. And some of them you would know in advance if it was or not. Oh, let's see. I'll take that one down. My laugh is the best. Yeah, some people really like my laugh. Some people also really hate my laugh. It's definitely not a normal laugh. I feel like I've gotten multiple different laughs over time as well. And this is what it has become. Can you delay the stream by like 5 seconds when I'm Googling stuff? Well, I could always Google it through a different browser. I don't think I could do a delay in that exact way. Because then there would be 5 seconds of black nothingness, in a sense. Because it would have to take the 5 seconds from somewheres. I don't think there's a function that you can do it. You can add a stream delay, But I don't think you can add a stream delay like literally as you've already started the stream, because otherwise it would cause a emptiness of blackness for like however long your delay is, where it would be nothing but black for that delay time. If it is even possible. But that would be the result of doing so. There'd be like nothing but silent blackness for however many seconds the delay is. If that's even a function at all. Which at that point I might as well just like do it in a different tab. Let's see, I'll throw that down. Because normally the one I do on stream is just so everyone can see it. I normally do it through the little Steam thingy, which is very broken for a lot of things and doesn't like to work sometimes. But anyways, let's see, we'll get our destroy over there. Oh, I already have the win. I did that so many times. I'm pretty sure, even though I've only noticed it a few times, I'm pretty sure I've done that like 100 times now, where I go and cast something when I already have the win conditions laying on the board. I would not be surprised if we've done that over 100 times already this stream, and I just haven't even noticed. Like, I noticed a few times that has happened, but it probably happened way more than a few times, that is for sure. But yeah, back in the day, we actually used to stream for 6 hours every Friday and Saturday. I think I mentioned that already in the stream. I know for sure I have. However, this stream is really reminding me of it, because it's about how long the stream would be. Like, we'd normally stream for about half an hour longer, then wrap it up, and then still do the nightly stream. Like, between the two streams, I would normally grab, you know, dinner, nap if I need, or anything else. But we used to do that back in the day. We have stopped, obviously, since then. However, this stream is kind of like that now, though we'll be going all the way through. We're not taking any breaks. We're going all the way till pretty much the end of the normal night stream, which is another 4.5 hours. Sorry, 3.5 hours. Which reminds me, I should probably hand out another code soon. Do the tier list? Oh yeah, we probably should do the tier list soon. I need to go make it beforehand, so that's going to be like 10 minutes of us doing almost nothing. Because you guys won't see me as I'm making the tier list. So it shouldn't take that long. I just need to download all 35 of the files. And then get them all in the same folder. Then make up the thing in like a minute or two. And then boom, we're good to go. The problem is that full process takes like 10 or 15 minutes. Not even counting us actually doing the list, just setting up the list. Oh yeah, I also have to remember to hit the record button, while also not accidentally hitting the stop stream button, which would be a really big fail if I accidentally hit the stop stream button. Because I've actually never tried doing both simultaneously when doing this. No morning Friday stream anymore? No, we haven't really been doing it lately. We sometimes stream other games though. But we haven't been doing like Gems of War morning streams lately. Like at all. Yeah, both the Friday and Saturday Gems of War morning streams, we kind of stopped. It's been like a year or two now since we really bothered doing them. Maybe even longer if we're doing both. Like originally it was like a 6-hour stream on both Friday and Saturday. Then became like a 2 or 3 or 4 hour stream on Friday and Saturday. And then it became we'll just do it on Friday. And then it became, okay, we'll just do whatever the event is on Friday, which becomes like almost like 2 or 3 hours. And then it's like, oh, we don't even do it anymore. Like at all. It's just the viewer count that we normally got for it just wasn't worth it a lot of the times. For how much it would take out of the day. Obviously, a lot of things that we stream kind of aren't, but we're also doing it to kind of experience games that we normally wouldn't. Rather than always doing the same thing. Is most of our viewers from the United States? Oh yeah, I just looked at the demographic earlier. It's like 34.1% from United States. It's around 8 point something for United Kingdom. Third was Germany, I believe, at around 4%. Fourth was, I don't remember. Sorry, whoever was fourth. And fifth was France at 2%. I just looked that up earlier. Which is the only reason I know that off the top of my head. The UK is our highest demographic that isn't the United States. So I'm not mistaken, my dad's dad was German as well, which is our third highest demographic. triple Orpheus. You're in the EU. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier during the stream too. I'm pretty sure we got a lot more EU watch time this stream, because the normal times we stream are really hard for anyone in Europe to catch. But when we stream more towards the, you know, during the day, it's a lot easier. Because right now in Europe, it's like, what, like 9, 10, like almost when we would be normally doing our nightly stream. It's like the time in Europe right now. So it's a lot easier to catch. Because by the time we actually do our nightly stream, like even the most western part of Europe is already at like past midnight. Oh yeah, it's almost midnight for you right now, oh gosh. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we used to do the daytime Gems of War streams too. Was for the other time zones. I kind of stopped though as of recently. I don't know, I might bring them back at some point. There just normally wasn't enough to do during those times. Especially since Friday events keep becoming easier and easier to do. Like back in the day of Friday events, like even something like Bounty Hunter would take closer to like 3 or 4 hours, probably closer to 3, due to how the stats were quite a bit different. So, you know, it took more time to kill everything and all that. However, in the current state of the game, we finished it in like an hour, and it's possible to do it under an hour. Like that was a harder Bounty Hunter this weekend, we pretty much did it in an hour. Like the time to complete the Friday events has just gone down so much, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Mostly a good thing, really. But it doesn't take nearly as long to do a lot of the things within the game compared to in the past, which makes it a lot easier to go cycle through all the rewards that are within the game. But it also means if you're trying to, you know, do this for something for a stream or something, there's a lot less stuff to do during it that are different, because you get the stuff that is different done very quickly, which is good for people that don't have as much time. But bad if you're trying to do something for a stream, because then you run out of stuff to do pretty quickly. Like, we're already done with Bounty. Like, obviously, we finished that during last night's stream. The other issue I found with the Friday streams as well, back when we used to do them, as well as the Friday, Saturday ones, but particularly the Friday ones, when we did Friday morning stream, is all the interesting things that could be done on a Friday we did on the morning, and then we wouldn't be doing it during the nightly stream. So it basically meant everyone on the nightly stream, like they're missing out on everything, because it was all covered in the morning stream. That was the other issue that ended up happening with it too. Because if we, let's say, did a Friday morning stream, we obviously would have done the entirety of Bounty, and that means on the Friday night stream we would have had no Bounty, or at least one battle just to kind of show it. But we'd already be done with it. Our Mars Watch videos are Stardew Valley and RuneScape stuff from way back. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Though I do have a lot of time in RuneScape. There's actually an argument to be made that I might actually still have more time in RuneScape right now than I do in Gems of War. Because I started playing that on and off in like 2003, I want to say. Or 2002, 2004, somewhere around there. So it's been almost 2 decades now. I don't currently play, and haven't in like years. But I'm pretty sure my total time in that game, especially if you count alt accounts, because sometimes you're playing like 2 to like 10 accounts at once. Maybe not 10. That's a little overkill. I think I played as many as 6 at once before. It's definitely a game that you tend to play 2 accounts simultaneously. Like very rarely would you only ever be playing 1 account in that game. There's just so much more you can do while multitasking. I do find it kind of funny though, because even though RuneScape's not set up to be an idle game, It's arguably one of the best idle games ever made. Because it's an idle game that's actually built around an actual game. Which most idle games aren't. Like, most idle games, like, the idle component of it is the game. Whereas in RuneScape, the idle component of it is to be used for the main MMO part of the game. Which is probably one of the other big appeals that the game has always had. Because even though you could play it like an idle game, it was also attached to an MMO that you could then use all the idle progress from to use for the MMO. Which almost every other idle game does not do. Let's see, we'll take that one over. Yeah, there are 3 games I have a lot of time in, like way too much time. The 3 of them are RuneScape, Gems of War, and Warcraft 3. All are over 10,000 hours. Warcraft 3 mostly for the custom maps though, not for the core gameplay. Mostly for things like Dota 1, battle tanks, battleships, all the TDs. Actually, which reminds me, I never did play Legion TD. Does it have any player base? Wait, does Legion TD have any player base? The remake that they made? Steam charts. Is it Steam chart or Steam charts? Let me just type it into Google. It's literally right here already. Steam chart. I keep forgetting the URL sometimes, and I don't want to type in the wrong thing. Legion TD. Because they made a second version I still never played. Oh yeah, it still has a player base. That's like 1,000 something. Actually, that's about Gems of War's player base right now, actually. If we go look at it. That's only on PC, I'm pretty sure. So technically Gems of War has more of a player base. Actually, so much so, it literally has more people playing right now. But yeah, Legion TD has a bit of a player base still. Yeah, I might try that soon. It came out, I believe, last October. It's basically Legion TD1 from Warcraft 3, but remade into a different game. Which I'm not sure how they were able to do that without getting sued by Blizzard, but they have managed to do so. Because Legion TD is basically like an auto-battler. That's like the easiest way to describe it. Though I mostly played the MOBAs, like all the multiplayer battle arenas that were in it, because there was a lot of really good ones. There's also a lot of really funny spin-off games. Like there was literally a Pokemon game inside of Warcraft 3, which actually wasn't that bad. I can't remember its name. But it was like a battle arena style game that played a lot like Pokemon as you were progressing through. It was actually pretty good. There's a lot of weird games made in the Warcraft 3 engine. For its time, it was such a good public engine. Like there's so much that you could do with it. Like literally Dota 1, like the best, like which, you know, was made into Dota 2 eventually. Like the framework of that was literally made within the Warcraft 3 engine. Yeah, now it's like one of the biggest esports there is, or one of the few. Obviously not the biggest. Pretty sure League of Legends and Fortnite are higher. It's like one of the top 5, if not top 3. But yeah, that engine was able to do like everything. Which is one really annoying thing that Blizzard ruined when they made the remake. You can't play single-player campaigns in the Blizzard thing anymore, and there were so many really, really elaborate, like full storyline, like book-long storylines that were made in the single-player campaign. Some were insanely, insanely good. But you can't access them anymore because Blizzard messed up heavily. Like, I have no clue how they made a remake worse than the original and forced everyone on the past to use the new one. Doesn't make any sense. But there were some really, really good single-player campaigns made by people with way too much time. Like, literally novel-length campaigns. Let's see, we'll take that over. Yeah, I really like the game-in-games mechanic. It's something I always really liked. It's why I like the Mario Party series so much as well. Like, any game with multiple games in it, I really like. Especially when all those games work together to make a loot system that matters. Like, where if you progress on one game, you're also getting something that helps you with the core gameplay experience of the game. So that everything's interconnected. The games that do that very effectively are really solid. Because if you ever get tired of one thing in the game, you can just go to a different thing in the game, and that thing in the game still progresses you through the main core content of the game. Which I'm actually surprised the Pokemon Company doesn't do that more with their IPs. Because they do a lot of spin-off games, but for whatever reason, all their spin-off games does not connect back to the main game. Like, things like Pokemon Unite, there are a billion mobile games other than Pokemon Go, and a lot of those other stuff, they have no connection whatsoever to the main core gameplay of, like, the main Pokemon games. Which is kind of weird, that they don't have cross-progression in that way. Because you would think, like, the highest-grossing game company in the entire world, or not game company, but IP, I mean, like, the highest-grossing IP in the world would, you know, consider something like that. And while they somewhat do that, like, they don't do it across all their spin-offs, which is kind of weird. They only do it for some of them. Because that's another way that you could do it. If you don't have like a bunch of games inside of a single game, you can have multiple games that all connect to a similar game. Which is more so the route that Pokemon's been going down. So not fully yet. Though realistically it's more easier just to, you know, do it in the same game. And have it all coherently in one experience. The only problem with that is the code is going to get really, really messy at some point. If you have a billion games inside of a game. Let's see. We'll take that one down. Oh, what was my first console? My first console was an N64. And technically a Game Boy Color? Or Game Boy... What was before Game Boy? Oh, well, I guess it was literally just called a Game Boy. Okay, I think a Game Boy and a N64 were my first two. Way back when. I think my favorite console of all time is probably the GameCube. Mostly because of the game selection. Some of the biggest IPs to exist today were actually came from the GameCube as well. Like Animal Crossing was one of them that originated there. Technically it was actually not, but like for the United States it originated technically on GameCube. If you were in Japan, I think it technically originated somewhere else. But for most localizations it originated on GameCube. Actually, there's still a mini game in Mario Party 3. I'm actually surprised no one has bothered making into an actual game. The closest game I've ever seen to it is 100% Orange Juice, which you might have seen on a Steam sale if you ever look at Steam sales, because it's very commonly on Steam sales. But it's basically a game with a board where you have like mini games in between stuff, but you basically have like a unit in front of you, a unit behind you, and your own HP on yourself. And basically you move around the board and have like, you know, like combat whenever you like engage with someone else, where you your unit like attacks for its value and stuff like that. It was like a turn-based, board-based like RPG kind of thing, which some games have done it before, but I haven't seen any that like fully realized it. Like, closest thing I could think of is 100% Orange Juice, but it still does it in quite a bit of a different way that isn't quite the same thing. Not aware of any other thing, like indie thing or anything else similar that has bothered trying to replicate it. It was probably like one of my favorite minigames inside of a minigame-based minigame game. Because that was a game within a bunch of games inside of a bunch of games. But it was one mode that, I don't know, I haven't really seen anything to like really fully recreate before. I'm actually find it kind of curious that it hasn't been. I'm pretty sure it has, and I'm just not aware. But everything I've seen has not quite been the same. You played Scrabble with tiny flat stones with the letters chiseled in them? That's funny. I've almost never played Scrabble on an actual board. Only time I could ever think of is maybe at one of my aunt's house a couple times. I was really young then though. I feel like I'd be really bad at Scrabble these days. Like, I don't have that bad of a vocabulary, but I'm bad at like generating words from random letters. My brain just doesn't think that way. Though I do have to say, I've played a lot of Monopoly back in the day. I actually have a pretty decent win rate on Monopoly as well. Although in all fairness, I don't think there's a single game I've ever played where I have a negative win rate. Like, that very rarely ever happens. Unless it's set up in a way where you're likely to get a negative win rate. Like, for example, a Battle Royale. Because if you have 30 people trying to get first place, each in a free-for-all, the likelihood that you get first is a lot less likely than a one-on-one. But I mean that more so in, like, one-on-one situations. Because realistically, you should have, like, about a 50% win rate in those situations. I don't think in any situation like that I've ever had negative win rate. I was like, can we get a Mimic? It's been so long since we've gotten a Mimic. You're so old, you started coding on a C64, very little, in 1988. And then on a Casio. I'm not even sure what any of these words even are. This was before my time. That almost sounds like complete gibberish to me. Every single one of those devices. I wasn't even born until 1994. I do have to say, the late 90s were pretty fun. I'm not sure if that's nostalgia, or if the 90s were actually really good. But the late 90s, I'm pretty sure were really good. Like, just everything in general. Like, not that, like, any one particular thing. Just, like, literally the entirety of everything. Let's see. Like, the 2020s are pretty bad. Like, they're pretty much all pandemic years so far. Let's see. I'll take that down. Like, I still have no sense of time since 2020. Like, it has not come back yet. I should have moved that other one down. I could have off the extra turn. Oh well. Zoom off it is. You can't count how many times the darned thing overheated. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that would have been a really big issue with old technology. It's amazing how small things can be made these days. Like how bulky old TVs, old computers, old everything used to be. And now you can just like fit in your pocket, like an ultra small little device that is more powerful than like any computer like 2 decades ago. It's like the average phone today is pretty much better than like the best computer 2 years ago. Or at least pretty close. At least consumer level computers anyways. Yeah, I'm technically under the millennial category, though I'm like a really late millennial that could technically be considered Gen X. I mean, wait, is it Gen X? Not Gen X. What's it called? I can't remember. What's the name for it? What's the one that came out? Or Gen Z, right? What's the one after millennials? I can't even remember now. But I fall like, I'm in the millennial category, but I technically fall like so late on it that I could technically pass off as Gen Z. So I'm definitely, or is it Gen Y? I actually don't even remember off the top of my head. I am a millennial though, but it's like the last year that you would be considered a millennial, or second to last, depending on what data point you look at. So I'm like right on the cusp of not being millennial, but still am under the category. I definitely would say I am more of a millennial though, even though I do fall under it as well. Because, I don't know, like younger kids these days, I already don't understand them. I'm not even old enough to be in the point to not understand them. Yet young culture, I'm already at the point where it's like, yeah, no. Like I thought I would be at least in my 40s before I got to that point. But like mid-20s, late 20s, and I already don't understand the younger generation. They even take a decade for that to happen. I'll take that one over. Gen Keys is 400 years old because vampire. Sounds about right. That seems completely accurate. Hey, also, we almost hit 50 likes. Thank you, everyone. It's the most likes we've gotten in a while. Might need to hand out another code when we hit 50. Sounds like a game plan. Already so close, might as well. How many more codes am I handing out this stream? Probably 3 more. Yeah, we have enough to do 3 more. And that will give us 1 more for tomorrow night, and then hopefully we'll get more then. Because, we're gonna run out of codes. Ha, 47. Thank you, Unflying. 48? I didn't even see it update yet. It probably has, though. I'm not sure why, but on the back end, it actually has like a weird delay to it. Oh, so I could have taken Scolder, though we don't have Hero to one-shot, so I guess it's fine. And that should kill him out. Hey, another Anu, nice. We've been doing pretty good on tokens. Unfortunately, can't quite say the same about the Horde Mimics. We're at about 1 per hour, though we haven't gotten one all this hour, so we're actually starting to fall behind to 1 per hour. I'd have to get one like right now for it to be 1 per hour. So that'd be nice if the game decides to do so. I don't know, 80s hair and fashion wasn't that bad. It was very out there, but I thought some of the appearances actually kind of looked pretty cool. They also didn't live at the time, so I'm not quite sure how it overall would have been. With the gallons of hairspray. Well, that isn't too much different than what people do now. Like, people literally have, like, rainbow hair these days. Like, I personally would never color my hair. But that's definitely a thing that's done a lot these days. Like, not to the same degree that it was done in the 80s, but just done in a different way. Like, there's some really weird hairstyles these days. Like, I would say even weirder than the ones that existed in the 80s. The 80s, guys would wear more makeup than their girlfriends. That is pretty funny. I know, I'm definitely not a big fan of it. Like, makeup overall. Like, I hate, like, any kind of product that kind of, like, changes anything like that. It seems so much better naturally. And makeup plus filter equals ultimate catfish. So I keep making the dimensions of this, like, smaller. Eventually we're going to be like 10 pixels off if I keep making it 1 pixel smaller. I keep accidentally misclicking it for like ever so half a second. It keeps making... oh no, I can't click the options while it's going. Just making the dimensions really weird. Let me go take tribute while we're here. Actually, it might have been over an hour since I've taken it. There we go. There we go. Look at how far it's off. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's not that noticeable to you guys, but I notice. It's 7 pixels off vertically and 6 pixels off horizontally. Or sorry, I said that wrong way. But yeah, there we go. Now it is fixed. Anyways. Let's keep grinding. But I'm surprised how quickly the stream has passed by. I felt like we've only been streaming for like an hour or two and we're already like 6 hours in. Like this is how long we used to stream on a Friday. I mean on a Saturday. Well, both of those 2 days. Back in the day. We do a stream like this, then grab dinner, probably grab a nap, then stream again at 8. We used to do that. I'm not sure if I would start that up on a regular basis again though. Maybe like ever so occasionally. Like we'd have to have a big reason to do so. I wouldn't just like randomly do it probably. Unless Gems of War added like something like really grindable. Because the biggest issue with it that I found over time was there just wasn't as much to do if you wanted to play for that much time consecutively. Whereas now, of course, we have a really specific goal trying to get this Horde Mimic. But there were definitely times in the game where it just doesn't seem like there was as much to really try to focus on. We still need to make that tier list. I am going to be doing it. I just need to go and make the other thing. I could start doing that now. Because we'll hand out a code as soon as we... I don't keep forgetting. But I do want to go and... because I have to go make the whole thing, which means we're going to be doing like 10 minutes straight of like doing almost nothing. Other than talking, I guess. Because I'll need to set up the tier list thingy. He's now sorting through emails plus half a bottle of eyes laid long. That's funny. I feel like I should have a proper business email set up. I feel like I'm so bad at checking emails though. Like I run like 2 or 3 different emails right now. And I like never check any of them. Or very rarely. I'm so bad at managing them. Because I like never check them. I know, you're not going to miss a code. We're going to hand one out after we hand out, or we go over to guide, or go over to tier list. You need G-Full? No. I'm not even sure I would take them on as a sponsor. We haven't really taken sponsors. I'm not sure if I ever would. But I'd probably need the money at some point. Which would be a great way to offset the lack of money the channel makes at times. I don't know, I just haven't really seen any I would want to support though. Like any that has ever reached out to me I would never have as a sponsor. Also, I've gotten a lot of NFT scams trying to reach out to me as well. They actually would pay pretty well too, but I would never cover one of them. Like most of their pitches were in like the hundreds of thousands. For not that much work at all, either. Yeah, streams generally don't make as much as videos. Videos, especially guide videos, tend to have a higher retention over time as well. The biggest issue with a stream is it generally makes all of its money the day you do it. Or maybe the day after if it was like something really big. Like if we had a patch on Tuesday, it might, you know, get used for the next few days. But generally a stream has like all of its viewership in the first 1 to 3 days. Whereas a video guide can still keep getting views like, you know, weeks, months, possibly even years after the fact. Like, the lifespan of a stream's monetary cycle is very short. Like, absurdly short. Like, by the time we click the end stream button, the stream would have made like 80% of the money that it would have made, if not more. Whereas a video, like, days after, may have only made like 50% of its total. Possibly even less, because it makes more over time. You've watched a January Ironhawk video about 4 times? Yeah, the one on the, which one? The one that goes over the Mythic itself? I made a couple updated ones since then as well. Because almost everything that goes over how to farm explore ends up mentioning it to some degree. You don't retain info too well. Well, they're there to reference. There's still a lot I need to update, though, guide-wise. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Hoogie's question. What was Hoogie's question? Wait, I don't even see a question. Wait, why don't I see it? Let's see. Wait, did it not show up on my screen? I don't see the person you're referring to. I'm trying to find it. I can't find the question you're referring to. It's buried somewhere. I don't see it, though. Could someone repost a question? Because I can't find it. Let's see. You blew 30k gems on the event chest just to get a pair of them? Nice. It's definitely worth it, though. Like, when we make an updated Mythic tier list, like, it is literally #1. There's not any situation where I don't see it being #1. That's going to take a lot longer to get all the files for, though. Like, compared to the one that we're going to be doing on stream right now. Actually, I don't know. Should we go do it right now? We might. Let's go get one more chest. And then I'm going to take a bathroom break. So we're going to go do one more chest, do a bathroom break, and then we're going to start setting up the tier list. For the tier list I was going to go over, I'm going to go over all 35 weapons that exist within the game. I might want to look over them beforehand before we start doing the video, though. Or, you know, start recording while doing it on the stream. So you'll get to see the pre-looking into them, because I forget what some of them even do. Some of them are pretty irrelevant. But just make sure I know what all of them are and everything. And then we'll go make a quick recording thingy for it on stream. That's not the main one related to hero classes I'm going to be doing. That one I'm going to be having up probably, I want to say tomorrow morning. I meant to have it up this morning, but I kind of kept sleeping. Luckily, it made me well rested for this stream. However, it also made it so there was no video up. But at least I was rested for this stream, if nothing else. But yeah, we'll go take a quick bathroom break, start setting that up, cover that, and then we'll hand out a code after that. And then we'll have 2 more codes a little bit later through the stream, which are probably going for about another 2.5 hours or so. 2.5, 3 hours, somewhere around there. That is the game plan. And then we get to have cheer stream. Oh, is Isabel still here? She wanted an elhay stream. We can have an elhay cheer stream. I haven't seen Isabel chat though she might be busy grinding. What do we get in our chests? Nothing. We got an annual at least, I guess. Anyways, I'll be right back. Need to go make a quick bathroom break. Oh, I just jabbed my toe. Hey, we're back. Sorry about that. Where were we? Anyways, tier list. So, okay. Let me go make the tier list thingy. This might take a moment. Because I need to do multiple things that all require me to not, let's see, where's the thing? Where is... Because I need to figure out where the folder is. Buried in all this mess. And not overdo the data thing there. Because I actually need to sort through some of my, actually, there's an easy way to do it. Just delete every video I have recorded. Because I still have, like, every video I have, recorded, saved from, like, the last 2 or 3 years. Should probably go delete them all. Obviously not off the channel, but, you know, off the, storage thing on the computer. Where on earth is this folder? Wait, where did this folder go? I literally just made an updated one earlier for the other video. There it is. Why is it all the way over there? Alright, 1 second. Let me make a new one. This might take about 5-10 minutes to set up, but we'll get it going. Let's see, new folder. Make this one Gems of War Weapons. Alright, now we have a folder to put all Gems of War weapons into. Next, we need to go open up a browser and go grab all of them. The easiest way to do this is go to Terran's World. Oh, I haven't even left a like on my own stream. How could I? Hope you guys been doing so good at that. Let me go do it myself. There we go. I have contributed to the cause. Anyways, where on earth is the other thing I need? So we did that, we did that. Head over to here. Oh, no wonder why I can't find it here. I still have it from when I was setting up the other thing. I see. Hold up. Okay, let me go to here. What asset do I need again? I need all the weapons. So I would probably want to go under the weapon category. That makes sense. So let me go under here, go under weapon. And now I need to find the class weapons. What's the easiest way to find all class weapons? If I type obtained by and I type in class, does that bring up... Oh, no, it does not. How about I type one that I know exists and then see if it brings a category up. So if I type in essence, it doesn't come up. Wait, what? Oh, I'm looking at spoilers. Show all weapons. No wonder why. Let me go under class weapon. Hold up. I was under the wrong category. I'll get this going. Just you wait. Okay, so I'm going to go into the weapon, the category of class weapon. So if I type in obtained by class. There it is. There they are. So there should be 35 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, now I just need to download every single one of these very quickly. Go. First, I need to figure out where the folder is. There, boom, there. Weapons, 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 there. Okay, now I just need to start putting them all in this folder, one at a time, because I'm not sure if there's any way that you could do multiple at a time. Also, why on earth can I not go back? Let me go back. Let me go back. Okay, so I click there, boom, 1 down. Next, boom, save image as. Go to that location, boom, 2 down. X, go back, 3, go. Is there a quicker way to do this other than 1 at a time? I'm not sure if there is. Though at this break, it is 1 at a time. Keep going. 4. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally double do on any of them, though I'll probably find out when it says I can't do anything with it. Alright, 5, boom. Save image as. Got it. Next, 6, boom. Do this one. I know there's a way to do it multiple when I do it the other way, though when I'm downloading them, I'm not sure if there's any way I can multi-download. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're on to 7. Boom. Grab this one. All right, 1 moment. We'll have this tier list soon. Just building it from scratch. Luckily, Terran's World exists, otherwise this would take way longer than this as well. Oh, wait. I don't actually have to close that every single time. I could just let it overwrite itself. Perfect. Boom. Okay, that should be number something. I have no clue. I've lost track. Though I should be able to see right here. That is number 10. I could easily double check to see if that's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. Okay, we're on track. Next, number 11, little spider one. Got it. Okay. Actually, I'm starting to remember what most of these do. Oh, poor Skeleton Key. Remember when Skeleton Key was good? Good times. Oh, or Scare Shield. You're still broken. You're still good. What on earth is this weapon? I don't even remember what this weapon does. I forgot that one even exists. What even is that? That's why I wanted to check some of them before we actually start. Some of them I'm like looking at and it's like, what on earth even are you? Okay, we're almost there. I think we're halfway done. Then I just need to go put them all into a little thing, get them all into tier list. And I'll be good to go. And then I get to double check the number on it. Make sure that everything is sorted to be good. Also, this video will be up on Tuesday, by the way. We're covering it on stream right now. However, the actual video is probably going to be up on Tuesday for this. The one that's going over all the classes should be up hopefully tomorrow. That one's not the one on stream. That'll be a brand new one. Never foreseen. But the one that's going to be done right now, it'll actually be uploaded on Tuesday. Technically, it'll be uploaded as soon as the stream ends, you know, because the stream itself will have it in it. If you want to see, like, specifically the tier list thingy thing, it'll be probably uploaded on Tuesday. Oh, I need to make sure that the streaming thing actually works, because I've never actually tested it on this yet either. Because even though I have done it before, I've never specifically on this new format both streamed and recorded at the same time. It's a functionality that both programs had, however, I have never actually used it on this newer one yet. And by newer one, I mean, you know, the one we currently use. It's technically not that new, but... okay, let's go and do this. So, next, we have Essence of Evil. Save that. Boom. Put that there. We're starting to get to the big heavy hitters. I actually kind of forget what that elemental one does. Actually, that's going to be a problem, too. How do I even bring up all of them in-game? I didn't even think about that. That's actually a problem. How do you bring up all 35 weapons simultaneously on one screen in the game itself? You know what? I could just find the same list and do it based on that, because I should still be able to record it. I'll double check that it does. Because I think I could just do it that way, because that makes a lot of sense. Because we could just have it so we can see it on screen, and you guys will be able to see the exact same asset thing that we're looking at there. Let's see, we're almost there. Any moment now. I think we're at the last few. And I double check the count. Yeah, we're on the last two right here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Save images. Alright, let me make sure I have all 35. The easiest way to check to see is the dimensions actually come up to it to be 35. So I have to find the folder, make it so I could view large image, extra large, no, just normal large. Actually, extra large is fine if I make it full screen. So 6, 1, 2, 3. Oh gosh, don't do it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 6 is 30, 35. Okay, I got all 35. Boom. We got them. Yay. Okay, now I need to go over to, what's it called? Put them all in there, and then we can start doing this tier list. Let's see. Where on earth is the tier list thing? There it is. Okay, I need to go make a template, open a new tab, make your own template. Oh wait, template name, Gems of War, class weapons. Boom, there we go. All right, Gems of War class weapons. Make your own template, yes. Let's see, describe it. Let's see. All 35 currently available. Why can I not type? Hero class weapons for Gems of War. For Gems of War. Category, I guess mobile. I never know what to put for category thing. Wait, why won't it let me type a? Oh wait, this is just the name of the template. Wait, well, I thought I already put the name of the template. Never mind. Gems of War class. Oh, I probably should have copy-pasted that for the other thing, though. Class weapons. What is it about? That's the one I need. Oh, category. I guess mobile games? I'm not sure what to put for it. Mobile games. There we go. Description of template. It is a... I literally was just typing this. I should have copied it from the other thing. But all 35... Not sure why I didn't just copy it from earlier. I obviously would need it for something. All 35 currently available hero class weapons in Gems of War. Probably should capitalize it. There we go. Okay. Next, what else do we need for the next field? Select template cover photo. No file. Oh, I guess I could put the Gems of War logo. Where on earth do I have the Gems of War logo stored these days? I don't know, I guess I'll put it there. I forgot to do it for the other one, which is why it actually showed up as nothing and it confused me earlier. However, if I go to this and I go over to the other one I made, there should be a file here that is the logo. Boom, there we go. There it is. Now, choose file, upload a set of images, yes. So the easiest way to do this is to use the Control-Shift thingy thing. So if I go to weapons and I click this and then I click Shift and Control at the same time, and then I click this should select all of them, and then I click open, and then boom, I hit all of them at once. And that should be exactly enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 5 is 35. That's all of them. Euro site, Terran's World. Image orientation, square, sure, why not? Landscape, wait, maybe I should make it landscape. I don't know, should it work as landscape? What about square? I don't know, landscape kind of works. I'm not sure what would happen if I made it landscape compared to square. Wait, Landscape is sideways, right? Yeah, that's good enough. They're wider than they are tall. And then we'll add those categories, click submit, and it should be good to go. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I did it correctly. We're about to find out. There we go. Okay, I believe I've done the thing. I think I've done the thing. Okay, now one way to check. Let's go try to find this on the other way around, and I believe we will have a thing. Okay, so sorry about that. I think we got it made though. How long did that take? that actually didn't take too long, I don't think. I was like max efficiency though. Anyways, where were we? So we now have a tier list made. If I go to here and I click here and I go to tier maker, I forget the website name, but this should bring us there. If I go to here and I then click Gems of War, please let me click. Why won't it let me search? Please let me search. Please let me search. There we go. Gems of War class weapons. Gems of War class weapons. Boom. There we go. We've got a thing. Is there any way to remove these ads, gosh? Ad blocker, where are you at? Where are you at, ad blocker? Let's see. Is there any way to like X out of this ad? Does anyone know? I don't like this ad. Can you remove it? Can you remove this ad is now hidden box? I want you to not exist. Let's see. Is there any way to actually make that get like not here? Normally I make them beforehand, but I kind of forgot if we were to do it on the thing. It's like here. Does anyone know how to remove it? Also, what did I do to like X out the other one? That's not what I wanted. That is a very annoying place to put it. Can you right click inspect in Steam browser? No. You cannot. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to like get rid of it in Steam browser. Which would be problematic because it literally covers like everything. Oh, let's see. What if we made it wider this way? Is there a way where we can like... No, you wouldn't be able to. I was gonna say, can we like... Oh, you know what? There actually is one way. No, you can't do that to an asset that's on screen though. I was gonna say, we could always crop it so it doesn't show up. However, there wouldn't really be an effective way to do so because it keeps riding with the screen. I'm trying to think. What's a way I could chop it off from here? Oh, I know a way. Though I'd have to readjust and make a new thingy for it, which would be very annoying. It also wouldn't fit the current box. Yeah, we could just not use the browser thing. However, I don't really have a proper setup at the moment to be doing it otherwise. I'm not sure what to do about it. We might just have to deal with its existence. Anyways, we might just have to deal with its existence. Normally I make them beforehand, so it's never a factor. We could technically still do that now and just go over it. You know what? Let's just make it beforehand as well. And let's go get an image for it. Because that's the way I like covering it. And that's how we're going to cover it right now. Okay, so let's go make it right here. So you guys get to have a little bit extra. Because we'll actually get the prep work for it. Normally, every tier list I've ever made, we didn't ever do this. But yeah, let's go do that right now. And then we'll go record it when we actually go do the thing off the image. When we actually go record it. Okay, so let's start doing them. Let's do it from the beginning. So basically, we're going to have two tier lists going over. One will be us initially making it right now. And the second one will be the one we actually make for the video. But anyways, yeah, let's go start. So you want it to be secret? No, I always like doing it this way. This is the way I've always kind of covered them. Though you never get to see the initial process, which is what we're doing right now. Normally it's like the final video thing. Also, I need to go fix these colors because it'll bother me to no end if I don't do this. Add a row below. Did I add a row below? Did it not do a thing? Oh, it did. I need you to delete this one. Delete row. I need you to be F tier. I need you to all change color because I really hate that the default color scheme starts from negative and goes positive when it should be starting positive and go negative. So we do that, then we can do that. Because it starts with very negative colors and then goes to positive colors instead of going to positive colors and then going to negative. Like, it makes no sense. Like the default that they have it. Wait, do I not have enough lists? Wait, S, A, B, C, D. Wait, what? Do I not have enough colors? Normally it hits red. Am I confused here? Let's see. Oh, I have 2 yellow. Aha, I see my... Oh, no, wait, I have no D tier. Wait, my D and... What happened? Wait, what? I see the problem now, but, what happened? There we go. You need to be that color so that you can... Wait, this is actually off by... Wait. Oh, no, do I normally have one more letter? I always could have sworn this always hit red. Should I allow this to be like an orange color? There we go. Oh, I guess we could always make this a different color. I think that's fine now. Anyways. I think that's fine. So, let's go over every weapon in the game. So, let's start from the top. This one is the one from the McGrimwood's hero class. Also, this isn't the video yet. But it will be all the prep stuff. For you guys, you'll be seeing it, though. But for the actual video, I'm just going to have it when I go over the master list. But I guess this is how most people normally do a tier list kind of thingy. But I always like doing it from a finished tier list because it's you don't have to worry about like all the time that you would have to, you know, like actually sort through all of it. But anyways, so this one is the one from Grimwood's. It is actually, let's go look at them before we actually go and do that. So we can just look at each one. So this one's from Grimwood's. It's from the Warden hero class. All these you obtain from, of course, 250 wins on the hero classes. We can see if we go over here, if we go to Warden, go to there, go to class info, you can see it right there. It destroys a row and a column and deals 41 scatter damage, boosted by green gem destroyed. So this one is pretty bad. It used to be kind of like less bad, but I don't know. It's a row and column destroy. This would be okay if its mana cost was kind of a bit lower. A lot of things that can do a column and row destroy are pretty low mana cost, like lower than this thing. And the fact that it only uses 1 is not really worth it. There's so many better scatters in the game. So overall, it's pretty underwhelming. I almost want to put it in B tier, though. I'm pretty sure this is C. We're going to start from there and kind of see how the rest of these go. But I'm pretty sure that's a C tier weapon, though compared to some of these, a lot of these are pretty bad. So I'm not sure if C is putting it a little bit too low, but it definitely feels like... Will I be factoring in the upgrades? Oh yeah, that is something to consider. Hold up. Yes, I will be factoring in the upgrades. However, I would have to see them from this menu. So maybe I'll grab them from here. The only problem is I'm not sure of a way from here to be able to see all the upgrades. I guess I could see it while we're scrolling through the thing. Wait, can you actually see it from there? 1 second. Because I might just do it from the class menu. But if we do it from the class menu, I need to be able to see... It also means I need to memorize what each one is from. I know what most of them are, but I forgot a couple. Can you see it from here? You can. Hunters mark the first enemy, gains a bunch of armor, and it cycles through them. Deals, but yes, I will be putting these into factoration. Deals 5 damage to the first enemy, gains 1 magic, and destroys 3 random green gems. Which is actually bad because it ruins the consistency. Oh yeah, it's definitely C tier. That right there just made it C tier if it wasn't already. Because destroying 3 gems when you're doing a plus destroy is actually bad. Because you want really high consistency where it goes. So yeah, it's actually C tier. Alright, next we have the one for Warlord. So let's go over to Warlord, which is pretty convenient because that's actually right next to where Warden is. So Warlord 1, obviously 250 wins from the Warlord hero class, deals damage to an enemy boosted by the enemy's attack. So this one is a bit dated. It does scale based on their attack, however there are better ways to do that, like Mang existing. I do feel like it goes a little bit higher though, because there actually are situations. It's like the very low end of B tier, I feel like. It's really either really high C or B. I think I would do it on B just because it does infinitely scale. If they have 1,000 attack, you'll do 1,000 damage. It is a 1-to-1 ratio. It does have Enrage. It does have, what else does it have? Some extra red ally mana. It even is red itself. What's the final perk? A little bit annoying that it takes 3 screens to go through. Enrage self, deal. Yeah, it's okay. It's definitely not a bad weapon. It's not one you would really go out of your way to use. Most of those will be in S and A. However, it is a usable weapon. Next, we have the one from Knight Hero class. If I'm not mistaken, this one moves you to first slot, which is kind of interesting. The first slot capability of it's going to be kind of decent. As far as what it does, where even is Knight? I can't even find this in alphabetical order. Still can't find it. Let's see. So as far as this weapon, it gains a bunch of armor, or your ally does, your hero class. And then it pulls yourself to first position, and all other allies gain a bunch of barrier. Unfortunately, it does not barrier itself, otherwise this would probably be a bit higher. It's a weird utility item. Normally you use their Skia Crown if you're looking for an option like this, which makes it kind of bad in comparison. So I'd probably say this is closer to like lower tier D, or C, I mean. I don't know, is it D? Like the problem is Skia Crown, not Skia Crown, what's the name called? It's something Crown. It's that one crown from the Guardian place. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. think it might literally be called Guardian Crown. But it moves you to first and gives you way more durability. It's basically Serve and Protect without the barrier, but it gives your hero a way bigger buff. I don't know, this is still a weird utility option that can kind of be used. It's very slow and very clunky though. It's about the equivalent of using one of those like very slow hero class kind of things, or you know, like one of those tanks like Stonehammer or something. I think I'm gonna have to put it into D. It's a fun concept that just isn't good. Like, there's other things in the game that do it better. Most notably these days, Ogress is just a way better option of that. And to waste your hero slot for it's just kind of bad. Next we have the one from what I believe is Archer, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to get hard soon when we get to some of them because I completely forget what some of them come from. But Archer is this guy over here, the Dragon Oak. It ends up removing all green gems of one of an enemy's mana colors, and then deals damage to that enemy boosted by gems removed. So as far as what this does, it's pretty bad. You don't get the mana accumulation because it's remove. Its boost ratio is really bad. Yeah, this is probably a D tier weapon. There's almost no situation where you'd want it. It's also one of their colors you don't even get to choose. So if there are 3 colors, you choose one of those 3. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I'd probably say D. It's pretty much just a poke that does like a remove thingy. I would even consider it worse than that shield. Next we have the Diabolus weapon. I believe this is like a Daemon summon kind of thing. Is this all for Sorcerer or one of the Daemon hero classes? I think it's from whatever, what's the Karakroft class? I believe it's off the that's Sorcerer. I think this is Sorcerer's weapon. Let me double check. It is, okay. So it summons a random Daemon for 16 mana costs. You know where that's going. Hello, F tier. We finally established an F tier. It does gain some mana back. But I'm pretty sure that's like all it does of relevance. Oh, it even has a Quasit summon, which you can get in the way of your other summon, because I think... actually, this one does prioritize first. Anyways, yeah, that's F tier. I've seen enough. Oh, Creeping Death. We've now gotten to weapons that are actually really good. Actually, there's quite a few in here that are really good. I can't put this in S. It used to at one point be S. However, I would say in the current state of the game, it is definitely an A tier weapon. This one you get from Necromancer, if I'm not mistaken. So if we go over to Necromancer over here, right over here, customize. Let's see. Yeah, there are a lot of really not great weapons. Though this one at one point was the best weapon in the game. It deals Death Mark to the strongest and weakest enemies and deals a bunch of damage to all enemies. So it's basically a standard full AoE weapon with double Death Mark and pretty much no drawback other than that it only uses one color. Really good with Archmages, as well as any kind of purple team that can justify using a pure color weapon like that. There are some other options that are similar, like the Doom weapon and stuff, that kind of outclass it these days. However, it is still a very solid option. It also gives a bunch of mana to allies, gives you a purple storm so you can keep getting it up. Gives yourself some souls, that doesn't matter though. What's the other aspect? There's one more. We didn't get to see the other two. Come on. Come on, do the next one. Next screen tells us what the other two are. Okay, next one does what the other two are. How many effects do you have? Tell me the 2 effects of the other thing. Yeah, creates a skull, which isn't good, and steal 3 life from the first enemy. Okay. So yeah, it was mostly used for its mana and the other thing, and obviously what the base of it is. Those are the 2 only relevant ones. Gives all manas to allies and Darkstorm. But yeah, it's just a standard AoE weapon with double Death Mark. Normally use Black Manacles instead, but it's still a really good option. A little bit more luck-based, but a really solid hero weapon. Next, we have the Staff of Uselessness. Actually, it's not completely useless. Actually, I remember many new playthroughs actually using this as a heal or cleanse option, if I'm not mistaken. Because I believe it's one of the most accessible cleanse option if you have like literally nothing and you just want to get a hero weapon for it. It cleanses all allies and gives all allies life. All allies does include yourself, if I'm not mistaken, in this particular situation. So it's basically a 4 times cleanse into a 4 times life gain. This is very situational and not one I would really bother with. Oh, it also has silence, which is not that bad. There's a little bit extra mana gain there. But it's not a horrific item. It's definitely kind of mid-tier. This is very good if you have no cleanse option in early game and you just want to get one. However, otherwise, you would never use it again. But as you're progressing through the game, it's one of those kind of options that can come in play. So, yeah, I'd say it's kind of the middle of the pack kind of weapon. Anyways, next we have the Dragonator, which when it came out was such a fun weapon to mess around with. It's a lot less meta in the current state of the game, though. However, it's still an okay weapon. So this one you get from Mechanist class, obviously, the Dragonator 8000. Unfortunately, it's not over 9000. So that's obviously not an S tier weapon. It's not over 9000. And they made it adjusted accordingly with how bad it is. It's not bad, though. It burns, freezes. I like how it says scientifically. It scientifically burns, freezes, silences, and deals damage to a random enemy. Every single one of those rolls can be a different enemy, but they can also all be the same. So if there's one enemy left, it'll burn, freeze, silence, and deal damage to it. However, all 4 of these roll independently. So you could get a burn on one, a freeze, silence on another, and a deal damage damage to the third different one, or all 4 of them can hit a different one, 2 of them can hit one, 2 hit another, 3, 1, you know, any combination, or all can hit on 1 if there's only 1 left, or if you get some kind of weird luck where it somehow does it with 4 targets. But yeah, they all roll independently as to what their target is. This makes it an extremely inconsistent weapon. However, it has a lot of good effects. It is burn, freeze, and silence. I believe it also gets something from its perks that also wasn't that bad. Yeah, it also gets to burn 2 of them, assuming your burn doesn't randomly roll the first enemy twice. You also get to... That's basically it. That's like the only other relevant thing, is that it's generally going to double burn. Not always. I guess it gets some brown mana there. But you can get a double burn off it, so that's kind of okay. Back when there wasn't as many burn options, this was definitely like a decent one. It's also only 11 mana cost, which if I'm not mistaken is actually the lowest mana cost of any of the weapons here. But yeah, I would say a pretty solid B weapon. Probably the lower end of B. I would say that boost ratio one, at least in the current state of the game, is kind of more relevant. There's a lot of ways to kind of do these status effects now that you don't need it as much, but still usable. Next, we have the Assassin Dagger. I believe this is just an insta-kill chance. Really unlikely you would ever bother using this thing. Very, very, very bad. I don't even believe it had that high percent either. Like, I recall this being a really low percent. It deals damage to an enemy and poisons them. If there's a 10% chance to kill them. If the enemy is already poisoned, there's a 20% chance to kill them. So basically 10% naturally, 30% total if, wait, is that more or? No, that's just moving it to 20%. Never mind. Yeah, that's really bad. The biggest issue with a lot of weapons that are like this is they deal damage to the same thing that they have insta-kill on, which is kind of weird because Assassin's the thing that isn't like that, yet its weapon is. But every dagger that's like this is really bad. I'm probably going to put this in D tier. Even though it does have insta-kill, there's almost no point where you would ever bring it out. Honestly, I would almost consider it better than that thing. Because at least this, you get some cool board control and stuff like that. Like, this doesn't have any unique purpose that you would ever use it for. Like, this has a unique purpose. This has a unique purpose. This does. Like, everything else almost does. But I don't know, it's just really bad. There's almost no situation we'd bother bringing out. Okay, next one we have the one for Archer. Because I'm actually surprised I remember what most of these are, because I haven't really messed with hero classes in ages. I actually haven't gotten a single one confused yet from where it starts. Let's see, that's the wrong one. Wait, hold up. That's not Archer, that's Orb Weaver. As I say that. Hold up, we already did the one for Archer. Anyways, Orb Weaver, obviously the one for Spider. Anyways, it deals damage to an enemy and drains their mana and webs them. If the enemy was already webbed, it also gains an extra turn. So this, if you are using it with Weaver or some other team where you can easily web, is actually pretty solid. I wouldn't say A tier though, but it has potential to loop. It also places web on them, so if you didn't get an extra turn on the first one, you're likely getting extra turn on the second one. I believe it's 14 mana cost last I recall. Oh, sorry, 12, even lower. Gets to create a green gem, has a cleanse. You know what, maybe this is A tier. Like, it has a lot of things going for it. It used to be used a lot more back in the day. I feel like it's pretty clunky to use, especially since almost every team running Weaver is running Life and Death. Like, you're never running Spider Totem in that situation, assuming you have Weaver already. However, it used to be a really good weapon, still kind of is. It's just a lot situational. Though it does technically have double web. It webs the first enemy and it webs... Wait, does it web a second? Doesn't it web a second? Yeah, it webs whatever it targets and it webs the first enemy. Kind of like how the other one burns a random enemy and burns first. This one always webs first, but then webs another random. If I'm not mistaken, this actually existed before Weaver and was pretty much the best way to web in the game before Weaver existed, with a 4x web, with all the other mechanics that it had that were amazing. But yeah, I'd probably say A. It actually has a lot going for it. And double web is still pretty devastating. Definitely not the higher part of A, but probably the lowest part of A. It's probably going to end up being. This one, I believe, is Oracle's weapon. Let me double check. Pretty sure this is a useless Oracle class's weapon, which I'm considering to put as the worst hero class in the game when we go over to hero class 1. It gives an ally 40 to a random skill, and then gives them barrier and 3 to 15 mana. Also, at this point, we might just record the other one independently. Because I just realized if I do this on stream the way I'm doing it right now, I'm literally going to be saying the same thing 2 times over. So I think the way that I'm going to do this is we're going to set up this list right now to have it how we're doing it. And then I'm going to go and at a later point, also we can save it from this thing, right? I'm pretty sure we can. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. But anyways, I think what we're going to do is not go over it twice on stream, because I just realized how weird that's going to be if we do it that way. I'll probably just record it as an independent thing off stream. Though we're still going over this now. Anyways, give an ally 40 to a random skill, and then gives them barrier and 3 to 15 mana. So basically very bad. Not only is it unpredictable in what stat they get, but it's also unpredictable in how much mana it gives. It does get to barrier itself, enchant itself. It does have those kind of things going for it. But it just doesn't do enough factors to really make it justifiable compared to almost every other weapon that exists. I'd probably place it somewhere in D. I'm going to say the lower part of D. I don't know, is it worse than this? I don't know, this has board control though, this is none. I'm pretty sure it's like a lower... I don't know. I would consider it better than Dagger, though. Even though Dagger has instant kill, I still feel like this has like a sight use case, kind of. Not really. I don't know. It's a hard one to place. I'd place it above Dagger, I guess. Okay, this one, I actually forget. I believe it's from Death Knight. I want to say Death Knight. It definitely looks like a Death Knight weapon. That's Doomsayer. It might be Doomsayers, though. Yeah, it is Death Knight. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, so it death marks an enemy and deals true damage to all enemies below them. So basically a full AoE true damage. Boosted by enemy death marks at a 3 times boost ratio. It's okay. I'm not sure if I would consider it as high as the other one. It doesn't get to death mark. Oh, no, it does death mark. Never mind. It death marks 1 enemy. And generally, it's going to be first slot. I almost forgot this weapon even exists. The true damage builds that you would use with this don't really exist much these days. Because Life and Death is just better. I'm not sure if I feel comfortable putting it in A tier, though. Like, the biggest issue it has compared to Creeping Death is its overall, like, how you have to use it. Because the death mark's always on the first slot as well. It is basically just a weaker Life and Death, though. But I kind of want to... I don't know. I'm not sure if it belongs in A tier. I kind of want to put it at the very high end of B. Like, very, very high ends. Like, there's literally not going to be anything lower than that or higher than it in B. I think I put it in B, though. I don't know. Compared to Creeping Death, I always remembered this being a lot clunkier than what Life and Death can do. I believe it's because doesn't Life and Death... What's the other thing on Life and Death that kind of gives it follow-up? I mean, not Life and Death. I mean Creeping Death. Which is on, what, Necromancer? Let me double check. Because Life and Death or Creeping Death had some follow-up I'm forgetting here. But I always remembered making it kind of good. Oh, yeah, Darkstorm. Oh! Also extra mana, but Darkstorm, that's why. That's the main thing the other weapon was missing. That kind of put things together. It perpetually keeps doing your Darkstorm that you need, which is super big given that your team tends to be based around this and one of the purple damage source. So a lot of teams that you use with it are really focused on needing that purple storm. Not all, but if you're using that's one of the main aspects that actually make it better than this thing. And the fact that if you're using this weapon, you're most likely just using Life and Death anyways. Anyways, next we have the Titan weapon, which despite the Titan hero class being pretty good, the weapon itself is actually pretty bad, even from an early game perspective. So right here we have deal normal splash damage to an enemy, boosted by giants and allies and enemies. Overall, not really that good. Almost no point in the game where it does enough damage. Most of its side effects, if I recall correctly, are pretty much nothing. I guess it frees the first enemy in Ice Storm, I guess. Similar to the other one, Ice Storm. But generally, this weapon is not built completely around blue teams. I'd probably have to place this at around a C, maybe lower than that. I feel like it's low C, like really low C. There's some instances where you use it for boost ratio earlier on in the game, which is probably what's helping most of these 3 weapons. Like, so far, the entirety of C tier is like weapons you would pick up early on in the game. Like, literally all of C tier is this pick up early game. Not necessarily as your first weapons, but like, there are things that are only useful before you have better options. Whereas most of these they're just outclassed by something or just bad options. Anyways, next we have this weird one. This one I believe is from Pan's Veil, which is what's Pan's Veil hero class called again? I know what it is. There it is, Bard. Like, I know literally exactly where it is. I just forget its name. Anyways, so we get the loot for the Bard. It gives a bunch of life and then cleanse and enchants all other allies. It's okay. It's similar to the other one where it's basically like a cleanse healer. I would probably say it's B tier though, because it's actually a bit more usable than the other one. It also gets to barrier itself, which is something particularly lacking from the other one, like self-durability. So yeah, I would say it's a bit better. Not much better, but like if you're going to go for a similar option, you're probably rolling with it. I'll put it in like the lowest of B. Anyways, next we have what used to be like S+ tier weapon. However, I believe it has dropped quite a lot in recent times, so it's still usable. So this weapon at one point was like basically better than Essence of Evil. However, it is quite substantially weaker these days. So Dragon's Eye destroys a pitiful amount of gems. It used to do full magic amount, I'm pretty sure. And it transforms the last enemy into an empowered baby dragon. And before it used to be no mana on the dragon. Now it's empowered. You know what? Never mind. Hold up. That's actually... Hold up. Wait. It's empowered now? How much did they nerf Dragon's Eye? Wait, I knew they nerfed it. I forgot they nerfed it that hard. Whoa. That's like the bottom of C tier now. Whoa. I remember that they nerfed it. Gosh, they like super nerfed. No wonder why no one runs Dragon's Eye anymore. This used to be like, wow. This was like SS plus tier at one point. Because it used to, what this weapon used to do is, it used to destroy gems based on your magic, +1, which would have been 40 in this situation. So it would do 40 gem destroy. It would transform the last enemy into a normal baby dragon that wasn't empowered. So it would be a baby dragon with no mana. And then you could keep cycling it so that you kept having it have no mana. Now you can't even cycle it because, oh, also there was one update, which is still in the game, though not as relevant these days. But, well, it's still relevant sometimes. But there was an update where this became really strong, where still like it. And how transforming works now, as well as when this weapon was at its peak usefulness, is it would actually half the level of whatever you transform. That's still the case right now as well. If you transform something, let's say it's a level 100, you'll transform it to a level 50, then to a 25, then to a 12 or 13, I forget how it rounds, so on and so forth. However, that's, oh yeah, it also does a random enemy now, doesn't it? Transform the last enemy. Oh yeah, it used to also be random enemy. Yeah, that's too. Oh gosh, it got triple nerfed. So, didn't it mana cost go up too? So let's see, its mana cost went up, I'm pretty sure. Its destroyed went down from what would have been 40 to what's now 20. Because it used to be its magic +1, now it's half its magic +1. It transforms the last enemy instead of random, and it also does empowered baby dragon instead of no mana. Wow, did that get nerfed? I almost want to bring that even further down. I can't. This is good, like, other utility, I guess, slot. I'll keep it at C, but gosh, did that get nerfed 1,000 times over. They really did not want that weapon to be even remotely useful anymore. However, it still does 20 gem destroy, or, you know, somewhere around there. Like, the gem destroy on it's not bad. And it's still a guaranteed transform. Like, 100% of the time it's transforming, which for some things are percent chances. But, I don't know, it's definitely seen better days. It has definitely seen better days. It's a weird utility option that you would bring if the enemy's last slot is really useful. Like, that's the only time you'd really use it. And you'd kind of use it as an alternative Mountain Crusher in that situation. Overall, pretty bad. However, it was once, like, absurd. Anyways, next is the one for, what's this called class? Which if you go check over here, where even is it? So, where is that class? I'm looking for the Rune Priest. So, Rune Priest, it deals splash damage to an enemy, explodes a random gem for every brown ally and enemy, which means it could explode up to 8, though realistically will probably be exploding roughly 4, possibly. I believe it counts as brown itself, so that's 1, guaranteed. So realistically, we're talking like 3 to 6 explodes, really depends on the situation overall, which isn't a lot of explodes, but a lot of things can get away with a few explodes and still be okay. I guess the stun the first enemy has that, has splash on it. Come on, go through the rest of them. I know, explode stun, gives a bunch of life, scatter. So basically it's just used for that extra stun. Though if you're using this class, you probably already have stun when they take skull. I'll give some extra mana to brown allies. It's pretty average. I feel like I would place it very similarly where I place the other one, which also might be a little bit too high. Oh no. I might bring that down actually. I feel like this one's slightly worse than it though. I believe it belongs somewhere in that general area. Oh no, I feel like this one should be higher. I'm not sure why. Oh, this is a really weird category of weapon, though. You know what? This one's actually better. Because this one does explode. This one doesn't do any of that stuff. I think we'll put it like that. Let me double check the Titan one. The Titan one was worse than I thought, right? Because it doesn't have mana accumulation. Whereas the other one actually does. Like, this one has Blue Storm, if I'm not mistaken, but it doesn't actually do board control. Can I not cycle through that quicker? But yeah, it doesn't have board control here. I don't believe it had any amount there, or at least nothing relevant enough to justify it. Like, it has Ice Storm, which is nice, and Freeze on first slot, but it lacks any board control with its actual cast itself. So yeah, this would be a higher version. Honestly, I would almost even consider it better than Claws, though not better than the other thing. But they're pretty similar type of weapon. So Skeleton Key, another one that used to be like Dragon's Eye level S tier. I would still say it's pretty high up there. I want to say it's the lowest part of A tier. So what Skeleton Key does, and what it used to do. So what it currently does, let's do that first. So Skeleton Key, what it currently does in the current state of the game is it deals damage to the first and last enemy, boosted by gold, and if the enemy dies, gain an extra turn. So what ended up getting nerfed on this was its mana costs, and most notably the boost ratio. Does anyone remember what its boost ratio was? Because I actually forget. But it was, I believe, a 2-to-1. Maybe a 1-to-1? No way it was 1-to-1. Was it really that broken? I'm pretty sure it was a 2-to-1 before. But what they did is nerf it to a 3-to-1, and I believe they raised the mana cost from 14 to 15.
Or from 12 to 15. I think it was 14 to 15. That sounds right. But yeah, I believe they raised the mana cost by 1 and changed the boost ratio from 2 to 1 to 3 to 1. Meaning that for every gold you had, you were doing, well, let's say you have 100 gold. Before it would have done 50 extra damage, now it does 33. And if you had a whole Cedric to double that, it would have done 100 extra damage, whereas now it does 66. Which is quite a bit of a difference when you're trying to get a kill to get an extra turn. It's still very usable, though compared to Plunder and Peril, it is definitely way weaker in most situations. Though it's still usable in some gold farming teams, though you're pretty much never using it unless you're using Cedric on your team. But still good. This weapon, I honestly have not the slightest clue where it's from. Based on its design, I assume it's like Diabolus or something. Let's see. Can I figure it out? Boom, that's Fiendfire. Not Diabolus. How about Doomsayer? Boom. Nope, not Doomsayer. Third time's a charm. It can't be Dervish. Is it Death Knight? I already did Death Knight's weapon. Running out of classes that look undead. Somewhere's around here. Okay, oh wait, it's Rashka? Really? Sunspear? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, that looks a bit different from a distance there. I see now. That threw me off. That looked like an undead skull, but it's actually a lion's head. It chooses a mana gem. I actually completely forget what this even does. It chooses a mana gem, then deals damage to each enemy of that color and burn them. Give all allies of the matching color 4 attack. Well, what a weird weapon. So this is basically much substantially weaker. What's his name? This is just substantially weaker Grey King. Like way weaker Grey King. Like way weaker Grey King. It's somewhere's around this tier of weapon. I want to say right there. Does it have red? Oh, then again, realistically, I don't know. It's still relevant if it has Red Storm though, I guess. Because I was gonna say you're normally gonna run it with Sunspear, but what if you don't? You like don't have to. I don't know. If it has Red Storm, I'm keeping it there. I mean, if it doesn't have Red Storm. Destroy 3 random red gems. That technically helps it some. It also gets an extra burn for first. I don't know. It's okay. It's staying in C. Next, we have this staff on a class I also forget. I believe this might be Shaman. I think that's Shaman staff. It is Shaman staff. Fire Ruby staff. So, main reason I know that is actually from Puzzle Quest 1, oddly enough. Anyways. Because it's actually a typing there, and they had a staff somewhat similar to this. Not this exact design, but like it was like premise-wise was similar. Anyways, it deals 45 scatter damage boosted by my attack at a 3 to 1, life and armor. Oh, all your stats, and gives all allies 2 to all skills. Wait, is that not horrible? That's basically weaker Rowan. It's basically Rowan if you had a 1-to-1 ratio on your Rowan. But it's basically 1-to-1 ratio of Rowan for your hero. That's not horrible. That's basically Sunbird, but hero. Or Rowan, but 1-to-1 instead of 2-to-1 for your hero. That's not horrible. I think it's like high B tier. It is, let's see. What's the damage on this? So if we were to take all 3D stats, that's approximately like what? I want to say 270, roughly. Maybe 280. Let's say 280. What's 280 divided by 3? That's like 90-ish, like 93. So that comes out to like what, almost 150 damage, 150 scatter damage. Like, what's that damage per unit? That's like 36, 37. That's about 37 damage per unit, like 36, 37. That's kind of low. Like you compare that to Rowan, like 36, 37. And no follow up either. Like, what's your other effects? It enchants some allies, or no, it enchants itself, so you can cast it a bit more often. Come on, I wish just rotate quicker. Burn first enemy, enchant self. We already saw that. Wait, does it enchant a random ally? Or was it just reading the description of enchant? Some extra scatter for whatever reason. It's not good. It's like, I feel like it's very low B tier. Like very low B tier. Like there's no situation where you would want to use that instead of Rowan or any other similar mechanic. Like, you wouldn't want to waste your hero slot to run a Rowan that's weaker than Rowan. Anyways, next we have Frostmage Orb. Frostmage Orb is basically Dawnbringer when you can't get Dawnbringer yet. This is basically like the go-to Dawnbringer or go-to AoE option when you can't get the better options until later in the game. So this is pretty solid. It has boost ratio for freeze, which is a good mechanic. It has a 5 times boost ratio, so you can actually hit 20 additional damage. It's already hitting for pretty solid damage. I believe it also has some kind of extra effect here. Yeah, that freeze, which is even more relevant on this because it gets boost ratio for it. Oh yeah, it also enchants itself, which is pretty nice. But yeah, it's pretty much like your go-to do you not have Dawnbringer weapon. I want to place this, I do want to place this a little bit lower though. Oh no. Like, I'm not sure where to put these 3 comparative to each other. They're all a different version of an AoE option. The main thing that makes this good is its higher damage output's kind of nice, while also having that freeze. However, realistically, I feel like both of these are kind of weapons that don't get used much, especially once you start getting Dawnbringer stuff. Like, I don't feel like it should be put into A, though I do feel like it is better than this. Because this, I don't know, this one's kind of clunky with its use, though the fact that it does true damage is still kind of good. I just feel like if I'm going to use a weapon, I'm using Frost Orb more than I'm using this. But I don't feel like this should be an A tier. Like, it is slightly less than A tier, I feel. I don't know, this one's a hard one to put. It doesn't have much follow-up. This one doesn't either, but its damage output, like, as a solid number is higher. Even though it's not doing true damage. It's still kind of relevant. Because you also get the freeze and everything. And you're also using it in a more freeze spammy team, which makes it decent. The fact that it's also blue is kind of relevant, because there's not as many ways to do this with blue, especially earlier on in the game, whereas purple already has other ways to do such a mechanic. Let me double check Death Knight again. Death marks the enemy, deals some true damage to all enemies below them. Boosted by enemy death marks. Oh wait, it's actually boosted by, oh, hold up, they both have a boost ratio. You know what? Yeah, it is actually better. Even though I feel like this has more of a use case. The biggest issue that brings down the other one, though, or why you tend to never use this thing, there's so many other purple weapons, but if you're basing these just compared to each other, this weapon is actually better than Frost Orb. Even though, realistically, I feel like you have more ways to use Frost Orb. Like, realistically, if you're a newer player, you want Frost Orb more than you want this thing. However, this weapon, like, from a strength perspective, is better. But from a, like, other value perspective... Oh no, it's a hard one to place. This one's a very weird one. I almost want to put it all the way at the end of A. It's a very weird situational, like, true damage related one. I still feel like Creeping Death is higher than it though. Like, if we compare it to Creeping Death and go back to Necromancer to see Creeping Death, like, we can kind of see Death marks the strongest and weakest with a solid AoE. But the main thing that makes this so good is that it does the Purple Storm follow-up. Like, the amount of value you get from that in a standard team composition, combined with what it's doing, is just so good. Wait, does Blue Orb get... Hold up. Does the blue one get Frost for itself? Let me double check. I actually don't remember. We were just looking at it, but I actually kind of forget. Does the Frost Mage's Blue Orb give Blue Storm? Because that's enough to make it super relevant, if so. I can't remember if it does. We literally just looked at it. I would basically determine if it goes higher or not. Do you do Blue Storm? You do Freeze and some blue mana. I don't think you have Blue Storm. Enchant Self is... Oh, you know what? The Enchant Self is actually, I think, the main thing that actually made it better. Because if we look back at Death Knight's one, it has no mana accumulation going back to it. Like, if you check every single thing, I think like no aspect of it's pretty much giving it mana back. Like, you get to just gain some life, eliminate some armor. Nothing on your ability does it. Steal 3 life. Yeah, that's, I think, the main thing that actually made it worse. That's it. Because I was trying to think, like, what's making this thing worse? Because I remember it being worse, but I know why. Oh yeah, that actually is the case. You go there, you go there. It has been decided. That's what I thought, but I knew there was one factor I was forgetting, and the one factor I was forgetting was enchant. Because this thing has no way to get its mana back, so even on paper, its ability is better than this and this. It only is like a one cast thing, and you don't really get to do it again. Whereas both of these have a much better way of getting their mana back. This with Purple Storm and this with Enchant, which is really relevant. Because this, even though it's better, you'll be lucky if you cast it twice, if even more than once. Whereas this one, you'll be casting multiple, and this one, you'll be casting multiple. Which is where it gets its value from. Anyways, next, Leonis Empire. What is that again? Dervish, I think? Let's see. Oh, that's not it. The other one. Not Leonis Empire, but the, oh wait, no, it was Drifting Sands. I was right. It is Leonis Empire. I just clicked on the wrong one. Where's Leonis' Empire hero class? There it is, War Priest. I knew it was Leonis Empire. Anyways, it drains up to 12 mana from an enemy, and then deals some damage, and then creates gems of that troop's mana color equal to the amount of mana drained. So there's already a troop in the game that basically does this for the same mana cost. What's interesting though is that it does it of, doesn't it do it of their mana? Mana color equal to create gem of that troop's mana. Yeah, this is basically like those, there's a category of troop like this in the game. That actually got nerfed to be exactly like this weapon, oddly enough. However, this weapon will create a color of any of the 6 based on, you know, whatever color the enemy is. So if you do it on red, purple, it'll be either red or purple. Whereas all the other ones that are troop based that do this, they always do the same one every single time. So they're always going to do either red or blue or, you know, whatever they do. This one can actually change it up based on what you target. Overall, it's okay. Like, that category of troops is kind of bad and not really used. This weapon is under that same structure. However, it is technically better than using the other ones, so you generally want to use your hero weapon for something better than this. I don't know. It's like, I want to say low B tier. Like, it's somewhere's in B. It's not horrible, horrible. It's an interesting utility option. It's just super situational. Do you have any follow-up whatsoever? It does damage, too. Yeah, I'll put in, like, a middle-ish B kind of area. Like right around there, I think. That sounds about right. Anyways, Essence of Evil. Is this even a question? Is there an S+ tier? I might need an S+ tier. So we just got to, like, broken beyond belief. Actually, I should stop putting them all here because we just got to, like, the most broken section. So we finally reached all the good ones. Anyways, Essence of Evil. Like, the most obvious S tier. It might even be the most #1 out of any of these. So this is obviously broken beyond belief. So it places every negative stats effect, even if that was all it did. Actually, if that was all it did, it probably wouldn't be good. However, it inflicts every negative stats effect, including any new one that ever gets introduced, which technically was a bad thing when Lycanthropy came into the game, but overall, generally isn't bad. Like, Lycanthropy was like one outlier. Generally, it gets buffed whenever new stats effects come out over time. But anyways, it inflicts every negative stats effect on an enemy and then explodes basically every green or every single gem of their mana color. So you actually get to choose what it gets to explode. However, it doesn't get to full board clear because it's going to only target one color. So if you hit on something that's red-brown, it'll either explode all red or all brown, assuming you're not webbed. Because you're generally going to have enough magic that you're definitely hitting every single one of them. But yeah, you guys know how strong this is. Do I even need to go over it? It is so broken. It's the best way. It also has mana drain if it didn't have enough, and it has an extra curse, so it technically has double curse as well because it curses whatever you target plus the extra curse. It also has that 10% for Toad thing, so you can actually, like, if you get the luckiest you possibly can, you'll get a 10% transformer on their first slot, and then disable either their second, third, or fourth, which basically in one cast just cripple 2 of their enemies, while also you basically just made 2 enemies useless. Like 10% of the time, it'll make 2 enemies useless, and it will full board clear mana accumulate for you. So it is just absolutely insane. But yeah, it's really good. Like arguably the strongest weapon in the entire game. Anyways, with that being said, here's also the next arguably strongest weapon in the entire game. So Urskia's Shield. Urskia's Shield is similarly broken. What Urskia's Shield does from the Urskia hero class, which is something, I can't remember its name. What's its class again? Somewhere's in here. Oh yeah, it's Sentinel. I remember now. Why on earth is it Sentinel? I never understood that one. But anyways, so as far as Sentinel, it ends up giving an ally a bunch of armor boosted by all enemy attack, and then enrages and barriers them. So this is very strong for 3 things, most notably 2, but technically 3. So the main 2 noteworthy ones that this is really absurdly broken on, one of them is really obvious, Rowain. This is almost always used on upscaling Rowain builds, and by almost always, I mean literally always. There is not a single Rowain build that doesn't run Explore 12 or Faction 500 or something similar that would not be running Urskia's Shield. It basically allows your Rowain to auto-win the entire game. Actually, I might almost even put this as above. I don't know. It's a hard one to place. It's definitely S tier. But I'm not sure if it's better than Essence of Evil. I personally feel like it is, because if I was on a new player account or, you know, progressing through the game, I would use this way more than Essence of Evil, I feel. At least in a lot of situations. Because you can run level 500 Explore with, or Faction with it, and level 12 Explore with this, with all free 100% easy to obtain stuff. Because you get Rowain for free for completing a Farce of Thorns, and you get this weapon for free from getting 250 wins on the Urskia hero class, making you basically have an endgame team for doing nothing over the course of a few days. Like, you play, if you know what you're doing, within a single week, even within a single day, if you really like hyper-focused it, Like within a few days to a week, you can have yourself an end game ready to go team off 100% rate. The only thing you would have to get off RNG is pretty much Leprechaun. That is the only thing you would have to get off a luck-based drop. It's only ultra rare, so it's pretty easy to get. But you could basically have like a battle-ready team in a week that can run through the entire game using Urskia Shield. And for that reason, I actually kind of want to put it higher. I know some people will probably consider Essence of Evil higher. I got to put Urskia Shield higher, though. It's my tier list. So it shall be the highest. But Essence of Evil is still absurdly good, and it keeps getting better in time. The only reason I'm not putting Essence of Evil the absolute highest probably has to be because of Lycanthropy. Like, the fact that Lycanthropy exists makes it so it can't be the best weapon anymore. Now it is the second best weapon. What's that team again? Oh, it's, I actually already have it set. It's this one right here. Because I was mentioning it for something else this stream that someone was asking. It's any hero class you want with Urskia Shield, or Shield of Urskia, Rowan, Leprechaun, and Mirage Queen. Ideally, you want a Green Storm hero class. Banner is +2 blue, +1 green. But yeah, it's this team right here. This you get from 250 wins on Sentinel class. Rowan is free from Forest of Thorns. Leprechaun is pure RNG, but it's only ultra rare. You'll get it eventually in the key drop table if you just open Glory and Gem keys. Mirage Queen, you do have to do some Underworld for this. It is a legendary, but it's an Underworld legend, so it's not that hard to get. You just throw Chaos Shards and Sunken Fleet. Sunken Fleet's over here. Let me grab Tribute as well. But if you want to get Mirage Queen, you just participate in the daily Underworlds, as well as Tuesday events and weekend events when it occurs. And within a few days, you'll probably have enough shards for it. But you go over to Sunken Fleet, you throw some Chaos Shards down, and you're likely just going to randomly get one right here. Like right here, we'll probably get one. We did not. But if you just do that a couple times, you'll probably get it. There's a... Wait, why does it show Mythic? Oh, no, that's for treasure. I was going to say, they already added them? No. But there's a 2.52% chance per one that you open. So realistically, if you open 100, or if you open 25, you're realistically likely going to get one. Approximately. But yeah, it's not that hard. If you throw like 200 to 1,000 Chaos Shards, you're going to get it. It might take you like a couple days to a week to get that many, but it allows you to build the best early game team in the entire game that can run through the entire game for pretty much every piece of content, because it does basically everything. It kills low-level Explore, it kills Explore 12, it kills level 500 factions and everything in between. Like there isn't anything it doesn't run. Like there pretty much is no piece of content where it is usable where you can't get away with using it, so might as well run it. It's pretty nice. Anyways, so that's that. So yeah, I'm considering that the highest one. Anyways, next, Fiend Fire. This one's actually a really good utility option. I almost no S tier. It's pretty close to S tier. Honestly, I might almost consider it better than Creeping Death in the current state of the game. They're both a very similar item. However, this one, actually, I'll place it a little bit under Creeping Death. It's more of a utility item. Like this is a standalone one that you can win with. This is more of a team that you have to build really specifically into. There's some times where you use this for Iron Gut, which is what its main value is. Anyways, let me go to the hero class where it's from. So let me go over to weapon, and then we can go over to classes. Where is this? I'm looking for, where even is the thing? Also, I hand out a redeem code once we finish this, by the way. Also, this isn't the video. I will be covering a completely different video on this when I cover it later. So even if you watch this now, you might still want to catch the other one, because it'll probably be a lot more coherent. This is the other reason why I was concerned about ever doing these on stream. I'm not sure. We'll figure something out. Because obviously, I normally practice like way beforehand, like multiple times, like every possible aspect. Whereas right now, we're kind of just like going through just randomly. What is this class? I literally clicked on this before. What is Creeping Death from? Is it Doomsayer? No. Gosh, I cannot click on the right one. Why can I not remember what it's from? I literally clicked on it earlier. No. I cannot remember what this thing is from. It has to be one of the more undead-like classes. Why am I going crazy? We literally clicked on it earlier, and now I can't find it. It's not Necromancer. Necromancer's Creeping Death. It's not Doomsayer. Diabolist? Is it Diabolist? Oh, it is Diabolist. Okay. It deals damage to all enemies, boosted by Daemon allies, and then curses and burns all enemies. Oh, wait, it does full damage? Wait. Hold up. Maybe this is actually better than the Creeping Death. They're both in the same category. However, I don't know. I feel like in the current state of the game, this is actually more relevant. So the most relevant thing about this is across all weapons, this is actually the best way to apply 4x Curse. So this is, I believe, if not mistaken, the only weapon in the entire game capable of 4x cursing the entire enemy team in one cast. There's not a single other weapon that currently does all 4 in one cast, which is the main value point that actually makes this weapon like not useless, is you get to do 4x Curse. while doing 4 times burn. And obviously the useful thing about 4 times burn is you can also do this with a triple damage burning hero class. So if you don't want to go down the Zugaf route, you can have Cursed Burn off of this. It's a really, really good Delve option, because there's nothing in Delve that is immune to Curse. So you can both Curse Burn everything there. So it allows you to do a triple damage burning against any team. But what is more noteworthy used for is in factions where Iron Gut cannot get a good curse option. There are a few colors where you basically have access to no good curse option, or maybe you don't have a good curse option because you're earlier on in the game or just don't happen to have the mythic or high rarity troop that does it. You can use this. So overall, it's pretty good. It's mostly a utility troop for Iron Gut, but though it can also be used in some triple damage burning teams. Okay, Plunder Pearl, that's an S. It's a lower S, but it is an S. So if you're gold farming, this is like the new, what's it called? The new Skeleton Key. Because Skeleton Key got nerfed into ground, however, this never got rebalanced. So this has the 2-to-1 that Skeleton Key has. It deals damage to 2 random enemies, and it does double tap when there's 1 left. So it will double tap for the final kill there. But it deals damage to 2 random enemies, boosted by my gold, and the enemy gold. So not only does this boost on your gold, which you can easily max out, but if the enemy has gotten any amount of gold, you even get additional damage from that. So it has all that going for it. It has Submerge on itself. Does it get anything else? I don't think it gets any good perks, but its damage is like the main reason you're using this thing. Yeah, it doesn't get like anything good from its perks. However, it is used entirely for, yeah, getting some gold, which I guess can help it for its gold cap. But it's used entirely for its pure damage output. It always loses its turn, unlike Skeleton Key. However, its damage output is substantially higher. Not only having that 2-to-1, which is amazing, but also being able to do the enemy's gold and having the capability of hitting 2. Because if I'm not mistaken, Skeleton Key actually only hits once when there's 1 enemy remaining, whereas this actually double taps it when there's 1 remaining. And yeah, I'd probably say it's S. Then again, I don't know. I might want to put in like a lower A. Like, it's good, but I actually consider it like probably right there, I would say. Yeah, I don't think I could put it in S. Like, I would not say it's on the same level of Urskia's Shield and Essence of Evil. Like, that's a tier of its own. Like, it almost needs an S+ tier here, but let's go with S. Anyways, let's keep going. So, next option. We got the one from, this one was the one I accidentally clicked earlier. This is from the Dervish hero class, which is from Drifting Sands, not Leonis Empire. They are 2 different things, even though I always confuse them together. So it deals damage to all enemies and knocks 1 to 2 enemies from the first to last position. This is basically alternative Dawnbringer number 2. I would say it's worse than the Snowy Orb. However, yes, I would say it's around there. Yeah, that seems about right. Something like that. Somewhere's around there. I don't know, Skeleton Key's still like usable. Just not as usable. I still feel like it's better than that. Yeah, we'll place it like that. There we go. Okay, that's fine. So this is basically your alternative you don't own Dawnbringer weapon. Similar as this weapon. They're basically the category of you don't have Dawnbringer yet and you're looking for an alternative. They're solid for doing that, and for that reason they're still relevant, at least when compared to all these other weapons. When comparing them to every weapon in existence, these go like way, way, way down. However, if you're comparing it to like you need to go get yourself a weapon that isn't Dawnbringer, but you still need a Dawnbringer-like effect, they're both really efficient for that. They do fall off later into the game, which almost makes me want to move them even further down. I don't know, this one doesn't gain mana like the other one. Actually, I'm going to move this one further down. Like right over there. Like right over there. Somewhere's around there. But yeah, I am actually going to put it further down. It doesn't seem like it has as good of a value compared to them. It doesn't feel like it belongs in A. Okay, this next one, I honestly completely forget what it is, or what hero class it belongs to. Let's figure out together. It's some kind of weird orb. That's not Archmagus, is it? No. Oh no, Archmagus has a good weapon. I forgot. Let's see, what has like an orb? Who on earth would have random orb? This isn't Frost. No, Frostmage has the orb. The other orb. Hierophant? Yeah, it's Hierophant. Okay. It deals scatter true damage, boosted by Fae at an 8 times ratio, and enemies. If an enemy dies, grants all allies 2 random positive stats effects. It gets to enchant itself. So basically, this is a true damage version of that other scatter one, though with much worse of a boost ratio, but slightly better side effect if it gets a kill. I'd probably put this pretty much where the other one stands. Like, it seems like it belongs in a very similar B tier. I also want to put it a little bit lower. Because the amount of damage you're doing is not as good, but it does have enchant, which kind of makes up for it. It's a really weird weapon to place. It's a pretty bad one. Though I feel like some things in this tier don't belong compared to some of the other ones. Like these 5, I feel are kind of better than these. Well, then again, this one. Like these 2, I feel like are like almost never used. I do almost feel like they go down 1. I'm not sure. Like, they're definitely both the same category of weapon. I just feel like there's not much of a utility purpose for them, especially with rowing and stuff existing. They don't have as much alternative utility purpose. And this one just has much better ratio. Even though it's doing true damage with this one, the ratio on the other one's just better. Which is kind of weird because both the 2 true damage ones are actually outclassed by the physical ones. Which normally is the other way around when you have a pretty similar amount of damage. But I think that works. I'm moving them down a tier. These just doesn't seem like they match that well with the other options that are here. Because if you break down the amount of damage this does, on average, let's say you're going to have like 4 Fae in a battle. That is 32 additional damage. That's barely doing 20 true damage to all enemies. That's so low. It's like such a ridiculously low amount of damage. But yeah, we'll place it right there, I guess. It does have enchant and other stuff going for it. Anyways, you're basically never using that weapon. But it's still like okay-ish. Anyways, I don't know, I almost feel like this one belongs higher. There's already so many other things that does it better. And you normally don't want to waste that for something like Hero. Anyways, let's go do this next polearm thing. So this one's from Tidecaller. We can always adjust them at the end. Let's see. Because the only thing that matters here is what it actually ends out on for when we go over it later. So we can do a more coherent overview. Anyways, deal some heavy splash damage with 75% to adjacents. Damage to an enemy boosted by all blue allies and enemies. If an enemy dies, gain 3 magic to all allies and submerge them. So this is a weird weapon that you're probably almost never going to use that isn't horrible. It gets to cleanse itself. It has the potential of submerging all allies when you get a kill. What was that other perk? Didn't it have like a blue storm or something? It had something that made it like not horrifically bad as well. Or maybe it was just the submerge thing. It was pretty good at submerging your team. Yeah, I think that was the main thing. Yeah, it's okay. Almost never would you really bring this weapon out. Though it's kind of like a middle of the ground kind of weapon. That has a bit of utility purpose. Very situational. I do feel like it's almost the top of C though. Even though I've probably never used it a single time. But, oh no. It's not useless. It's definitely under the category of not useless. Mostly because of how much submerge you can end up getting. Because to get all allies submerged for a single cast like that's the best non-mythic way to submerge your team. If you don't have Mistralis, if you don't have Aquaticus, this is the most efficient way to submerge your team in the entire game. Which that is not a bad option. Like, it's so hard to get it to work, and you kind of have to build around it. But like, if you're looking for submerge in early game, or as you're progressing through the game, like, it's not bad. And there are some situations where you would want to submerge for hard countering. Anyways, this next weapon, I completely forget where you get it. Looks like some kind of combative one. War Priest? It seems like a War Priest weapon. That is not War Priest. It's an axe. Oh, it might be Barbarians. It might be a Barbarian or the other one I'm forgetting of. No, that's not Barbarians. Oh, what class is this for? What other class kind of has a design like that? Dervish, Doomsayer, Daedalus, Dragon Guard, Hierophant Knight. It's definitely... What is Knight weapon? Oh, no, Knight had the shield. I forgot the... Monk definitely wouldn't have something like that. No, Monk has those weird ball thingies. I just completely forgot. Oh, is it Slayers? It might be Slayers. Ah, it is Slayers. So it deals damage to an enemy. If the enemy's bleeding, it deals double damage, and there is a 10% chance to slay them, boosted by Doom Skulls at a 2 times per Doom Skull. So realistically, your rate is going to be 14% chance to kill them. It's bad. It's pretty bad. It's about as bad as the other Assassinate weapon here. Because they both have the problem where they're doing damage, the same thing they're trying to assassinate. With no follow-up whatsoever. Which almost makes those other ones seem even worse. It's hard to quantify all the bad damage ones. Because honestly, I almost kind of wanted to put them all in the same tier. And I think I'm about to. I almost want to put every single damaging one in the exact same D tier. Because the problem with every single one of these weapons is there's almost no situation where you want to bring this out. Like, they have different ways to mana accumulate when they do the thing. But there's almost no situation where you actually want to bring out these lesser damage weapons onto a team. Which I believe these are most of these. And then you'd kind of have the insta-kill ones. I'd occasionally get lucky. And then this moves up. And this one, yeah, it's a pretty similar category. I think that sounds correct. Wait, what's the staff again? I actually completely forget what that staff does now. Oh yeah, that staff is useless. Yeah, I kind of want to do it like that. Those C tier just got really small now. However, I do believe that is accurate. They're under a category of they don't do enough damage with what they do to justify any other thing that they're doing. The only one exception to this might be the explodey one, actually. That might be one exception. But the rest of these are all in a really, really weird category where they're kind of just not doing enough for what they should be doing. I think that's right. It's something like that. Because they're just in a really weird in-between category where there's almost no situation where you bring them out. Like, they don't do something unique enough. Like, this thing is bad, but it's unique enough to have a mechanic that makes it not bad. Like, this got nerfed into the ground, but it's unique enough that you can still use it. This is just like a standard all-around weapon that's like, you know, kind of still structures itself. So it seems like, and this is the best submerge in the entire game that isn't a mythic. So they all kind of do something. Everything here doesn't really do something. Like, they're already existing mechanics. They don't have the follow-up. They just have like a little roll. They don't really do anything unique. I think that's correct now. Anyways, next we have the mirror. We saw this on Archmagus. I don't want to say it's S tier. It's really high. Like, it's really, really high. Like, I'm pretty sure it's actually top of A tier. It's actually so high. Though I would say Essence of Evil is on definitely a tier above it. But this is basically inverse Essence of Evil, which is as decent as it sounds. So it's the inverse. Essence of Evil does every negative status effect to an enemy. This does every positive status effect to yourself or whatever you target. Grants all status effects to an ally, including yourself if you choose to choose yourself. And it gets to explode a bunch of gems. It does a little bit less explosion, but generally speaking, that's still the entire board, so that's not really too big a deal. At least later in the game anyways. It does have one really relevant perk. I believe it's Silence, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it gets drain mana from the first enemy. It has a silence, so not only does it drain mana from the first enemy, but it also silence the first enemy. It also gives some extra mana to all allies on top of all the mana you're already doing, and I believe it has one other effect, and yeah, it's just a bunch of life. But overall, yeah, it's pretty good. It's basically an alternative Essence of Evil. It's definitely used a lot less than Essence of Evil, but everything that makes Essence of Evil good is pretty much the what makes this good, just in inverse order. It just does it more positively for your team instead of negatively for the enemy team. However, it does have the benefit of still doing negative to the enemy because it both mana drains the first enemy and silences the first enemy. Assume they are not immune to both or either. So yeah, it's a pretty good weapon. Though I would say it's a tier below Essence of Evil. Anyways, next, I have no clue what I'm even looking at there. Is that a staff? I have no clue who this belongs to. I know what the rest of them belong to, I'm pretty sure. But it's like the last one I do not know. Which means I should know what this belongs to, because what's the other hero class we haven't done yet? Barbarian? No, it can't be Barbarian's weapon. No, that was the one we already saw earlier. It has to be something like somewhat mage-like. It's not Dragon Guard, that's CI. See if I can figure this out. It's not Monk. Monk had the weird ball thing. It's not Oracle. It's not Orb Weaver. It's not Plague. It's not Priest. It's basically just a process of elimination. I don't know what... Oh, it's Stormcaller. I don't know what it is, but I know what it's not. There we go. The Stormcaller's weapon. It deals true damage to an enemy. If there's a storm, deal 15 extra true damage to all enemies. Oh, 15 true damage to all enemies. So basically like the other one, but different. It also removes a storm. So this is interesting. To this day, this is, I believe... Wait, did we ever get a troop that does it? This is either one. Does anyone can anyone confirm? I actually forgot off the top of my head. But if I'm not mistaken, this is the only way in the entire game to remove a storm. Not to put a different storm, but to like outright remove a storm. Which is kind of interesting. I don't believe... Can anyone confirm? Is there any troop that can remove a storm? Like, not replace it, but literally remove it from play. I don't recall. This might literally be the only way. Oh, there is? Okay, there is one or two other options then. I could have sworn there might have been. I figured they would. But at one point, this actually was the only way to do it. I guess we did get another option or two. I completely forget what's on. But it still remains one of the only ways to remove a storm. Not replace it with a different one that might be favorable, but just completely make sure there's none. This isn't necessarily overly good. However, it is one of only the ways to do it. Oh, wait, no, there isn't? Okay. Yeah, I thought it was the only one. I can't remember. It's either the only one or, like, only 2 or 3 things in the entire game can do it out of, like, the 1,000-something options. But yeah, it might literally be the only one. I can't remember. But yeah, for that reason, it's still really bad. But it's basically like this weapon, but it has a purpose. It's quite literally just this weapon with a purpose. It's basically just a stronger version of that, essentially. In theory. That has a really, really absurdly niche purpose that pretty much only it can do. So yeah, it has some purpose, but it's still pretty weak. Anyways, this one's from Monk, which we've accidentally clicked on a couple times now. So last I recall, this is useless. Monk hero class actually wasn't that bad, though. Monk overall, I feel like as a class, feels a bit weaker than it is on paper. But it deals splash damage to an enemy, and then the enemy below. Wait, deals splash damage to an enemy, and then the enemy below, and then stuns and inflicts bleed on the target and targeted enemies. I'm trying to comprehend this real quick. So that's a 4-time stun into multi-bleeds in the middle. I'm reading that correctly, right? That's a 4-time stun with multiple bleeds. So this is definitely C tier then. Because this is one of the only ways you could 4-time stun. Ah, then again, the Golem's kind of better. This is like super low C tier. It does have Light Storm for itself. It does have a 15 mana cost, oddly enough. Oh, it does Tangle in first enemy too. Yeah, this seems like a somewheres in C. That's an interesting concept. It's a lot of stun. It's a lot of utility purpose. I feel like it's like the middle of C. It's like literally like the middle of middle. Let's see. It only does it for the one you targeted. Oh, wait, never mind. That's a bit worse. It's still not bad, though. Deal splash damage to an enemy, and then the enemy below. Stun inflict bleed on the... Oh, it is only the targeted. You're right. Never mind. So the damage is distributed the way I think it is, but the bleed and stun is only the target. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This is kind of a lot worse. Wait. wait. That's like way worse. No, my bad. That's like one of the lowest. Hold up. Never mind. That's actually kind of bad. It's only one singular stun. And his splash damage is worse than somebody... Well, then again, I don't know. Its overall damage isn't too bad because you have to keep in mind both the 2 hits do splash stun. That's a weird weapon. Let's see. Yeah, it says enemies for the damage, which makes sense, but it only stuns and inflicts bleed on the targeted enemy. Oh, it does say enemies. Hold up. Let me go test this. Hold up. For science. I don't know where to put this. How does this weapon work? I honestly don't remember. For science, what's the weapon even called? It was Monk's weapon, but I already forgot what it's called. Class, Monk. Wait, I have to test this weapon. I honestly completely forget how on earth this even functions. And how it functions determines heavily where on earth this thing goes. How on earth does this work? Let's see. Good enough. Let's roll with that. Let's see. That should be fine. Let's go find a battle. So how on earth does this work? Let's go to like Cinemirage. Not Cinemirage. Let's go to like Blackhawk. Sure, explore like something low, but not too low. How about 7? Let's see how on earth this functions. Okay, so we're gonna use Mercy, get our mana, and see what happens. Oh, I can't use Mercy here. Unfortunate. We're supposed to get full mana. Gotta use that one-time speed. Alright, how does this work? So it'll do it to you and then the one below. Yep, that's right. That's correct. Ah, it does only do it on your target. Yeah, it's bad. It has been confirmed. You have been confirmed. So the amount of damage it does is what I thought. But the amount of stun bleed is only target. So whoever said that, you are correct. So yes, it is bad. Pretty bad. Not completely bad. Its damage distribution's like not horrific. It's definitely in this category of D tier weapon damage related weapons you'd probably never use. I feel like it's right there. Somewhere's around there. It's definitely in that category of damaging weapon you will never use ever, pretty much category. Anyways, next we have, what do we have next? Also, Bill saying first 7.5 hours into his stream. Nice. Though, of everyone showing up for the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream, you might actually technically be the first of them. Anyways, let's keep doing this tier list. We're almost done. And then we'll hand out a code, and then we'll hand out a few more codes. Because I was going to hand out 3 more to stream, I believe. And I wanted to do one after we finish this list. But I didn't realize this list would take so long. Let's see. It's kind of funny because the best damage doesn't do damage. It technically does. Like, indirectly it does. Like, it does a lot of damage indirectly. Like, if it gets transformed on first slot and you completely disable the other thing and then that other disabled thing dies to death mark, you like double killed with one weapon cast while mana accumulating for yourself. Anyways, where were we? We're on whatever this weapon is. I completely forget. We clicked on it on accident a couple times though. I think it's Barbarian's weapon. Yes it is. So it deals heavy splash damage, which is 75% to adjacents to an enemy, and boosted by skulls at a low ratio, then stuns all affected troops. Okay, so this one triple stuns. This one definitely triple stuns. So this makes it like an okay stun option, though it's under the category of weapon you'd basically never use. But triple stun is still relevant to enough of a degree where I'm going to put it actually kind of high in D tier. It's basically this, but it does what you think it would do. Because this one actually does triple stun. I know that for sure. But yeah, it's basically a triple stun weapon that does some damage. Pretty bad overall, but not useless, kind of. Anyways, next, we have the one for one of the undead ones that I keep accidentally clicking on. I believe it was this one. So Doomsayer deals some damage to all enemies, converts yellows to doom skulls. So this is interesting. There's already a weapon that does this better, but it's a good alternative if you don't have it. This weapon is basically, what's it called? It's that one Doom weapon. It is quite literally just Doom Scythe. It's basically just budget Doom Scythe. So Doom Scythe deals damage to all enemies, +1 per tempering level, so up to 10. It then converts all yellow gems to Doom Skulls. And also does a billion other effects. It's basically just weaker Doom Scythe. However, it is still Doom Scythe. So it's not horrible. It's basically like you don't own Doom Scythe, but you want to run one of those cool Doom weapons kind of weapon. I would say it's probably pretty low B tier. Because if you own Doom Scythe, you would never touch this thing. But prior to owning Doom Scythe, it's actually not horrifically bad. Like, it's definitely a usable weapon that you would occasionally kind of use. So I'm going to put it in, like, kind of middle-ish of B. Like, once you have Doom Scythe, you will never use that thing ever again. But prior to owning Doom Scythe, it is a 4 mana cost lower Doom Scythe if you want the main mechanic of it. It still has, like, that less AoE damage and stuff like that, but it's basically a 4 lower mana cost Doom Scythe that isn't better than Doom Scythe. But it has that going for it. It's not horrible. It's just a really redundant weapon because it kind of already exists in the game in a better form. And this is just kind of like the early game budget version of it. But it does have Curse, it does have a few other things kind of going for it, so yeah, it's like middle B tier. Somewhere's around there. Anyways, final weapon is Elementalist. Elementalist, despite being the strongest hero class in the game, does not have the strongest weapon. Actually, I forgot what the weapon does, but I do recall it's not the strongest. Not even close. It deals damage to an enemy, then deal 12 damage for each status effect, Entangled, Burning, Freeze, Stun. I assume that means on the target. Deal damage to an enemy, then deal 12 more damage for each status effect, Entangled, Burning, Freeze, Stun. which means you would hit for 40 additional. That's not even enough to one-shot. What other effects does it get? Come on, show me the infos. Create a green gem, does some damage to their second enemy, which is so weird. Stun first enemy, burn first enemy. But you're already going to be doing that for using with Elementalist class. Freeze first enemy. Yeah, it's like a higher end, kind of. I think it's like the higher end of the worst tier, or, you know, like that D tier. Well, everything that isn't that book. That book will be the solo F tier option. Oh no, it's not that good. I'll put it like slightly above these because I feel like, I don't know. If you'd rather get an instant kill on them though. Okay, I think that's the list now. Yay! Save and download. Can I even do that from here? Copy image. Wait, I want to save it from here. Wait, how do I save it from here? Oh, I might not be able to. Can I just click download image? How does this work? I should just be able to download image, I think. I don't know, let me just copy it this way. Let's see. Copy. I'm just gonna put it in my other document thingy. It'll be easier to do this way. Copy, copy. Alright, one moment. Yeah, let's go look at it in all of its glory. We can't see F tier, though you don't need to see it. It's just the Diabolist book. But there we go. Anyways, let me go make a copy of this thing real quick. Oh yeah, I need to move this so I can actually move the thing. 1 second. Let me just go get Jimp and save this real quick the other way. Oh wait, I can also just save the screenshot from here. Hold up. Oh, but then I can't see the whole thing at once. I'll save it for the image thingy. Also, it might get saved. Oh no, would it get saved on my profile? I'm not sure if it would or later. I could always remake it real quick. Like we have an image of it. Wait, why did it not save it on my copy paste? That's weird. Fine, I'll just download it. I normally don't do it that way because I have no clue where it actually saves to. I'll just download it. Let's see. Can we just click, let's see. Oh, we might not be able to save it that way. That's what I was thinking because of how weird the location is. Because it's doing it through the weird Steam thing. What if I did copy page URL? Hold up. What if I just do it this way and do it through the other thing? Hold up, hold up, hold up. I think I found a way. I think I found a way. Let's see. What is the easiest way to do this? Why is this being so much more complicated than it needs to be? I know when I normally do it the other way, it'd be a lot easier, but I'm doing it through like such a weird way through the Steam browser thing, which makes it really hard to make it work correctly. Let's see. Does this actually save all the progress I did on it? No, it did not. Interesting. The other easiest way would be to get a full print screen on it, I guess. And then we just have to copy paste it that way. That's probably like realistically the best way to do it at this point. Let's see. So get out of this one. Plus we have it literally on stream. We could like literally see it so easily. Also, thank you, Logic Slayer. Alright, so how big can I make this? Oh, that ad is literally in the way. Get out of here, ad. Well, I can always remember to make it based on the other thing. Okay, can I really not get it in view? That's so weird. It's gotta be... How would I do this then? Because I'm trying to figure out how I can have it post on the thing. This is really weird to do through this Steam browser, but I've never actually had to do it this way. I want to see if I can get it on my copy, but it wasn't working earlier. So I'm going to click copy. I'm going to click copy, yes, just copy. Copy. And see if it'll work on paste now. No, it did not work on paste. That's so weird. There's no data in your clipboard. That's so weird. I've never seen that. Oh, I guess it's because of the weird Steam browser thing. This is so strange. I'm not sure what other alternative we could do. I could literally just reference this earlier. One other thing I could just do is this, wait, I could do it this way. I can screenshot this, so this might be a little small. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to recreate it later on the other one and it'll be fine. It's only gonna take like, what, 1 minute, 2 minutes to recreate that? If we have an image of what the answer already is for what we made it. And then we'll have that image for later. Okay, let me just put this here. That'd be the easiest way to do it. And then I'll deal with that later for cropping it. Actually, I could crop it right now. Let's see. There's a very small version of it, though. We'll just roll with that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And there we go. We now got a cropped image. And I'll just save that to desktop real quick. Export as... there we go. Export it as... I don't know. What should we save it as? Save it to desktop. Save it as weapon tier list. Or Gems of War. Weapon tier... image, I guess. Something, I'm not sure. Name it something that makes sense. Export. Make sure it's actually on my desktop. It should. I don't see why it wouldn't after doing that. Let me just make sure it works. Somewhere's on my desktop it should be. I have no clue where, because my desktop is so unorganized right now. But somewhere's in all this mess, supposedly it exists. Like, why on earth can I not find it? I know it's here. I think it went into a hole somewheres randomly on my desktop, which is problematic because I have no clue where that hole would be. I guess there's a plan B to try to find it. If I just go control find it on desktop, I go to desktop and then I type in Gems of War or something. Actually, I should have painted in the tier list thing. I just type in Gems of War there. Why is it not searching? Gems of War, there it is. Weapon. I want to cut it. And then I'll just paste it into the other thing. Gems of War weapons. Boom. It is now pasted there. There we go. I've done it. I've gotten an image. That was way more convoluted than it needed to be to get that image. But we did it. Anyways. I'll probably remake it later so I can get a better image of it or whatever, but there we go. Anyways, we're already going to have to do... we're going to be doing a whole separate video for it that will be more concisely going over that. But there we go. The final verdict. There's the tier list. There's every weapon in the game tiered according to what I feel is the best. There you go. Let me know if you agree. We'll be covering a more concise video that will not take nearly as long as that. Which kind of answers my question on will I be doing them on stream or not. I think the answer is both yes and no. If we do it on stream, it'll be exactly as chaotic as what just happened. However, I'm pretty sure the video will not be the recording of us doing it on stream. I will definitely be re-recording it in normal fashion. Because gosh, was that like so incoherent. I don't know, did you guys learn anything? Did you enjoy that? Rope Dart is not a hero weapon. It is a weapon from Pride Lands. Those are just the 35 hero weapons. The ones you get from 250 wins on the hero class. And I'll be covering the one on the hero classes themselves soon. I meant to have that for today, but I kind of like overslept this morning. Well, let me go get you guys a code. But yeah, did you guys enjoy that? Let me know. Feedback would be appreciated. Let's see. But yeah, we're definitely going to make a more concise one later this week for that. But there's the final verdict as far as the current list. Not sure if I'll make some slight adjustments here or there. But there's the final lists. Enchanting weapons are instant S or A. Most of them are an A. There's a few exceptions. Also, a bad enchanting weapon isn't necessarily worth using. Like, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Dragon's Eye an enchant weapon? Like, that's not one you necessarily want to spam, at least after it got nerfed into the ground. Like, not every enchanting weapon is automatically good. Like, it has to actually do something good. Like, this is a relevant enchanting weapon, like the Frost Orb thing. But not every enchanting weapon's good. There's a decent handful of them that are, like, pretty average. Like, casting something bad more often isn't necessarily good. Like, casting something average or good more often is good. But casting something, like, being able to cast that more often. But casting, like, a really bad option. Like, I think this thing had enchant. Like, casting that slightly more often doesn't really do much for you. Anyways, so that's that. So also, hello everyone who's getting here for the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours now. It is the 6-year anniversary of the channel. Also, there's another code in chat. We'll have another 2 in a little bit to celebrate the 8-year anniversary. I want to save 2 of them for when the normal stream is. Anyways, we've been grinding mimics all day. We also just covered a tier list. And we shall continue the mimic grinding part. So, back we go. That is definitely not the team I want. That is very much not the team I'm looking for. Anyways, let's keep going. Let's go back with our Explorer 12 team. Also, we're currently found 5 mimics. 4 2 times and 1 5 times. The 5 times obviously did not have the troop in it. I wish it did. Are you, let's see, you're using that one weapon, Scourge, Lycanthropy, Selene. Wait, what weapon are you referring to? I'll throw that down. Get ourselves another poke there. We got a lot of mimics. Yeah, we did a lot of mimics early on, and then we went on like a super dry streak. Though in all fairness, like at least the last hour has been making that tier list. Like the whole process for it. And that's not even the video yet. We'll be making a more concise video. And that's what I say whenever I go over a tier list when I make one. It normally takes anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours. Because that's just like the initial process of it. That's not even like the actual recording or anything else. That's normally like the initial process that I do on off stream. But yeah, would you guys be interested in seeing that process going forward whenever we make tier lists? Like it's going to be as incoherent as what just happened. But like I do that on my own and don't record it for pretty much every tier list we've ever made. Actually, I think for literally every tier list we ever made. Like pretty much. I just tend to do it off stream and off camera. But that's like the initial setup for how I normally do any tier list I've ever made. But normally I never show the process. Because it's definitely not a slow process. Pretty sure we did that for almost an hour and a half. Let's see, we'll take that. And that's not even the final video either. What would normally be posted. That will hopefully be posted on Tuesday. Oh, Isabel, what was your comment? Let's see. Can you get elhay back now? He's resting on the bed. Yeah, we can go get elhay back. Actually, it just got kind of cold in here because the AC just turned on, so it'll help keep me warm. Actually, I'm not sure why it's so cold right now. Yeah, we got elhay. He'll guard our chair when we go back. I'm probably not taking any of the breaks. We're probably going to go for about another hour and hand out 2 codes during that time. And then call that a wrap. Which will be almost a 9-hour stream then. Which is the longest we've streamed Gems of War consecutively in a very long time. I cannot remember the last time we've done a 9-hour stream or 8+ hour stream for Gems of War. Because by the end it'll be like, what, 45 minutes, somewhere around there. Yeah, we'll go for another hour. Which is basically just our normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time stream at this point. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thank you everyone who ended up showing up. And some of you have been here pretty much the whole time, if not the whole time. And hey, we hit 50 likes. Thank you, everyone. I would say I would hand out another code, but I literally just handed one out like 3 minutes ago. So I gotta give it a little bit of time. We finally hit 50 likes in the stream. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, 6 years of this. And we'll keep going. Need something big for the 10-year anniversary of the channel. We're a little ways away from that. Oh, so he makes a good armrest. Though now you can't really see him. I'm like smothering him with my arm. Right, let's hope we can get at least 1 mimic for the final stretch. They're out there somewhere. We're really dry on it. I know like half that time has been spent doing the tier list, but we're like 3 hours without getting one. Though in all fairness, only like an hour and a half was us actually farming. Of that last 3 hours. You were definitely here for the whole stream because you were first. Let's see. And we'll hand out 2 more codes as I mentioned this stream. And we'll have 1 more for tomorrow night. And hopefully we'll get more after that because that's actually going to be my last code we hand out tomorrow night until we run out. Hopefully I'll be able to get in contact with Kafka for more codes. Sometimes she notices the message immediately. Sometimes it takes her days. Sometimes it takes her weeks. We'll find out. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later, obviously. Good evening, Gimli! Welcome, welcome. But if anyone's still any other questions or anyone wanted to go over, do let me know. And also, we just went through an entire tier list on every weapon in the game that we ended up just making. The video will be posted probably on Tuesday. It'll be a lot more coherent, so if you missed it, don't worry. Well, you can either watch it on the stream or watch the more coherent one on Tuesday. I was more so just prepping up the page for later. Where do you get your codes from? One of the developers of the game. They hand it out to people who stream the game and other similar things, so that they can hand it out to people. Sometimes it takes a while, because unfortunately I cannot generate them myself. But I really wish I could. Let's see, that would be a poll question. You wouldn't want to answer. What? When will Kafka get back to you? Oh gosh. That would actually be a funny one to make. It's not her fault most of the time. I don't even think she works on weekends. Like, she doesn't get back until Sunday, which is actually Monday. Which is why I say Sunday night is normally the earliest we can contact her. Because that's actually Monday morning in Australia. And that's generally the earliest she will ever get back to us when she's away on the weekends. Because I don't think she works weekends. So the earliest she would ever get back to me is Sunday night, because that's Monday morning in Australia. And that's assuming that's one of the first things she does, which generally that likely would not be the first thing she does on a given day. I know if we could ever generate our own codes, I would like to make a lot more custom ones. They always give the same ones all the time. So they give out bigger codes, like today we basically just have to hand out multiple normal codes. It'd be nice to just have one really big code that we can hand out, rather than having to hand out multiple small ones. Because over the course of this stream, anyone who's been here the whole time would have had to manually claim 6 of them. Whereas if we had like 2 big codes, or 1 small and 2 big, we could have, you know, it would have been a lot less claims you would have to do individually. Like a bunch of smaller codes basically equal a bigger code. But it's just tedious to have to type it in like multiple times to basically get the same thing effectively. When we could just have a few bigger codes that could do the same effect, but with less claims overall. They don't have any codes for the console versions. It has some policy to do on the console versions that prevent them to do so. There's actually a really funny bit for a little while where they actually had to stop on mobile as well, or actually stop all of them, because there was some kind of confliction with the term policies of Apple Store that made it so they couldn't be handing out the codes through the game itself. So they had to make a thing on the third party through their own website, because back in the day you actually used to be able to claim the codes within the game, but due to some policy in Apple they actually had to move it onto their own website because it wasn't allowed. I mean, they got into a bit of trouble for that too. I don't think they ever got like sued or anything, or you know, I don't think they really had to pay. It was just like, hey, you need to change this now, kind of thing. But yeah, there was like some period of time where it was completely removed from the game, mostly due to Apple policy, but mostly because they were against Apple policy for some amount of time. But it was eventually fixed. But it's the main reason why they don't appear in the game itself. They used to, but there's policy on Apple that prevents them from doing so. Or at least in the way that they had to implement it anyways. Do any delves give a green-blue arcane? No. The only one that gives an arcane, there's literally only one, is yellow-purple from Pansvale. I mean, not Pansvale, I mean from the Pansvale faction of Warrens. Wait, I mean green-yellow. What color did I say? I meant to say green-yellow. But no, that's the only arcane that exists. There's no other arcane that you can get from the Underworld. It's literally only one faction that's an outlier, and is the green-yellow that resides in the Warrens. No other faction in the entire game gives arcanes. For whatever reason, it is the only one out of all 35 that does. What's stopping a console user from going onto the site? Well, nothing, but it doesn't allow you to claim it, because it only recognizes PC and mobile accounts. Like, you can put in all the info on the console, but it wouldn't let you claim it. And you can do it on a PC, but do it for a console account and it still wouldn't claim it. It has to specifically be a PC or mobile account. Why? I don't know. Some kind of weird policy on consoles. I'm not sure the specifics. I'm glad we got at least one 5 times just to stream. That'd be very disappointing if we went the whole time with none. Oh gosh, I just moved the dimensions again. I hate when that happens. I spam click so much that I sometimes hit the border. I'm pretty sure there's a way to lock it in place. I know the game itself kind of had a way to do it, but it didn't really work properly back when it did, and then they completely removed the feature. You love their commercials better than their products? Wait, for what? I'm not sure what you're referring to with that. Though there are some pretty funny companies that have commercials. I think Geico and Old Spice are probably some of the most noteworthy ones. Or I've never used either of their products. But gosh, do they have good commercials. Yeah, it's the same publisher, not the same dev team, though. The dev team is completely different. But it's the same publisher. The publisher has things like Payday, Terraria, Gems of War, a few others, noteworthy ones. But it's a completely different development team. Like, no one who made Terraria made Gems of War. But the publisher that owns Terraria owns Gems of War. But I'm not sure if they own the studio that made Terraria, because they actually do own the studio that made Gems of War, which is Infinity Plus 2. They got bought out, I believe, a year or two ago. They were always, gosh, what was the term I just used? They were always the publisher for Gems of War, but about a year ago, they, like, literally bought the entire company. I'm not sure if they've done that with the Terraria devs or not. But Terraria is published through them. I'm not sure if they, like, literally own the company that made it. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. Gems of War has been one of those games that has always had, like, very stagnant growth. Where it has probably the weirdest curve of any game's growth I've ever seen. Where all it knows is very slow, perpetual up. Like, it has the weirdest growth curve I think I've seen of any game in existence. I have never seen a game with a growth curve like Gems of War. Because it's just like a very, very absurdly, glacially slow upwards arrow. Like, I can't point to a single other game that has a growth curve like Gems of War. It's just so strange. It's also kind of weird how high the average player number is constantly relative to its all-time peak. Because they're always two really similar numbers. Like, if I go check it, we looked at it a little bit earlier at some point. Do I still have it open? Oh, I do. Gems of War. But if we actually look at this, like, let's actually just compare it to this game right here. So this game, this is Tower Defense 2, a really popular game on Warcraft 3. This was kind of a remake of it. So this is how games normally go. This was kind of like a beta phase kind of thing. This is when it launched. And then it went like a huge spike, and, you know, then it kind of like dips down slowly over time. Might spike up again with like a sale or something else. And then it kind of like evens out and kind of gets like a nice plateau. Gems of War does not do that. Gems of War has like this weird curve where if we go to all time, It's like slowly, 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 slowly upwards. It's kind of like kind of stagnant now, though. It's still kind of going up. But it's like a very absurdly diagonal, slow curve. Like, I can't point to a single other game that has this curve. It's also weird when you look at, like, its comparative, like, 24-hour peak and it's, like, all-time. Because the 24-hour peaks are normally, like, within 1,000 distance always, if not closer, to, like, its all-time ever peak. Like, it's always such close numbers to each other. It's so weird. Like, it never gets, like, a super peak. Like, it's never had more than 3,000 at once, at least on Steam version. Yet it always has, like, that really high consistency. It's so weird. It is the weirdest curve I've ever seen. Because most games, they have, like, that super high beginning curve, like the other game. Like, it starts high and then kind of goes to that plateau stage kind of thing. Or kind of goes through its little up and downs here and there. And, like, any other game, I don't know. What's another one that we can do? I don't know. What's, I can't think of too many games. Let's do Dota 2. I'm not even sure what Dota 2 numbers are these days. Obviously, this was way more popular. But if we look at this, like, okay, this one's a little bit... Actually, this one's actually kind of similar. That's a weird outlier one, though, as well. I don't know. What's a good example? What's a game that kind of released... What's a good live service? I don't know. What's a bad live service? What's that one Marvel game that came out that completely died? That one. Like, this one's, like, more how one kind of is. Like, it starts high, then there's a big update, then goes back down, and then it goes, like, dies. But, I don't know. It's just a very weird curve. The one for Gems of War. Though, oddly enough, the Dota 2 curve actually does look kind of similar to it. What do we need here? I'll take that over. I don't know, most mobile-esque games I don't feel like ever really get like a super big spike unless they advertise. I'm not sure if Gems of War would ever get like a huge advertising budget though. I wish they would, because the channel would also do better. Because if this game ever got a lot of advertisement, it would technically be advertising our own channel indirectly. It never would obviously be advertising our channel. But Gems of War doing better would obviously also get more eyes on the channel. So I kind of wish they would like take out a bunch of ads eventually. Like maybe sometime next year once they have the game really structured, if they do like another roadmap, they'll be like, you know what? We're like 8 years into this game. We should probably like advertise that it exists. Better late than never. They definitely have a finished product at this point. They have for multiple years now. Like, I would say Gems of War was, like, finished. Like, as far as, like, a complete full experience after, like, the 3rd year. Now they just keep adding more and more. Which, of course, is still improvements. But, like, I would say the game was in a finished state after, like, 3 years. Obviously, it's still nice that we keep getting more content. But it was pretty much a finished game after a few years in. And it's currently on year 7.5. And by finished game, I mean like content complete. Obviously, they could still keep adding more and more. But like it was a full experience game by then. Like the first year or two almost felt like a beta for the game, even though, you know, it was still fully launched. And I think they kind of learned that with Puzzle Quest 3, even though they're still making so many mistakes with it. Because it technically is at version 1.0, but they still say it's in beta. Which is basically what they did with Gems of War, except they didn't say it was in beta, they just said it was launched. Which technically was. It's another one of those situations where it feels like it'll be like 2 or 3 years into development until it's like a fully fleshed out game. Puzzle Quest 3 is still very much in that phase. Gems of War didn't feel as much like that. But as you kind of saw with those player numbers, there definitely wasn't as much. Like it averaged like under 1,000. Like by the time it felt like a full complete game, it was starting to average over 1,000. But initially it did not feel like a full complete game in that regard. You just saw a Warframe ad. Actually, for the game that we're going to be playing tomorrow, I actually saw an ad for it while I was looking up info for Pokemon. So they definitely like targeted their demographic perfectly. Because as I was looking up something for one of the Pokemon games, there was an ad for the game that we're playing tomorrow that's like based around it. So it's like, yeah, they targeted perfectly. They know what they're doing. It looked pretty solid though. Reminds me a lot of Generation 3 of Pokemon. Like the art style and everything that it had. as well as gameplay and everything. Like, it's pretty much just Gen 3 of Pokemon made by indie studio. I assume an indie studio. I'm not actually sure how big the dev team is. Definitely a smaller team. It probably wasn't worked on by more than like a dozen or two people, if even that many. The November 2017 update that called as a mass exodus. Yeah, that was that one visual change update. It was the biggest visual change that has ever happened to Gems of War. Though there's another big visual change likely coming soon to Gems of War. However, it likely won't be anywhere near as drastic. Also, most things will be an improvement compared to the current state of the game. Not that the current looks bad, but they did a really extremely controversial update back then in November 2017. That was basically when they overhauled the visuals of the game to what they are now, or at least similar to what they are now. And it definitely de-stylized the game. It made it look a lot more generic. And some people just absolutely hated it to such a degree that they just quit the game. Obviously, most people playing these days don't even like know what it looked like beforehand, so they don't really care as much because they don't even know what it looked like to begin with. But yeah, a lot of people actually left because of that, like the overhaul that they did to the visual style. Though I feel like this next visual change that they'll be doing is an improvement because we already saw some of it. And like, for example, this one troop menu here, this chest menu, this was one of those changes that they made. And honestly, this looks really smooth. Like, I like the change that they did here. And I feel like a lot of the changes that they're going to be making soon, they kind of probably learned from their mistakes, and they're going to be actually pretty solid. Because this is a really, really nice page here that they have for it. I like it. And if that's like an idea of what the rest of the game is going to be changed to, yeah, this could be perfectly fine. Yeah, there were a lot of people request. Hey, we finally got a verse gnome. It only took 8 hours, but we found one. But yeah, a lot of people were requesting that they add a feature to be able to have the old assets as the visual style for the game. However, due to how much data that would take up, especially on the mobile version, they weren't able to do such a thing. Like, they even mentioned they kind of wanted to, but it just would not be feasible because of how much extra data that would take up. And while that wouldn't be as big a deal necessarily for the PC version, it definitely would be a huge deal with the mobile version. So they weren't able... Oh, I could have taken that. Oops. So they weren't able to implement it. Oh, I should have, because now we actually might lose. We could actually lose if we're not careful. We're actually going to lose this. Oh, I get your mana. Did I finally find a Horde Mimic? Nope. We did find a 5x chest, though there was no Horde Mimic in the 5x chest. I think my my 5x chests are broken. They never give me Horde Mimics. They might be Horde Mimic locked. Let's see, we'll take that over. And you're dead. But nope, still no Horde Mimic. Actually, we haven't even gotten a Mimic in like 3 or 4 hours now. We were doing so good at the beginning of the stream. I think by hour 4 we had like 6. And then we haven't gotten a single one since. Like, we've been doing really bad. How many? Yes, the 4-1 is 2 times and 5 times. We found 4 2 times and 1 5 times. 5 total. Obviously, that's what 4 plus 1 is. I guess you could also assume that the, whenever I say 5 times, that it's a part of the 4. Because theoretically, every time you find a 5 times is also you finding it 2 times. However, I count them independently. Like, every time we get a 5 times, they do not count it as finding it 2 times. So theoretically, for example, we found 62 2 times chests, but 6 of them were 5 times, so I count them as a 5 times, not a 2 times. Even though theoretically we actually have found 62 2 times chests. But I count them as an independent number. Yeah, this was a really fun stream today. I'll need to figure out more occasions where we can do a stream like this. Because I really enjoyed this. Also, at no point really felt like a drag. I've actually really, really enjoyed it. I think the main reason was because I got a lot of rest. Like, I was perfectly well rested for this stream. It did mean I didn't have that other video up like I wanted to. However, I was super rested. Which is good, because it made this stream a lot easier to do since I was not tired at all. Though I'm starting to get hungry, I do have to say. Because we have not eaten anything since breakfast. Nor the 8 hours we've been streaming. The good thing I did eat breakfast, otherwise I'd be like starving right now. Let's see what this down. Let me go hand out another code soon too. I might hand it out as soon as we get this chest. Because I still want to hand out 2 more codes. One of them we'll hand out soon, and then the other one, or actually pretty much right after this battle probably. And then the other one we'll hand out a little bit. And that'll be the 6th code we hand out, the 5th one and the 6th. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, nothing good. I'll still hand out a code here. And then we'll hand out one more a little bit later to stream. And that'll be the absolute final one. Oh, gosh, Tyrene, you got 27 in 3 hours? That's insane. That is so broken. Though, is that the only shiny you can get during that time? Like, is it impossible to get others, or... Not sure exactly how that works. Because that's a lot of 1 shiny, but it is only 1. Well, technically 2 because you can evolve it, I guess. Let's see. Also, didn't you get something special if you evolve it during that time? I saw an ad. Like, I actually literally saw an ad for it. I'm not sure why. But on YouTube, I was, like, randomly watching some stuff. And it was like, oh yeah, it's community day for Pokemon Go. You should go play. And I was like, nope. Let's see. Here you guys go. There is the redeem code. Use it on gemsofwar.com for the game code section. You guys know by now. We literally went through this like 4 times already this stream. That's the 5th one. And we'll have one more in a little bit. For the 6th one, for the 6th anniversary stream of the channel. And if I can, I'll hand out 7 on the 7-year anniversary stream. Assuming we have enough during that time. Let's see. I'll take that over. Get our destroy down. Yeah, we haven't super farmed Gems of War for a while. This is the longest Gems of War stream we've probably done in the last like 3 or 4 years. It's been a while since we've ultra farmed. Because normally, we've been mentioning it a lot, like Gems of War is definitely a game you play in small bursts. Like it's generally not a game you would sit down and play for 9 hours straight like we just did. Like you can if you wanted to, which is what I absolutely love about Gems of War. Like it's a game you generally want to try to play in small bursts. Because it's not really made to be played consecutively. However, if you want to, you can. There's no energy system or anything like that in this game where if you wanted to play for like 10 hours straight, like there's nothing that stops you from doing so. Some of the modes, yes, but as far as just like playing and getting like a good amount of resources, like there's nothing stopping you from playing as much as you want. Which is nice. Because if you have time to farm for only like maybe 10 minutes a day, you can, and you won't really be punished for it that much. Like you could do most of the dailies within that time, so it's pretty solid. And if you want to like do it like 10 hours on one day and then like, you know, like maybe like 10 minutes the other days, you can. If you want to spread it like a few hours each day, you can. Like there's no like minimum number of time that you need to spend on it per day, which is nice. Like generally you do want to check it every day. But if you want to spread it like 10 minutes a bunch and then like do like a 6-hour day one day, like you can pretty much. Like I like the format that it's set up in. A lot of free-to-play games don't allow that. It's very flexible. Let's see if we take that. I want this red, but he also gets the extra turn skull, but I think it's worth it. No, it's not worth it. You got a skull off a Sky. That's so unfortunate. We might actually lose this battle. That was a really lucky skull off a Sky, as I'm literally just handing him free value. Should probably stop handing him free value after giving him that. I think he got enough free value. Oh, he's going to transform right as I'm about to kill him. That is such a fail. Oh, wait, never mind. You're not to transform one. Why did I think you were the other guy? I'm going to take a yellow here. This might seem weird because I don't use yellow. I'm trying for the blue cascades here. Like, somehow missed. It was worth a shot, though. I was like, how on earth do I not have Sugoff? Come on now. Get in there. Oh, yeah. That's something I forget even exists in mobile games. Like, that always throws me off. But yeah, Gems of War has no mandatory ads. The only one that has ads is the mobile version. However, it is completely optional ads. Like, you can play the mobile version for as long as you want and never have to be forced to see an ad. The only thing that an ad does is give you a little bit of loot, and it's a pretty small amount of loot to such a degree where it's pretty much never worth doing it. To such a degree, they actually buffed how much the ads give because so many people were not clicking on it that they were like, we should probably increase this slightly. But even with the increase, it's not really that important. Like, if you're on PC, you definitely don't need to care about missing out on those ads, that's for sure. You go and you claim it like 3 times per day, and the loot is pretty underwhelming. Like, you could pretty much farm more during the 30-second to minute ad than the amount that the ad gives. Unless you get lucky and hit like the gem or roll or the gem key roll or something. Because I think it has like a 10 or 20 gem drop or something and like a 2 or 3 gem key drop or something. But they're really rare. I know I haven't watched an ad on it for like upwards of a year. I did initially just to kind of see how it works. As well as when they buffed it a little. But it's really bad loot. Like, you can literally farm more during the duration of the ad, especially during a Vault event, that's for sure. But I always find that funny, because if I ever open up an ad and it has, like, mandatory ads, like, that will be the last time I ever use it. Like, there is pretty much no app I will ever use that if it has forced ads and paywalls to remove them, like, I will never use that app. Unless it was such a one-of-a-kind app that I absolutely had to need to use for whatever reason, in which case I would probably just buy the paid version so you wouldn't have to see the ads. But I can't think of a single context where I've needed that specifically yet. But I absolutely hate forced ads in the context of an app. Obviously on things like YouTube and stuff, it's kind of like a necessary evil. Otherwise, we'd be making very little money, way less than what we're already making. We'd be making like negative money if we didn't have ads. Let's see. What about YouTube? Does that count? Yeah, it's more of a necessary evil on YouTube and stuff like that. Though I feel like Twitch overly spams them. I hate how many ads are in Twitch. Like, YouTube has ads too, but I feel like on Twitch they're so much more annoying because there's normally not a skip button for them on Twitch. Like, most ads on YouTube, you can skip it after 5 seconds and it skips the double ad. Twitch has like 2 unskippable, like, minute-long, 30-second-long ads. Not only can you not skip either, but they're also forced. Like, you literally can't watch the thing without watching them. Whereas YouTube, you skip, like, the ad after 5 seconds and you just skipped, like, the double ad completely. Yeah, the Gems of War ads can be useful for newer players, because the loot ratio is better for a newer player compared to someone who's been playing a while. They're definitely not so good that you feel like you have to take them, though. Like, if you never take a single ad in Gems of War, you're probably perfectly fine. Like, there's no context where you would ever need to take them. Though I have sometimes clicked on it just to see what on earth the ad would be, just for the fun of it. I feel like they never advertise interesting games, though. Like, they generally are always advertising games, but never are any of them good. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh, wait, can I even open up an instance of it while I'm in Gems of War right now on my main account? I can't remember if I can. I almost want to do it just to see what the ad will be, since we're talking about it right now. But now that I think about it, I might not even have it updated on my phone. Because I don't even think I updated it for the Mimic patch yet. That might sound weird given that it's like a month ago, but I'm pretty sure I have not actually updated it within that month. I am pretty sure. I'm kind of curious now that we're talking about it. Let's see. Now that we haven't done it for like an entire patch, what on earth would it actually recommend to us? Let's see. How do I even get to Gems of War on my phone? One moment. It's like buried somewhere. I know exactly where it is. I just need to get to there. Let's see. Actually, the only app I've even been using on my phone lately, oddly enough, 2 of them. One alarm clock app, and the other is Pokemon Home. Those are like the only 2. Let's see. Oh, and Super Auto Pets. It's a really good game for, like, if you want to play for, like, a few minutes. It's a really good game for that. They're supposed to be getting a big update pretty soon. They've been having a beta going on for a while. I haven't been participating in the beta, though. But I'm pretty sure it's launching soon on the main version. I sure hope so. Because we're probably going to start streaming it again here and there. I did 200% completion on it. I might actually be one of the first few people who ever did 200% completion as well. Because I didn't see a single video on YouTube of pure, true 200%. Because a lot of people who had 200% were missing Sloth, which is a complete RNG one that takes hundreds of hours, but we got it first try. We got really lucky on it. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, Gems of War. Hopefully it doesn't need to update, otherwise this is going to take too long than what it's worth. I'll try to act out what's happening in the ad. Let's see, it's loading right now. It shows in the Horde Mimic thing. Maybe I auto-updated and I didn't even realize it. Because it's actually going into the game immediately. Or maybe I did download the update already when I checked for Tribute at one point. Restart game. Oh yeah, it's out of sync. Oh no. It's out of sync because I'm opening another instance. Oh no, it is downloading something. Oops, an error has occurred. I just crashed the game. Ah, find a way to crash Gems of War. All you have to do is add another instance of it. Yeah, because it doesn't want you to have multiple instances. That's funny. Oh, I'll go say what the ad says as we get into it. That's funny. They don't want double instances. Let's see. Let's see some of the loot. So let me read off some of the loot that you can get. None of these are worth it, though. It's like 20,000 gold, 100. I started with like one of the best ones, but it's like 20,000 gold, 2,000 souls, 50 gold keys, 5 glory keys, 3 gem keys is worth it, 10 gems is worth it, 5 gems, 15,000 gold, some other stuff. I don't know. Let's just see what we get for an ad. I just want to see. We're talking about it, might as well. It's starting some kind of tower defense where you upgrade your troops. It's playing kind of like a deck builder kind of thing. He's upgrading his thing with ricochets. But it's just advertising some kind of like addictive tower defense. Why do so many of these like mobile ads have it where you like drag things on other things and auto updates? I mean, it's playing like a roguelike tower defense called Royal. Wait, is this Rush Royale? Yeah, Rush Royale. Actually, wasn't that one was supposed to make their own tower defense one, and then it literally has the same asset as that game too. It literally has wait, is it actually made by the same developers? If not, this is like so copying their exact everything. Because it looks exactly like Clash Royale's art style kind of thing. Though it's not using any of their IP stuff, so I assume it's someone just literally copying their exact format. Because the shop looks the exact same. Like the units look different, because obviously they can't copy that. But like literally every asset in the game looks the exact same from a like shop layout and everything else layout. Like it literally looks like Clash Royale's setup. Even has a similar name. Anyways, what do we even get for the ad? Anything useful? Probably not. And for wasting 1 minute of our time, we get... what do we get? We got 2,000 souls. There we go. So we farmed like 1 minute of souls. And, or I guess maybe like closer to 2 or 3 minutes of souls from watching a 1 minute ad. But I guess for a newer player, 2,000 souls is actually kind of a lot. But I don't feel like they're worth it. Anyways. Yeah, that's the thing. And I think you could do that like once every 8 hours. I would not advise doing so, though. But you could. If nothing else, they make slightly more money. But I feel like the game already makes a lot of money. They don't really need a little bit more ad revenue. They're probably fine without it. Anyways. Imagine if it was like Guild Wars or something. Anyways, where were we? Back to the grinds. Oh, what is that screaming at the phone? I have no clue. They had weird sound effects for it. Though I do feel like tower defense games is a hard genre of game to do sound effects for. Mostly because you have so many different things going on a screen at once that there's so many conflicting noises. But I feel like it's a hard game type to do audio design for. Because it's a genre that generally has like hundreds, if not thousands, of moving projectiles. And unlike bullet hells, that normally have a source sound from a couple different things, generally tower defenses have it like per unit. And that can lead to a lot of noise very quickly. Like it's a really weird genre to do sound design for. There's just so many things happening at once. You do wake up in the middle of the night to watch an ad. Honestly, your tribute will give more than an ad ever will. So theoretically, you would have to wake up every hour. Hey, we got an Anu. Got quite a few. Honestly, we probably got a whole Anu medal just off of this stream. If not more. But yeah, one single tribute in late game in Gems of War is way more than the ad would ever give you. Like, the best drop off the ad is worse than an average tribute this late in the game. What troops are fun but bad? There's actually quite a few in that category. Yeah, I can't think of a single one. Because normally I don't use them as much. Mother of Darkness is kind of in that category. Though she's not technically in the bad category anymore, but she's really fun. Like, it's not the most optimal PvP build, but it's probably the most fun I've ever had in PvP. Is running a pure rogue Night Spider Mother of Darkness team. It's a really unique style of play that's unique pretty much only to that team. And Mother of Darkness without it would be completely useless. It basically made her from like a C tier mythic to like A or S tier, simply because of one team. Yeah, it's a really fun team. Like, it is insane how fun that team is. It's like the only reason I would play PvP is to do that team. Like, I don't see why I would ever click the PvP button to do anything other than to use this team. Where is it? Night Spider. Yeah, this team is so fun. I honestly don't know any team that is more fun to play than this one. It has a really, really weird playstyle. The only problem is it requires Rope Dart, which a lot of people might not have access to. There's no alternative to Rope Dart in this team. It doesn't quite work the same without it. It has a really weird loop that's actually a lot of fun. And no other team quite plays exactly like it. It's not a pure infinite loop, though. It's definitely weaker than other things you could be running. It's a lot of fun to mess around with. Also gets to create a lot of gem and has really quick gem cycle, which is probably one of the reasons why it's a lot of fun as well. You do a lot of input very quickly. And has very high impact every time you do anything. And has some interesting patterns you can do and a lot of things you keep track of, but not so much that you have to keep track of that's like annoying. It's like just enough. Hey, it's a really fun team to play. Hey, we got lucky 7s. Oh, never mind, that's a 3. 7-7-3, almost all 7s. Yeah, it's a really fun team. That, and I kind of like truffles. I really like double truffle. Like Forest Troll double truffle. It's not as fun as Rogue Spider, though it's also more meta, I would say. But I still find fun using it. Though I do have to say, Rogue Spider is like a tier of its own for like how fun it is to use. That Night Spider team. I always call it Rogue Spider. It's a pure Rogue team that uses Night Spider. Also, I keep scrolling to try to find a team. It's literally next to it. Like scrolling all the way up when it's like one single trip slot away. What are some troops that are boring but useful? That's a hard one as well. Honestly, I almost want to say Iron Gut. Iron Gut is like absurdly useful, but he's not particularly fun. Like, he's just a free insta-kill. Like, Zukov's a lot more interesting when you use him because of how much more variable he has. Iron Gut, you kind of know exactly what's going to happen every time. But yeah, Iron Gut when running it for factions, like, it's not boring necessarily, but it's really predictable. Like, you know exactly what you need to do and what's going to happen when you're running an Iron Gut team. Like, it's a little bit too predictable. And the problem is, it's like the absolute meta for running factions. The main thing that makes it fun is you get to use it with Zugov. But if you're running, like, just only Iron Gut on some factions, I do have to say it's a bit more boring than some of the others. Like, it's a lot more fun when you can mix it with Zugov and some other options. When you're forced into, like, just Iron Gut related team, I find it to be a bit less enjoyable. The King Oberon. Oh yeah, that's a funny one. That one's just an annoying one to face. But the 50% mana start Life and Death Weaver team. Now that one you would never really use, but that is probably like one of the most boring things to play against. It is just like, maybe not boring. Boring's not the right term. It is just so annoying. Like, even if you hard counter Life and Death Weaver, it is still just an annoying composition. I'm not sure we're ever going to have a more annoying composition than that. Like, infinite loops, I guess, technically can be, when you get infinite looped on by goblins. But, honestly, sure. Life and Death Weaver is just, like, the top of, like, teams you never want to face. Like, even if you properly hard counter it, it's still not that great to face against. Can I make a Shakespearean themes team? How would you even make a Shakespearean themes team? I'm not sure how you would even go about doing that. Hello, Ricardo. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Wyatt, if I didn't already say hi. Also, I honestly have no clue who I have not said hi to after an 8.5-hour stream. So sorry if I missed anyone, but hello, everyone. Anyone who's been getting here because the 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But we've been going for 8.5 hours now. Probably going for about another half an hour. Though I might be stopping pretty soon. Though I do still need to hand out one more code. Because I really need to get something to eat soon. I'll go for a little longer. Gotta hit at least 8.5 hours. Yeah, this is the longest Gems of War stream we've done in like quite some time. But I had a lot of fun. Yeah, 6 years down, 6 more to go. Now I have no clue how many more to go. But hopefully another good 6 years. Just start from the beginning really quick. I eat on stream? No. I almost never eat on stream. Very rarely. I try not to most of the time. Also, I don't really have that much quick food in the house. Because we basically just finished the last of the leftovers the other day. We do have some left, but most of it's not that quick. It feels like the stream just started. Honestly, this 8.5-hour stream felt like a 2-hour stream. I'm not sure why, but it really does not feel like we streamed for 8.5 hours. Like, it's probably the longest I've streamed where it didn't feel like I actually streamed for that long. Like, the stream went by really quick. Breakfast burrito or nerd steak? Honestly, I do remember when I picked up 3 boxes of those breakfast burritos. I still have some left, by the way. Like, I ate a good number of them, but I still haven't ate through all of them yet. And no, that is not what I had for breakfast today. I had waffles. You would kind of think that would be because I just mentioned them, but no, I had waffles. But, yeah, I have been eating a lot of them. Not literally every day. Gotta switch it up some. But definitely more of a burrito intake than you probably should be eating. Though I kind of got past the initial, like, super into them phase. Like, I still like them, but I'm past the I need a breakfast burrito phase. Now it's like, it's food. They're still good food, though. They're still really good. But the appeal of, ooh, I really want some breakfast burritos. I haven't had them in, like almost a decade. Like, that appeal has gone by. That appeal is now far gone. However, I still enjoy them. They taste good. Though the appeal of not having had them for a while has definitely moved on. But they're still good breakfast food. Yeah, they are anytime food. I've definitely eaten them after stream. I don't think I've eaten them before stream, though. I've had them as like a midnight snack. I've had them after the stream. I've had them for breakfast. I had them for lunch. I don't think I've had them for dinner. That I haven't done. That's not really a dinner food. Unless you were doing like a whole breakfast kind of dinner thing. Oh yeah, that one Bogue Strider with the other thing. Yeah, he's kind of like a Thrall. He's like a tankier version of Thrall that has a higher mana cost, who trades off mana efficiency for tankability, which is only useful if you're using it in first slot, but you tend to not use it in first slot. Like, you normally want something else that's quicker in first slot. Like, it's a really good not lose option, but you don't see me really using it that much because it's kind of slow. Like, it's not slow in a mana accumulation standpoint, but like, it's slower than other alternatives. Like, it's even slower than Marilith. Even though it has a lower mana cost than Marilith, it only uses 1 color instead of 2. And the ratio for Marilith's better, plus Marilith has a link into itself of red. Or if I'm not mistaken, Bogue Strider has a tanky trait instead, like a 33% score reduction, or like an Entangle or something. It doesn't actually have a mana link into itself, like Marilith does. It's basically just a slower version of Marilith or Thrall, but it replaces that slowness with, well, it's still quick, but it replaces some of its speed for tankability, which is the main premise of Bogue Strider. It's very situational when you bring it out, because you have to justify the slower speed for higher tankability. And normally it's better just to have higher risk with quicker speed. Also, thank you, Seven, for joining the channel again. 4 months straight. How have I been doing? Pretty good. I had a lot of fun with the stream today. And thank you for everyone who stopped by, left a like and all that. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. And yeah, we'll keep continuing. We'll keep covering Gems of War content like we have been every single week for 6 years straight now. As well as other stuff. Like tomorrow we'll do that Coromon game I was talking about, which is like some kind of like weird spin-off indie kind of Pokemon-like style game. I've actually never played a non-official Pokemon game before. Obviously it's not like based on Pokemon, but you know, it's the same genre of what Pokemon would be. Just a lot more of an indie, pixelated, pixel-style version of it. Yeah, Bogue Strider, if you're using Bogue Strider, you're using as first slot, which is a bit different than how you use Thrall, because Thrall is almost always used as second, with a few exceptions. But Bogue Strider, Thrall and Marilith are almost always second slot, but Bogue Strider's a mass destroy mana accumulator that you use first, which is one of the main use purposes that you would have for it. The only problem with that is generally you want something quicker in your first slot, like something that can do triple damage skulls, like either through Web Spinner, or Hero with Burning, or anything that isn't a tank. Because normally you want higher speed rather than higher survivability. There are exceptions to that, but more often than not you want the damage. And that's something Bogue Strider can't do. It's good at not dying, but it's not good at winning quickly. At least from a skull perspective. From a mana accumulating perspective it can. But from a skull perspective, it's just tanky with skulls. It's not actually offensive with skulls. Which is good if your team is like not using skulls whatsoever. But kind of bad if you do want to use skulls to any capacity. Alright, let me go find that last code. I think on this next chest that we're about to go get, we'll go hand it out. And this will be the final code of the stream. As well as one of the last few chests we take during the stream. Alright, let's go get a, Also, I think it might be the nighttime thing as well. Because I noticed I'm starting to get, like, slightly tired now. But I think it's just the time of day. I think it might be the day-night cycle. Because once, like, it becomes dark outside, like, I definitely start to feel it some. And it just has over the course of the last, like, half an hour. So I think that might be the other issue with it, too. Is it's like my body is like, oh, it's nighttime now. I should probably start resting. And then I proceed to not rest. But anyways, here you guys go. The final code of the stream. The 6-1 of 6 for the 6-year anniversary of our channel. Enjoy, everyone. Oh, that's just a code. Let me go use it real quick and get the link. 1 second. Put that there, put that there, put that there, put that there, put that there. Click refresh. Put that in there. Copy the whole thing. There you guys go. There is the redeem code. Use on gemsofwar.com for the game code section. Your invite code will be found through your settings menu. Redeem code's right over there in chat. It's copy paste random numbers and letters starting with .ch. Give same word as always. True treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls to 2,500 gold. And only usable on PC mobile version of the game. And there's another one that we handed out at some point. There you guys go. And that is the 6th code. Enjoy. And definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Also, thank you for all 57 of you who have left a like, which is more than how many people we have watching right now. Because, of course, we've been streaming for 8.5 hours now. Anyways, let's go for a few more chests, and I think I might call it a night. It's starting to get... Well, it's not really getting late, but, you know. We've been going for almost 9 hours. So in that regard, it's been getting late. But that was a fun stream. I enjoyed it a lot. And thank you guys for the continued support over the years. It's been greatly appreciated. Wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. It's always nice being able to chat with you guys every single night. It definitely keeps me sane, that is for sure. Let's see, we'll throw that down. But yeah, unfortunately, today is not the day we got the Mimic. I'm not sure how many weeks, days, years it will take. But at some point, we will find that Mimic. But apparently it's not today. Though today would have been an amazing day to get it. But it didn't happen. We did get a 5x chest, but it did not have the Mythic in it. But at least we got to see a 5x chest. That'd been kind of disappointing if we didn't see a single try. At least we had an attempt, we just didn't get the roll. A near miss, but almost a hit. Yes, a round of applause for Isabel for sure. She has definitely helped to keep this channel afloat. She is by far the biggest donator to the channel. By I think like double. The description isn't updated. I really need to go overhaul the entirety of my description. But she is definitely the biggest contributor to the channel. By I'm pretty sure double the second highest. We're pretty close, if not all the way there yet. Which is greatly, greatly appreciated. Oh yeah, I have no clue what the reference that Cookie mentioned is from. I knew that it was a reference. Like, my brain knows it's a reference. It just has no way to determine where on earth that reference is from. Like, you can read what Cookie said and know 100% that's a reference. But there is zero chance I know even remotely what it is from. You could give me infinite guesses and I will never get even halfway close. Let's take that over. Oh no, I needed that troop. Hey, we got another Anu. I want to see if we can get one more. I don't feel like we will though. Well, we could try. Have you noticed that the Journey event listed on Terran's Road for May 2nd? Yeah, someone was mentioning it the other day. Or actually, by the other day, I mean earlier today. This day has been a very long day. Or at least the stream anyways. Like, the stream has been so long, I'm thinking, like, earlier today was, like, yesterday's stream. But it's still going. But, yeah, someone did mention that earlier. I didn't actually look at it yet, but someone did mention it specifically. Which is kind of funny, that's my mom's birthday. Actually, I believe that's a Monday. Oh yeah, that makes sense, because that's when a Journey event would normally occur, isn't it? That is what Mondays do. Journey events do occur on Monday. You can go for the whole week. So that checks out. Yeah, I'm going to be busy during that day. Gotta go celebrate Mom's birthday with her. Still haven't gotten her any gifts. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. She already gets so many gifts, I never know what to get her. Like, she's some friends that give her quite a bit of stuff. And, like, comparatively to what I could afford, like, I can never match it. So normally it's better that I just spend time with her and take her out to dinner and stuff like that. Because any specific item, I feel like I could never outdo what she already gets from other people. So I don't even try most of the time. So I normally just take her out for dinner. Spend time with her, all the normal stuff you do. A dinner out with her son? Oh yeah, I always do that. Not sure where we might go though. Obviously, she could go pretty much wherever we just go there. It's harder to plan in advance, unless it's somewhere where you need reservations. But generally, any place we go to is never a reservation-related place. But yeah, thank you, Isabel, so much for all the continued support on the channel. Really means a lot. Definitely wouldn't be here without you. No one else would give her a case of breakfast burritos? That's funny. I'm not even sure what her favorite foods are even these days. Like, she normally eats at work, so I never actually get to see her, like, physically eating. So I'm actually not sure what she normally eats. Like, I can tell by some things in the fridge, but, like, I want to say 80% of the time she eats at work. It's not like I'm stalking her every moment of every day to see what she eats at home. But she works in, like, one of those, like, I'm not sure exactly what you'd call it. But, like, she would, like, the means of work that she has, she would pretty much always get food from work, like, every day she ever worked. Because she does a lot of, like, the, I don't know, it's not exactly what you would call a waiter, but it's, oh gosh, I'm not even sure what you would call it. There's a proper term for it, but it's basically like a convention center, and they have, like, a bunch of those things that you would kind of take out from the kitchen and then restock them. Because it's kind of like an all-you-can-eat kind of thing, or you serve them specifically for special events. Not sure exactly what you'd call it. It's definitely not a waiter. Like, you wouldn't use the term waiter to describe it. Because it's a bit different what you would actually do for it. Expediter? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what the term is now that I think about it. It probably does have a term. Do we have a 13 plus? I think we do. There we go. Also, gosh, my butt's starting to get, like, cramped. Oi. But I think we're going to go for one more chest. Oh, if it will let me click. And then we'll end our, I almost said 9-year anniversary, our 6-year anniversary stream of the channel. Oh yeah, we're about to gain a level too. Perfect. Get that last little bit of level. Actually, didn't I say I would gain exactly that many levels this stream? That's kind of funny. Oh wait, no, I said we'd hit level 1723. We still haven't actually hit 722 yet. I'm actually surprised. Though we're not doing that quick of an EXP method, so I guess that's why. If we were doing more like a Dust Devil related team or something similar, we would have hit it by now. What are the best and worst medals? The best medal is Nisha. Well, technically it's a bit of a tie between the Nisha Magic and the 20% mana start. I would say Nisha, if you had to definitively choose one, is the best. That also makes sense because it's the highest rarity. The absolute worst is Arania. I'm not sure why, but they never bothered buffing it, so it only gives 4 attack. The other medal of the exact same rarity gives 4 attack, 4 HP, and 4 armor. Yet Arania only gives 4 attack, which makes it the most pointless medal in the game, because there's literally a medal in the game that does a better effect. But yeah, Arania is the worst medal, and Nisha is the best. Third best is probably 20% mana start. Fourth best is probably the armor one. Mostly because Rowan and Ironhawk. I'm not. Gosh, I'll say it right eventually. Mostly because Rowan and Guard's avatar exists, which both gain a immense value from having pure armor set, more so than if they had magic set. What do we take? We'll take that one down. Okay, final chest of the stream. Is it anything good? The answer is probably no. Nope. Waterania 2 card. Aw. I don't know. Should we go get that level? Let's go get that level. We'll go a little bit further. Let me go get that level. It's not the last one yet. False alarm. Let me go keep going until we get that level. And then we'll end it there. Which will probably end the chest after we get that level. Which realistically is next chest because we actually have to go through the cycle before we get it. And then we'll finally end the stream after almost 9 hours. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. I'm not sure we're going to do this long of a Gems of War stream again. This is the longest Gems of War stream. We've probably done it in a couple of years now. Yeah, I forgot how fun it is. As long as there's something good to grind, I guess it's kind of worth it. Because right now we're going for Mimic. I guess technically on a Vault weekend it would also kind of have similar value. And by similar value, I mean like 1,000 times more value. Oh yeah, Elfie's still down here. He's kind of squished. Actually, I'm going to go make him go rest. Ugh. You just make it kind of hard to sit here. It's kind of in the way. Which might actually be why my butt is cramping. Oh yeah, Terry and Isabel end up gaining levels so quick. Like, Isabel was like 400 levels lower than me at one point. And now she's like 200 higher or something, or at least 100 something higher. And that was in the course of like a year. There we go, there's that level. We did it. Now let's go for one more chest, which means we have to cycle through 2 more times. Oh, hello, Easy Breezy. Oh, what did you miss? We did a guide on all the hero class weapons. I still need to make the one for all the hero classes, as well as actually do the one for all the hero weapons, because even though we did it on stream, I do want to make a more concise one for a video. But, yeah, we did a tier list for all the weapons. We talked about a billion different things. We found some mimics along the way. And we had a lot of fun. And we played Gems of War the entire time, too. We actually didn't play any other games. It was all Gems of War. 100% Gems of War. I'll catch you later, Jason. Yeah, I'm about to be doing that as well as soon as we end out. As soon as we finish this last cycle. First thing I'm doing is making dinner. Because my stomach is literally gurgling. I'm not sure if you can hear it on the mic. Probably not. It's not that loud. But it literally just gurgled. It's be hungry. Because I didn't actually munch on anything the whole 9-hour stream. But that's what we'll be doing as soon as we end. Grabbing lunch slash dinner slash midnight snack slash I'll be snacking for a while. So I'm not sure what time we'll be starting tomorrow's stream. Maybe closer to noon. I wanted to kind of start it near 10, but I feel I'll be sleeping in a bit tomorrow. Especially since I'll probably be eating pretty late tonight. Because I don't really have any quick things to be made right now. Though I did pick up salad supplies the other day. But aside from that, I don't have anything quick. I kind of want more than just a salad. Although I'm definitely going to have the salad. Also, I'm not sure if you guys like it, but I absolutely love imitation crab. Like, I almost always eat it with my salads. It's probably the weirdest thing I put on my salad. Like that fake crab kind of thing. It's really good. I'm not even sure what it's made from. I used to eat it when I was younger, and I just always loved the taste. Like, real crab tastes better. But, I don't know, something about it's just nice. It's also a way cheaper name, real crab. It also works a lot better than for salads, because real crab in a salad, it doesn't really work out that well. Whereas the imitation stuff is actually really good for it. Because it doesn't have like an overly fishy taste or anything. Like, it doesn't really have a fishy taste at all, really. They were both lower levels sometime last year, and now you're both probably like 100 plus levels higher. How many hours do you play in a day? On average, like, normally 2. Today's an outlier. We've been going for 9 hours. That's not the usual. But it was a special anniversary stream for the channel for 6 years. So that means we hit 69. Now it's 9-hour stream for the 6-year anniversary stream. Anyways, guys, I'm going to end it here. I do need to go grab dinner and food and other things. But thank you, everyone who stopped by for any portion of the 9-hour stream. We'll be back tomorrow night, as we always do, 1 hour prior to now tomorrow, for about an hour or two, as we do pretty much every night, as we have been for almost 6 years now. This has been the 6-year anniversary of when we started doing videos, but technically we started streaming a few months later. So it's almost the 6-year anniversary when we've been doing the streams every day. It's mostly the 6-year anniversary today when we started doing the weekly video, like, you know, the ones we normally post on Monday. But anyways, guys, I'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much for stopping by, as always. Thank you for the continued support over the years. We'll be back, as I mentioned, tomorrow night, 1 hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do it every night. I'm pretty sure you guys know by now. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Enjoy the weekends. Best of luck with everything. Stay safe out there. And, for another year and onwards. Catch you guys then. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.